In just 2 short days, Sao Paulo has turned into Upset City. 3 of the 4 teams remaining in Brazil's race to the major got upset victories in the last 48 hours, leaving teams initially favored to best them sobbing at the ends of their seasons. Now, all Fluxo, Black Dragons, and Keed Stars have to do is defeat the current world champions somewhere along the way, and one of them is getting on a plane to Canada. Welcome back to the Brazil LCQ from Montreal. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson alongside Fast Dan Jensen. You missed a crazy day yesterday, by the way. Of all the days you could have taken off the LCQ, you had to miss the one with 2 upset wins, but it was an absolute slobber knocker of a day. How's it going, Ann?
It was. I'm doing very well. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing good today too. I watched the games yesterday though, but it was games and the way they went were like not how I expected it at all. I couldn't believe what I was seeing when I was watching it in front of me. I was like, is that really happening? I thought NIP are one of the favorites as well to make it to the Montreal Major on the other side of the bracket, and they're not even making it through their quarterfinal. So a big upset, and I guess I can only just hope that that continues today.
Yeah, I think for Furia and Fluxo to have a day off and then to watch those games go down the way that they did, no matter who one of those teams might be facing in the grand final, I think they're happy it's Black Dragons and Keed Stars, unless those 2 teams are able to repeat those sorts of performances that they had yesterday. All quarterfinals are done. Our semis are set. There is only one favored team left in this bracket, and that is the current world champions. So Furia will be looking at this entire field. On any other stage would probably think, oh, this is easy pickings. But Black Dragons had a 2-0 victory over one of the best teams. Vivo Keed Stars decided to have a huge comeback win at the very last second against NIP. So I don't think any team in this bracket is going to be an easy victory from here on out.
No, I believe it's something that we spoke about on the very first day, right? I mean, similar with Fluxo, they didn't have the greatest of group stages either, but what we're seeing is teams that are coming alive at the moment where they need it the most. Sure, you can do well in the best of ones in group stage, and sure, that'll help you with getting actually into those playoffs, but when it really matters and there's an LCQ, like one more major spot on the line, that's when we're seeing these teams that have finished 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th in the group stage really all of a sudden start to blossom.
So we should do one really small recap on all of these games, just in case you weren't here for the quarterfinals. We'll talk about how Furia got to semis to start off with. They were the only team that played a non-tier 1 team in this LCQ bracket. They went up against Elevate Academy. That was the first game we covered, and things were looking really, really bad. Elevate Academy were this close to taking the current world champions out of a bracket. There was almost no possibility for them to go even further, but then Furia did what world champions do, and they unlocked that 6th gear, and they did come back to win that series.
Yeah, they did. And like you said, it was really close where we thought, okay, Elevate Academy is going to win this. They won the very first map. We're seeing the highlights of the very last map here as well. And I believe it was really during that middle part of the game, halfway on that second map, where Furia all of a sudden decided, okay, guys, it's time to stop whatever we are doing. We've got to go take this one back. I strongly believe that that ace from JV92 was the turning point to make them more aggressive on this map as well. It's something we've seen from Furia on this map in specific. You have to just be careful of every single window, every single door, because they will jump out on you in their defenses. And it came down all the way to an important 1v1. Fellabox was able to win that. They spoke about the preparations coming into this game as well, because, you know, Furia, this is not a position they want to be in, but they have to make sure they make it through if they want to attend another international event.
The one problem might just be figure out what happened on Nighthaven Labs, the one map that Elevate Academy won in that series. That's going to be the weak point the teams are probably going to look at throughout the rest of this LCQ. If that's something that you're able to take Furia out on at some other juncture, that may be a place to get an upper hand. But as far as Skyscraper is concerned, just avoid that one like the plague. That was our first quarterfinal. The second game we had was Fluxo MIBR. For both teams, I think it was MIBR's game to lose the whole way, and they ended up doing that. But Fluxo still had a very, very close game. It wasn't a domination on one side of the board. It felt like they were very even, straight down the middle, and a 2-0 victory against a team that they've managed to beat before is fantastic, but to do it under pressure in a circumstance like this when both maps are very close, that's a pretty big achievement for this Fluxo squad.
Oh yeah, but you're 100% right, and that second map really made me believe that we were actually gonna go to a third map. We're watching this second map here, and to me it really felt like, okay, we are actually just, this will be a very close series, but it was not. We're actually watching the first map, apologies on my side, but that was the longest one in this series as well. The 8-7 eventually went in the way of Fluxo, and I think especially on their attacks, what I liked from them on console as well is that they really started to kind of use or utilize the initiator operators that we see be so strong in this current meta. Especially on console, they are able to take so many direct takes with shields, just forcing a lot of pressure, forcing side control almost towards their own hands, and it felt like MIBR just wasn't always aware of what was happening already of what was happening, and that's what puts a big question mark though for the upcoming game, because if Fluxo is so crazy with the shields, the one thing that we heard Fellabox say in the interview was, well, we don't really play shields, or that meta isn't really something we're used to playing against, so that could really throw a big spanner in the works.
It's going to make their semifinal matchup against the current world champs considerably more interesting based on how both those quarterfinals went. Quarterfinal number 3 was E1. The team I think everybody was initially thinking was going to run all the way through the bottom end of the bracket because of the teams that were also there up against Black Dragons, who did not win a single best of one throughout the group stage, and instead the upset of the century for BD's sake happens. They get a 2-0 victory. Not so much that E1 were playing poorly, but that BD somehow just unlocked another gear, especially on Chalet.
But they do it when it was needed most. And to put it into perspective, like you said, the upset of the century, I mean, Black Dragons came in 10th in the group stage. They managed to get a single overtime in the group stage, and that was it. Going up against a team that ended up third, had to play those playoff brackets, unfortunately they lost out there. This is a very early exit for E1, and probably not what a lot of people were expecting. My main question that I have for this team and the team that we got coming up as well is, considering they just caused such big of an upset, how much can they actually continue doing that going into the semifinals and potentially going into the grand final? Because if we would assume that Furia goes through, that certainly isn't an easy opponent in the grand final.
That loss also now knocks E1 out of contention for qualifying for the 6th Invitational through just the global standings points. The LCQ is up on deck. They're going to have to brave another last chance qualifier to have a shot at LAN, so not the way that you want to go out. But for BD, absolute scenes, especially when it cut back to their cams every time we cycled through them in that matchup. And our last quarterfinal, Dez and Ace were going a little bit insane in the brain on this game. We could tell their mental health was slowly deteriorating, but it was a fun one on our side. Keed Stars take down Ninjas in Pajamas 2-1, and not by a favorable scoreline, because anytime Keed Stars would lose 6 rounds in a row, they'd then decide, you know what, we can actually come back and win 7 rounds in a row, and we'll be fine, and we'll still manage to win this QF.
Yeah, they're like, oh wait, we're gonna try and win some rounds now. Actually, that's exactly what they did here, because they had to come back from a 1-6 in round count. Funny that you mentioned Des and Ace, and I was watching Des's commentary, and he said they had to come back off an opening death 11 rounds in a row. NIP led 11 opening kills, going to waste, did not end up converting those rounds, and that's really unfortunate to see from the likes of such a big team as NIP. And yeah, that third map, really a big upset, another one for Vivo Keystarts to make sure that they win those 7 rounds in a row to come back there. Certainly not something that we expected, but once again it goes, how much can they really continue this kind of growth that we're seeing from them?
Yeah, VKS managing to survive a 40-round series does speak to their resiliency, but the fact that they allowed this thing to slip into Map 3 territory in the first place will be what Black Dragons are trying to exploit when we get into their semifinal later on. So those are the 4 teams that have qualified: Furia, Fluxo, BD, and Keystars. Only one of them has the possibility of going to Montreal, and everybody just immediately assumes, rightfully, like they did when this LCQ started, that it will be Furia continuing to progress. But the way that Fluxo beat MIBR 2-0, the team they were favored against, the way Black Dragons beat E1, who were 3rd or 4th overall in the group stage, which is not something to sneeze at, the way that Keystars came back and hung in there against an NIP team with very experienced players on it, and I don't think any squad in this LCQ is going to be a slouch when they play Furia at any point.
No, you shouldn't be underestimating anyone, because if that's maybe the case of what NIP did yesterday a little bit against Vivo Keystars, then that was what eventually costed them as well. I think once we looked at this bracket before the LCQ started, I pretty much was imagining a grand final between Furia and NIP, and that either of these teams would have went and made it to the major. Maybe E1 would have had a good performance as well, given their recent, well, major attendance, wouldn't necessarily say performance, but attendance.
Right.
But then again, that has not happened. 2 of those 3 that we've just mentioned have already not made it. So it's really up to Furia now to make sure that they can prove the kind of expectations that we have from them.
Right, our first semifinal definitely feels like it still heavily favors one side versus the other, but it's time for Fluxo to get, I think, a little bit more experimental than they have over the past couple of games. So let's start talking about the current world champs. Furia did look good in the second half of that Elevate Academy series. Losing Labs ultimately ended up being the big scare, but then came back on the second half of Clubhouse and then had a masterclass on Skyscraper that proved exactly why they are world champs, why they're capable of lifting hammers. So I think for most people, they'd assume this is business as usual, so long as they're able to have a faster start than they did in their first series. Then today, theoretically, on paper, they should be fine.
They should be, but you wonder if, for example, with that last game against Elevate Academy, underestimation was a part of, or a small part of the game as well, considering that was the tier 2 team that made it through to the LCQ. You'd be expecting to win that, so maybe you take it a little bit easier, even though we had that content piece prior to their game about Furia and what they had to do in those 2 weeks leading up to the LCQ, because this is not a position that they themselves expect to be in. But we're looking at the stats of the players as well. It is great to see Philippox here having the best EPS of all these players, because it's not always the case from him, but he has been showing up. He is stepping up when they need it the most. Now, that's something we want to see from KZ too, because Hertz and KZ are normally the spearheads when you look towards this team, but Hertz has been doing that, KZ not so much just yet.
It's interesting how a team that isn't in tier 1 was able to take them to the limit up until Furia decided, you know what, we're going to school these guys and put them back in their place. But if that sort of fast start can happen against Furia from a team that isn't in the Brazil League proper, the question becomes, can a team that is in tier 1 that technically should have better players on it do it to them in this semifinal? And that's what Fluxo themselves are trying to prove. They had a 2-0 victory over MIBR, 8-7 on Bank, 7-5 on Consulate, and both games were very close on Fluxo's side. And none of the games, I mean, Furia had the Nighthaven go to 8-6, Clubhouse was 7-4, but by that point they had already managed to pull away. And then Skyscraper, Fluxo didn't have a quick game to win in their quarterfinal. So now the question becomes, what happens when they have another set of games that potentially go the distance? That's probably what we're looking at in this Furia matchup against Fluxo.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the stats for Fluxo in a bit as well, because these players haven't had the easiest of the group stage. I believe Mitrix was actually the lowest rated player on that roster. We're coming into the LCQs, or after his second, or after that game, he is now the second highest on the roster in that case. So I think that Blitz worked wonders for him coming into that game, specifically on console. We already talked about it. One player that just continues to be great is Hashi. He's already in that top 5 of entry. Once again, the entries are looking very positive from him. I truly believe that Hashi and Astra were the main characters for that best of 3 series for the longest, and we're talking best of 3. To remind you, that was the first time they won a best of 3 inside of the Brazil League, so a great accomplishment for Fluxo, and we can only hope that they continue to be able to do that.
I think the great equalizer for Fluxo might be their shield usage, but I also wonder how much Furia understand that and are going to find some way to prep for it. Even if they're not phenomenal on shield usage or being able to counter it or working around the meta, the way Fellapox talked about in the interview, my question then becomes, does Fluxo have a way that they're better than MIBR with shields, very clearly, but are they better than Furia without shields? So ultimately, if that ends up being the trump card that Fluxo decided to pull out in this game, then we can say, hey, great, we did our job. Our analysis was spot on. They're bringing shields because that's what they used to beat MIBR. But again, a completely different caliber of team when you're facing Furia. So I wonder if that's going to be enough if they do use it as heavily as they did in that MIBR series.
Yeah, it does make you wonder, and I'm 100% sure that Furia has watched that game from Fluxo. They saw how effective the Blitz was for them. All it takes is a simple banning that Blitz away in the operator ban phase to try and at least stop a little bit from that. Yes, there will still be the Bounty. Yes, there will still be other shields, but it might be a little bit easier to deal with. I want to take you back to Skyscraper as well, the map that we saw from Furia against Elevate Academy, because what we saw from Elevate Academy on their attacks was a lot of struggles in the beginning, very much one-sided takes on one part of the map. And then later on, they started going for these more direct takes. We saw an Amaru, for example, on the karaoke side. But I do believe that Furia was able to deal with all of that very well. No matter what it was that Elevate Academy threw at Furia for the kinds of attacks that they were bringing out, Furia was able to deal with it. Whether it was with their awareness or their gun power, it just helped, and that's the kind of worry that I do have for Fluxo. If they're going to go full on again with those direct takes, Furia will be ready for that.
Well, let's see if any of those maps that they played in their first respective series are going to show up in the second. The last time Furia and Fluxo played, it was Fluxo's 7-4 loss to Furia on Bank. And remember, that was Fluxo's pick in the MIBR series, so now we need to see something much different. Chalet, Cafe, Clubhouse, and this just looks like standard Brazilian maps in a nutshell in this one series.
It does, but can I just say how Fluxo showing this map video and then immediately banning out the Skyscraper? Such a clear signal to me that, like, I know we are not going to go through that as well. We saw what happened with to Elevate Academy. We don't want any of that. No, so they picked Shelly first, which is one of their best maps for the side of Fluxo as well. They played it twice in a group stage. They won it once. They lost it once. However, Furia do have a 3-game win streak on it. They had a close game versus E1, but it's yet to see if that win streak can be beaten. Furia also have a win streak on Cafe, a 5-game win streak, which is their own map pick. They beat NIP 7-0 on it back in August. And Fluxo also played it once. They played it yesterday, actually, in another league where they beat a nameless team 7-0. So also a pretty impressive performance, but it isn't the same as NIP, who Furia was able to take down there. Decider is going to be Clubhouse, which in my opinion definitely is a better map for Furia than it is for Fluxo, because Fluxo has their worst attack and win rate on this map out of all the maps that they have. So if we go to a decider, I fear that it might go in the favor of Furia.
I also find it interesting how Bank did make it all the way to the end of the phase, because Fluxo beat MIBR on it. It was their pick. They did show a ton of resiliency to make sure that map went their direction. Furia also beat Fluxo on it, so they all ultimately decide, nah, we're not going to give them potential for revenge. There won't be a rematch in that context. And the one time they played over the regular stage, it's not going to show up again in this series. So you won't be able to use any knowledge from how that map went in order to come into this one. But I do think that for Fluxo, you just had to remember what winning was like, because again, not a team known for winning a whole lot over the course of 2024. So knowing what it's like in qualifier playoffs to start getting back in the groove, and then to beat MIBR finally again, to win a best of 3 against a top level opponent, that's ultimately what you needed, I feel like, to get this run underway in the best way possible. My only concern is, if you're comfortable on Chalet, Furia undoubtedly know you're comfortable on Chalet, so hopefully that's the right pick for Fluxo, and they're able to take that and use it to their advantage, and hope against hope that Furia is not nearly as good at it as Fluxo are.
No, that's definitely something, right? I mean, you're looking at this map veto situation. I was looking at the maps that are good for Fluxo. Sure, that bank is a good one for them. They decided to not pick it out. So maybe trying to throw a bit of a spanner in the works to trying to confuse Furia a bit going into this, whereas maybe the Chalet wasn't a full one thing that they expected. But we have to keep on mentioning those win streaks aren't there for just no reason at all. So are Fluxo the team to kind of go and break that win streak? I'm not 100% sure about it.
Let's drag casters in here real fast. It's Samuel Stewart and Carter Hannafeld. Gentlemen, I think we know already the way that this matchup is slated to go. But my question is a little bit simple.
I didn't know I was off camera. Sorry, I was.
No, you're fine.
I was making this face. I was. Yeah. So
I'll take your word for it. What are you gonna do if Fluxo win this matchup? Are brains gonna fry? Is something gonna short circuit? Or is there gonna be some crazy reaction when it happens? Like, what are you going to do if Fluxo were to knock off Furia in the semifinal?
all right. So, what am I gonna do if they knock out Furia in the semifinal? I mean, I think there are like genuine strategic reasons that Fluxo might have a shot. I still can't get over the fact that Chalet is Fluxo's pick. As And mentioned, you know, Furia have a 3-game win streak on this. It's a semi-decent map for Fluxo. But just to contextualize that a bit, Furia have lost this 3 times since Copenhagen of last year.
That's a deep cut. Copenhagen last year? Buddy,
yeah,
recent stats? Come on.
They've only lost it 3 times since Copenhagen of last year, and they've played it around, I think, around 15 to 20 times. So...
Ooh.
When you think of generally, you don't want to pick a map that is really strong for your opponents. This one seems odd, but what do I know?
We'll figure it out. Sam, what are you going to do if Fluxo win?
I'm gonna go buy a lottery ticket, Jacob. That's what I'm gonna do, because I don't really see this one making it on the other side. At least if it's Fluxo from the game that we saw on Thursday, and that's really nothing against Fluxo. I just think that they have some stuff that they still need to kind of iron out. I think Furia is just longer down the line as a more put together squad, and you know, I just don't really see a world where Furia is going to end up missing this out. But hey, I'll tell you one thing: if that does end up happening, we got a nice little audio clip right here, so we'll just slap that at the front of.
Disma's already got the clip. All right, Sam, where's the lottery ticket? Put it on Twitter later and prove it to us. All right, Cafe up on deck. Clubhouse if we need it, but we start off on Chalet, and remember, for some reason this LCQ is all about the upsets. So can Fluxo do it against Furia? I'm gonna let the Americans tell us.
I'm dancing. I'm manifesting. I am manifesting a Fluxo upset, bringing it around town. I'm grooving. I'm moving, because it would make for a very exciting day. We had a 3-mapper between Furia and Elevate Academy, who listen, Fluxo have been bad enough, Sam, where I don't know if I can necessarily say that Fluxo are the stronger team than Elevate Academy, but if there's one saving grace, Sam, that you and I saw in the Fluxo game we casted, it was, and I can't believe I'm saying this, Mitrix.
Yeah, you know, I think they had a lot of really good things going for themselves, but most importantly, Mitrix, especially when it came to Consulate, and especially what we saw out of his Blitz. This is something that we've been kind of looking for Fluxo this entire stage, because they really haven't been able to hit the ground running in a very considerable way. And Mitrix helped them with this quite a lot, especially, like I was saying, on Consulate, creating a lot of space, A, Carter, and B, just getting so many damn kills, dude. So many different instances where not only was he catching players with their pants down, but just taking heads-up gunfights and coming out victorious. left, right, and center. So something that Furia is going to have to be concerned with today, especially, you know, as we have Chalet up first. This could be something that Fluxo leans into to try and take it to Furia.
Yeah, and this might be a very strong map for Furia, but as we've talked about, not only on the desk, on cast, and Furia themselves have talked about, the man in front of you, Fellapox, has said it. Furia don't really play shields that much. When Fellapox plays Monty, it's a very traditional, you know, walking human drone style of Monty and not the new kind of play. But they're also not the best at countering shields. Then again, nobody's really the best at countering shields because that's a very hard thing to do nowadays. But if Mitrix can be really successful on that blitz play, then a small attacker-sided map like Chalet can quickly become difficult territory for them, and it is Fluxo's pick. I am not so pessimistic that I believe that they have completely fumbled the map ban phase and picked one of their opponent's strongest maps with no reason. I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, especially with what we saw on that consulate that you and I mentioned, Sam. But to talk about Furia a little bit as well, sure, KZ had a bit of a poor day in his LCQ outing that we saw, picked it up towards the end, but overall a bit rough. He had a great stage. The more important thing is Herds showed up, and if that best of 3 proves to be an anomaly, if Herds and KZ both have good days, all of this analysis, all of this talk about Fluxo might not even matter.
Yeah. And just to really underline something here for Herds, you know, I don't think we really saw a change of pace, a change of play style for him in correlation to the actual stage leading into the LCQ. I think he just got away with a lot more than he, you know, has been having, you know, success with at least. And it really shows up in his entry stat. You know, his entry stats for the overall stage were abysmal, Carter. I think it was like -20 or something like that. It was not good at all. But when it came to this, 7 and 5, a positive KD as well, and not only that, but a lot of big impactful moments where when we saw Herds' number called up, he was there to perform, and they really, really needed that as well. As you and I saw firsthand, KZ did not have a great day. Yeah, he did have some moments. He was, you know, able to work in, maybe get a few rounds under his belt for the squad, but did he show up in a huge, grandiose way like we would expect him to from the last year and some change? Not exactly.
No, not really, unfortunately. And ultimately, I, of course, you know, for the regular season performance, give a lot of credit to JV92 for really pulling them over the line in the regular season. But that support core was putting in the work for Furia to keep them competitive that series, Ellapox and Nate in particular. And if they're solid today, that might be good, but we can't see any performance drop-offs. The moment the match is simply too important. Fluxo might have picked Chalet, but this is old reliable for Furia. A map that they have only lost again 3 times since May of 2023. This is one of, if not their best maps in their entire pool. What better way to continue your LCQ run than reasserting you're the best? And yeah, probably one of the easiest reads of all time if you're Furia.
Yeah, I think you and we knew about this one in our sleep last night. We didn't even have to consider it. I mean, this is
a no-brainer.
Yeah. Post Thursday, you know, I woke up, I had my coffee on Friday morning. It was a good start to my day. And the first thought that came to my mind was, Furious banning Blitz. Whatever, doesn't matter the map, they're banning Blitz on offense. And that's exactly what we're going to get here, Carter. We're also going to have the Ying ban come through. Everybody allergic to flashes, and why wouldn't you be? They're quite annoying in their current instance. Both of these operators really good about utilizing those to their fullest potential, and that's why we're going to see them removed. Now, leading on over to Fluxo's defensive bans, we're going to have a zombie removed as well. And this is something that is quite a hot commodity, especially on a map like Chalet, where there's a lot of window play still in comparison to other maps in the map pool. And she just allows you to play a lot of different positions. Think things like piano upstairs and things along those lines. Last but surely not least, it's going to be Tuber out. Carter, we know why this one's coming in. People do not want, you know, any wall denial, any wall delay, really, at the end of the day. And that's why we're going to see that removed. Just that, you know, nice little duo package of Bandit with Tuberau or Kaid with Tuberau. Just too potent for a map like Chalet.
Of course, we always got to discuss, you know, I think was it during our second best of 3 where you talked about the need for more operator bans, specifically? Like,
yes.
Yeah. So this is where we always talk about the obvious, you know, contenders that are still left up, right? Dokkaebi still on the board. Monty, the other shield operator, still on the board. That is substantially less played for Fluxo than the Blitz is. They only have one real shield player. It's Mitrix. He's played Blitz in the regular season 13 times.
You just said his name and it just immediately...
less than a third of that for the Monty, but the benefit of the shield changes is you can play Monty like Blitz. You just don't have the flashes. So I'm sure Mitrix is ready for that. I'm sure they're fine with it. Let's see how Furia are able to react to it, as we actually don't have any of the usual counters on the board, Sam.
No, and that's really what you want in play. You want things like Legion. You want even something as simple as Smoke, just to be able to try and box him out on the site. Something, you know, like a Nitro Cell could assist too. We got a couple of those, but that's really going to be it. We're going to be expecting Furia to get away with a lot of firepower and just the straight up gun department here. And that's really what they're trying to pull off. This top floor can be useful for this, especially with Nate in this position over in Solarium. He's got the dock here as well. You can think of this as kind of like what we see in the library on this map too. Nobody's painted. We haven't droned. We haven't looked at anything. They're flying into the map. Fluxo is completely flying blind, and there's a mountain off in this fog here. This fog of war is not working out for him, Carter. Wow, that's a round. That is a round of Rainbow Six Siege on a professional level, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to it. So we're gonna circumvent the entire initial minute in what you're supposed to do. We're just gonna go and try and steal the first round away from Furia, Carter. I can tell he's very happy about this, guys.
Like, come on!
Yeah, that was.
He repels into solar. There's a guy there. He wasn't even looking at him.
Yeah, that's
Christ.
That is not how you want to start your Saturday.
Monty went down first. He went down to gunfire.
Was that Monty swinging off the rappel for Solarium?
No, that was IQ. Hashi might have died first. The Monty was DBNO before the IQ died.
Oof. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
What are we doing? I hate to be here, like we're one round in, but like, dude, that was comical. How we're like, what even happened?
Listen, this might be a big ask, but can we drone? Can we?
Dude,
can we drone?
Like, dude, first round jitters. I get it. This is your map pick, and you're not droning solar on a solar take, and you're just rappelling in.
They just rolled the dice. They just rolled the dice, and if that man was playing Solarium Stairs, that's crazy.
Just if there's a mute chamber there, you know.
Probably now that you bring that up as well, I'm like 90% positive that they could have just scanned the discs in the stairwell and been like, oh, there's totally a guy playing here. They got one of my discs built up. But anyways,
I gotta calm down.
Yeah,
I gotta calm down.
Just breathe a little bit. Remember your pressure points. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay because Fluxo remembered that they also have hands and they also have this operator named Dokkaebi that's quite good at figuring things out herself. They're gonna take down KZ. Now he's already got 2 kills, so I mean, still a 2.0 KD, but they at least won't have him for round 2, and Furia will have to look to accomplish things in other ways.
And also to again, kind of highlight the IQ that died early on last time. That player was Hashi, which for 2 stages now has been one of the best players on Fluxo. So being able to actually keep him alive and put him in positions where he's able to do what he did this round is going to serve Fluxo very, very well. Able to shut down KZ early, very strong pick. And now that we're not doing a rush, Sam, this round is looking at least better for the moment. We're trying to go for the across clear from solar over. We've acquired that top floor control. And right now I've got JV92 all the way down below. There are opportunities at the moment for Fluxo to even work for that 5v3.
Yeah, that's what I was leaning into there. I'm like, I was trying to see where the rest of Fluxo was. They're still built up over on this kitchen side. They're going to adjust the shield down low as he came face to face with Clash upstairs, an immovable object on an immovable object. And we all know how that one goes. The one that has the little stun gun attached to the shield usually ends up working it out after about 2 business days. So Furia will be looking to try and continue this slow roll of Fluxo. They'll just nade back downstairs to keep this Clash in front of the push.
No, we're all down here.
And yeah, this is a great adjustment here from Furia. They've matched pace extremely well. They're going to deal some serious damage. That revolver's going to get whipped out. But hey, they're not ready for the Finka boost. It gets Raps off the floor, and it gets Raps a kill as well. But Furia, they're doing a bang-up job of delaying this.
They are. And the reason why I know it's a basement defense. The reason why I was worried we're all down here is we're all on this wine side. I mean, Furia know exactly where every single attacking resource is now with only 50 seconds left. The likelihood you're going to be able to rotate substantially is very, very low. The best you can do is maybe a backstab down blue. And in a 3v4. Sure, Furia might have the lower resources, but they can stall out this time as best as they can. Choking off the Monty, stopping him from pushing into blue. Bellapox tries to catch him off guard, but both Raps and Mitrix come alive. And with the diffuser in hand, this clash is very, very little to do. You'll just be bullied by the Monty the entire time. I really feel for Nade right here. That is an unfortunate position. Might have been an awful round one. But Sam, we have a game.
We do have a game, but if I'm being honest, was it a great round 2, Carter, for either team? Not really. It really wasn't.
You know, the ironic thing is, I think if, obviously hindsight 2020, Furia had just full bunkered that site, probably would have gone a lot better.
Yeah, no, honestly. I mean, not only that, but like, even if they keep maybe just like a little verticality or something, I mean, Fluxo just didn't really have that positive of a clear. They reached the exhibition hallway, library hallway, whatever you guys want to call it, and they end up just stopping dead in their tracks. There's really nobody else around that's trying to get that other angle worked in, something like library, something like the K9 balcony. Things along those lines, right? And the reason that that's a big piece of the puzzle, and something that's of utmost importance, is because in a situation like that, they're more than likely able to pick off the Valkyrie if they're able to or rather get some information on that situation with drones, or just kind of have that team play going on that top floor. But instead, Flux will peel it back and they adjust downstairs to try and take things in from the wine cellar side. Now, I don't hate that, especially because they have the Monty, so they can constantly flirt with things, constantly get info and see what's going on the site. But it's just something that could be a detractor later on down the line, because you and I know how aggressive Furia is about their roams. They absolutely love it, Carter. Yeah. They will double down every single time that they get an opportunity. And we know that these guys are at full capacity when we see people hopping out of windows and taking gunfights.
Like they say, they like to go heavy on their roams, and I just see KZ, Fellapox, and Herds all on the opposite side of the map.
This guy might be spitting right here. I don't know.
Yeah, it is a pretty heavy roam from Furia, as we would expect. Ooh, Gumine hits the Monty in the face. No damage dealt though. It's a good find early on just to know where the Monty's pushing from, but we got a bit of a backstab
well done.
right now.
That's what we need right there, Fluxo.
I gotta say, shout out to Fluxo for really making me look silly for getting so angry after round one, because with a really nice pinch in blue, sure, you get traded, but you deal so much damage.
They're going to take it
on the way out. Herd's with a very nice retake downstairs, though. The entirety of these rounds are happening in the basement, it seems. 2 in a row. Now the Monty in a very difficult position. Fellapox spots one around the corner, and Fluxo might have bit off a bit more than they can chew. Baited into this clear downstairs, and everyone from Furia wraps around the entirety of the bottom floor. Jesus, Furia have come to play. Seemed like Fluxo had a good shot at closing things out, but Furia react perfectly. KZ, down a little bit and finished off.
A possible round. There we go.
Not possible, unfortunately.
No, as long as Herds is up, it's holding that nice little cross there, right? But, I really like that Fluxo identify that there's an ISO'd player downstairs and they can get that big pick. They collapse on things inside of blue. But the big thing inside of this round that brought it across the line for Furia is that everybody shows up downstairs to take that fight, where it's just not the same ordeal for Fluxo. They do not think that Furia is going to be trying to just hold things down, just standing 10 toes on the basement. But that's the thing about this roster, Carter. Yeah, exactly. They're going to find their moment, and if they know that they can kill the majority of players just in that initial volley and that initial instance, then they're going to do so. That's the thing about this roster that has stood true for, almost 2 years now.
Yeah, and I think, of course, it's a very a huge strong suit for Furia is their decisiveness, especially when it comes to just like getting in the face of the enemy team, but also doing it as a team. That round is a good example of it.
Doing it tastefully, right?
Yeah, exactly. That was Furia outplaying Fluxo. I still think Fluxo had good elements in that round. Of course, while the Monty gets spotted, they get Hashi in super quick to get that pinch, and they were genuinely just outplayed by Furia, which, again, I think is still a big concern I had going into this map, that you've picked Chalet, but this is still, even when Furia have fallen off, one of their strongest maps. They're on a 5-game win streak so far, 3 in Stage 2 alone. This is not like Clubhouse that has fallen out of favor. No. It's not even a map like Nighthaven, where they have looked consistently weak on. That was available to be picked. We also saw on Bank how Fluxo struggled with their full clears.
Did you see that little drone toss?
I was about to say, landing right up there. All you see is that F not immediately, but now I suppose you can see if anybody's playing aggressive on the door.
That was super clean. I actually really like that. one of those things that is a little bit easier due to the telestrated lineups that we now have in Siege. So I can definitely tell you this. I'm gonna take that feather, put it right in my cap. So, oh, big moment here, and KZ, he's gonna get away with his life. Not for long though. Hashi's gonna show up to the party. Hashi is in bathroom up top, and that's what I was expecting. I was expecting somebody to show up to the party. It's gonna be Herds, and it's actually gonna be Fluxo this time around that come up on top. And just like what we had in the last round, Fluxo, they choose their portion of the map that they really want to get aggressive about, but they double down this time, Carter. Everybody from the Fluxo roster is upstairs ready to take this fight, and they collapse on Furia in a very positive manner. They are going to lose Hashi, but 3 bodies of Furia, this is exactly how you want this to go.
Oh, you're over the moon right now with how that clear went. I mean, think back to round 1. I mean, with this setup, with the dock on solar stairs, with basically everybody trying to hop in their own separate points of entry and dying immediately. This go around, you're able to get Hashi into position before you even initiate the rush. Just by a timing, you catch KZ rotating in front of the window, and you put him to basically 1 HP before you even commit to the attack. I mean, really, really good stuff from Fluxo. Now in the 4v2, they're resetting. They're taking their time. They are not getting overzealous. They are using their ample drone economy that they still have. I mean, what, 2 in the hands of the Grim, 6 overall in the hands of like the currently living attackers. You have all the time, all the utility. Maybe a bit low on the Grim bees, if we're being honest, but since they were used to get you that 4v2 earlier, Sam, it's not really a big deal, is it?
No, it's not. And really all you're looking to do here is try and use those drones to identify the last positioning of these players, and that's it right there. They know where the dock is. They know one's over in trophy. They're going to take the verticality here. This trade's perfectly fine, guys. That's 3 versus 1. You're just worried about Mitrix here. You want to make sure that he's not the person putting the case down. Make sure he's the one holding the angle, have supporting unit over here, and then try and get that case down. It looks like it's going to build up over on the kitchen side. As long as we don't see any crazy shot out of nade here, this should be just all semantics until Fluxo ends up winning the round. And some nice shots here from nade, and that's going to be the case down on the ground. This is where things get interesting.
Especially with Mitrix on 1 HP. That's the guy coming down solar.
Come on.
Nate knows he's there. He can easily win this fight through the wall. And Sophia putting the diffuser down. This is the only element of coverage. Nate can rotate up front, but surely the diffuser will go down ahead of time. Mitrix just gets around the corner.
Well done.
It's easy for the Bailiff to finish off. 1v4 in the making. No, Astro is quick with it. Coming off the diffuser, headshot right out of the gate. Needed to save that one as it got a little bit close. But that was the best round Fluxo have had so far.
Really made you think for a second too, didn't he?
Made me worry.
Yeah, just a little bit there, but hey, that's the thing. Fluxo built up all that value. They separated themselves from Furia by a country mile, and although Nade is a pretty quick sprinter, he's not able to make it across the finish line before Fluxo does. 2-2 now, and Fluxo, honestly, solid enough on these offenses so far. This is really what you need, and they're making it work. I think Furia is more than likely going to look to try and maybe keep a few chips a little closer to the chest in these further rounds. I mean, don't get me wrong, might still have some aggressive things going on as they usually do, but we'll probably have at bare minimum 2 bodies inside the site and probably some nice crossfire setup for our roamers here just to make sure there's a good supporting cast for anything that happens when Fluxo starts to assault the building.
Mentioned Hashi halfway through round 2, I suppose towards the beginning of round 2 after he got that opening pick. He has 3 kills right now. Each one of those kills has been the opening pick of the round. He is 3-1 on the entry so far. Obviously died on that very silly rappel in round 1. But since then, he has been very effective at opening these rounds for Fluxo, and specifically getting the kill on KZ last time. Lukid was the one that softened up KZ rotating back into piano, so Hashi able to finish him off. That gets him into position. Fluxo have done a good job overall, at least like consistently getting damage onto people that allows their entries to then have an easier time taking their opening engagements as well. Going back to the basement, that'll be something that would be really beneficial for them because, I mean, of course, we got KZ back on the roam, Herd surely be on the roam, but Boss G in hand, and Nade of all people being the one to play it. Still a scary weapon, though not the wielder I would expect.
No, definitely not. But that's the one thing about Nate that I've noticed across some time.
Hello.
JV92.
4-1 for Fluxo on the entry now, by the way. This is looking crazy.
They're doing great, man. They're doing really good. It is a little bit of Chalet playing, into that hand. But, I mean, they're playing this fiddle like anything else, right? I mean, this is looking really, really good. Ashley's going to end up getting one as well. And this is the downfall of what Furia brings to the table. This is the potentiality that you look into whenever you think about a more extended roam and really just trying to trust the gunfire of your players. It sometimes just doesn't work out, and Furia is going to go down 2 players. Now, here's the key thing. When it comes to Furia, they're one of the best in the business, especially across this last little instance of time here for Siege, to bring things back across the line. And it always starts with something like this. Here you go. I was just about to touch on Nate as well, and the fact that this guy has such a deep bag of tricks, and that's it right here. He can do it all, folks. He can be the shield player, he can be the planner, but he can also be the vigil that brings it back to a 3 versus 3.
That actually stun locked me. That was insane. I mean, SMG 12 on a pretty easy kill, let's be honest then. 180 headshot with the boss G. Ooh, the thermite too? Not the
That'll
thermite.
wake you up.
That woke me up, I'll tell you that much. Fluxo in the regular season won less than a third of their attacking rounds. So even if they lose this one, a 3-3 half on Chalet might not be great, but it's at least better than Fluxo have had before. But you want as many as you can get on a map that is so hard to defend, on a map that they're so comfortable on. Luke could able to find KZ, Fellapox, and Nade separated by both 2 sites and the floor. Nade on low HP, but he can at least hold that vertical angle, stop anybody from pushing into wine by holding this hatch with the SMG-12. Again, might be down a floor. This close quarters engagement will certainly suit the secondary wielded by that Vigil, and Fluxo have shown a bit lackluster intel this entire time!
No way.
Spray transfer, 2-piece to end it off. Man, Fluxo, that is a bummer to let slip away.
That is absolutely insane that he basically hit fire headshot that first guy while dropping from a hatch. That is absolutely disgusting. That is a Furia round. But if we're being honest, it's a nade round, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fluxo gets the first 2 kills there. They open up. I mean, they practically blow the doors off Furia's car as they're flying past them. And Furia's like, oh, that's really interesting. Have you seen Tokyo Drift before? Hits a NOS and just flies right past him. And it's all up to Nate and everything that he was able to pull off inside of this round. Starts with that beautiful 2K that we see, the double duty out of the SMG-12, and then switching over to the Boss G to hit that long-range shot over inside of West Main. And then able to clean things up on the tail end, too, once Fluxo actually get the execute going. Fluxo is going to call the timeout here, and I don't hate this. You know, this is the last remaining offense for them, but it's of the utmost importance, folks. The one thing that we always have to touch on whenever it comes to Chalet is that the map usually tends to be whatever side is dictated in the game. I know that's a little weird, but Chalet is just one of those maps, a little bit of a teeter-totter. But a lot of the times the offense is the one that comes out victorious, and it's just because of the angles that are gifted to you. There's a lot of window play. There's a lot of positive ways to clear this map. And Fluxo really wants to make sure that, in stark contrast to what Carter was talking about with how their stage has been going with offenses, they really want to make sure that this is successful. Because if this is not successful, the driver's seat is fully Furious. It's going to be a quick hop out and, hey, thank you, ma'am, and Furia more than likely driving off into the sunset with a very nice chalet to boot. But we'll just have to see. So that's why we see the timeout usage here. Hopefully Fluxo's got something in the bag, and looks like we're going to have Mitrix back on that shield.
And this is sort of the difficult bind. Not only you're in on Chalet, obviously you want to get as many attacks as you can. And at this point, a 3-3 half, in many cases, you might have already are basically feeling like you lost that half. But also, Furia typically has, you know, very good attacks and defenses on this map historically. I mean, consistently on both sides, able to get winning halves against multiple opponents. Good, medium, bad. This is a very, very strong map for them. But if you let them get a 4-2 defensive half, and their attacks are historically just as strong as their defenses, maybe slightly weaker, but only comparatively. It is a bit of a risky gamble taking that tactical timeout, you know, but you want to try to neutralize this half. You don't want to let Furia basically get away with needing to only win 3 attacks in regulation to close out this map, your pick in regulation. We'll see if it actually pans out. We not only have the Monty coming into play again, thankfully you can pick those back up. We also have the Nook coming out. Astro, 1 HP, right as I say his name.
I was going to say, you got a Caster's Curse about you today. That's twice now.
That's my bad. Oh, and the Ram goes down.
Oh, okay.
I mean, sure, you trade JV92, but Castle for the Ram, I'd make that deal.
Make that deal any day of the week, my friend. Monty?
That's not a vault I'd want to do.
Yeah, they're trying for the library clear here, but I was going to touch on this earlier. They don't really have the utility for this. They don't really have things to be able to kind of box Furia out of their positioning. Nothing like a Capitao, nothing like Grim to where you have some info on people. It's just really hard to try and take Library in an instance like this.
And not only that, but the Nook is the player that maybe you'd want to send like on a backstab, try to lurk through Fireplace and up the stairs. But because he's 1 HP now, I mean, there's still like a non-zero chance that KZ spins around and shoots you in the big toe and you still die. Like,
oh yeah,
Astro taking that damage early on has also substantially, in all likelihood, affected their plans for this area. Now you see the rotate coming out from Fluxo, Mitrix instead moving over to the piano side, where we barely have done any utility clear on this side.
Yeah, Carter, they're you know, I know it's a little early on here, folks. We still have a minute remaining, but they are grasping at straws right now. You can see it just from their positioning. They're going to adjust Fluxo over to the piano side, put Mitrix in here, but they don't even drone out the guy inside of Office, and this is why things are getting so complicated for them right now. It was all built on the precipice of them having, or rather, the premise of them having clears over in the Library side here, and things just not really working out for them. They just don't get that push that Carter was talking about. They really wanted to have that Nook just try and fly up, but hey, now they're on the precipice of something. A 1 versus 2 for the Monty. He's got case in hand in 30 seconds.
Listen, those are some snappy shots, okay? It's 25 seconds left. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's see what this man has to offer. He can shield himself from the hatch drop, but the enemy's on such low HP, he cannot miss a single shot effectively. They're both out of C4s. That's probably his saving grace. He's got to go for these fights, and there's just simply too much to do. Nade will shut him down, and tactical timeout not in effect. That is the issue with making that gamble. If you do not get that final attacking round, Fury get a 4-2 anyway, and you better hope your defenses are as good as you practice them to be, because you can't pause and reset now.
Things are a little scary right now. This very first round is going to mean so much to the defense of Fluxo. They really need a big win here to kind of set a precedent of what is going to come here in the next couple of rounds. It's a little worrisome, man. It's a little worrisome, especially just because they ran a lot of risk with their setup in their clear for Library. And I think the biggest thing for me is definitely what we saw out of the Nook there. Having Astro just not really find his mark, let alone that, but just being punished pretty severely off rip. Threw a complete spanner in the works, and they were never really able to kind of get that under wraps. And for Fluxo, that might be the big thing that comes back to bite them, the fact that they weren't really able to adapt to the situation that Furia put in front of them. And the other thing for me, especially, Carter, is if Nook is of the utmost importance to that push and the way that you want things cleared out, how are we getting ourselves in a position where we're getting knocked down to 5 HP in such an early manner?
It just seemed like the Nook was like, I think she tried to open like the Fireplace double and just got like put down to 1 HP through that. So yeah, maybe it's playing it a little bit safer. I mean, maybe it is just dumb luck, you know? Shit happens in a siege round sometimes. And
yeah, 100%.
But especially,
no other way to put it, really, honestly.
Especially looking at how Fluxo got 4 opening picks that half and only came out with 2 rounds. If you're able to recover a 4v5 and then the 3v5 that Nade got a 4k in and a 2k to make it a 3v3, it is a very unrealized half. You could have had a much more comfortable position going into this, and now Furia just need to win 3 attacks. And Furia might be looking weaker, but I think 3 attacks on Chalet, a map that is so good for them, is something that any reasonable person could and would bet on.
Well, I hope you're feeling like a gambling man today, because Furia most definitely is. Anybody with some keen eyes knows how this is building up. You see the glass, you see the bees, you see Nade here. The Grimbees are going to come in. They've already got Herds as well as JV92 positioned on the back end. As soon as this plant starts to go off, that Nitro Cell comes in, this plant starts, they're going to have this collapse come in from the rear. He's already halfway done with it. This is planted. This is a free round for Fury. This is over.
And when you have that glass to cover the person planting, it completely neutralizes the Warden. I mean, Velopox is planting in Nate is planting in a relatively safe position. The Warden's probably playing blue. Maybe you wish the Warden's playing connector, but given where Raps' current position is, I mean, he was probably just completely suppressed by the glass that entire time. It's a 5v5 post play. Not a single person has died, and the timer's already more than halfway gone. Nade holding the close angle might get pre-fired off of this, but I mean, there's literally nothing you can do, it feels like, at this point. Mitrix will try to go for the long arm, traded out by the glass. 4v1 for Furia, and a great start to their attacking half. Not a whole lot of complaints there. They planned it, they executed it, they finished off the round. What else could he ask? But this is the position Fluxo were in because they weren't able to get that winning half.
Yeah, 100%. And Furia read into things extremely well. Fluxo, for the very first defense, are going to extend things up into the sky, try and hold on to those top floors. And it doesn't exactly benefit them for the position that Furia has put them in, because Furia have front-loaded their strategy. They've drawn things out. They've seen the fact that there's really not too much holding them back from just pushing directly into the bomb site. And with Glaz on Overwatch, I mean, things are extremely worrisome, like Carter was talking about. You do have the Warden in play, but if anybody was paying attention to Warden's kit, you just have that SMG-12 and the M590 there. So unless he's playing close, he's probably not going to hit the craziest shot, especially up against Glaz. Like, don't get me wrong, you can get lucky, right? And you can definitely get some rounds out of that SMG-12. Yeah, exactly. But you know, that's more than likely not going to happen in all reality, and that's really where the punishing factor comes in. Fluxo do not have anything to kind of respond, and the key thing here is that they don't have anything to delay, Carter. You don't have smokes, you don't really have nitro cells, minus the first one that you tossed out, but it was just a blind shot in the first place. And yeah, Fluxo just in a really bad way when it comes to the setup there up against Furia's rush plant coming through with that glass.
Nice Electric Claw placement, by the way. Unfortunate. JV92 is on Thatcher, though, so it's, you know, meant to protect against the Twitch or anything like that, but fortunately, the utility being brought by Furia will not affect them at all, unfortunately. They also have the IQ as well, but I think probably would not be able to get that as the IQ. At least I don't think so. But
yeah, it'd be real weird.
It would. But Furia's setup, I mean, we don't even have a Dokkaebi. I feel like this team, you know, at one point in time, Dokkaebi was always like a perma in their lineup, but this is just a plain execute setup. Capital, when you go in for the plant, you've got, of course, the Rotero drones to clear out the castle barricades and any utility on the site. You'll probably want to find frost mats beneath piano or bathroom window as well.
4, 5, 6. It's 9 times, guys. KZ is going to be here for a minute, okay? It used to be more, too. That's the craziest thing. Oh, Herds. Tries to slip it through the crack.
He's going to try to hit piano about halfway through the round, or about towards the late round. Like, he's probably going to be at that double doorway the entire time. I'm sure Flux will be ready for it, but just keep an eye on Herds and specifically that position.
Yep, 100%. It's of the utmost importance that they're able to gain any control over piano. If you allow that to exist at all, it shuts down a lot of the plant angles that you usually end up seeing. This is going to be a big gunfight right here. Herds almost wins it, but I think he eats a boss G to the chest and is able to make it out on the other side and impact out, and he almost caught that one too. That'd have been a crazy moment, but Herds, luckily enough for Furia, still alive. And they still have a lot of time to try and process this. Herds, you absolute menace. Jesus. You absolute freak. This is some crazy antics that he's trying to pull off right now. Frag grenade out. A burning vigil gets closer and closer, and he's stuck in between. He doesn't know where to go. Oh, wow. Raps, we have to make a better decision than that. That was just piss poor. I mean, he's going to go down. Herds is dead as well, and it's somehow a 4 versus 4 with a minute remaining.
I mean, to be fair, Sam, if I'm getting naded from the left and fired from the right, like, what the hell? What the hell else are you going to do at a certain point? There's so little you can get accomplished, and that was the immediate impediment, but not the only one. Luke hit on that long angle on Blackwall, will cut down nade. Fluxo looking like a strong position to shut Furia out around 8. They just try to go in for the plant, run in through the breach, and despite the very, very solid coordination clearing out the vigil, when it came to dealing with all the other positions, when the attempts came out, either they were not well thought out or Fluxo just outshot them.
Yeah, I think that's the key factor right there. Furia just didn't really get, you know, that first domino. You're trying to make it to where the defense has to retaliate and kind of recoil there once you take somebody out and they have to refill the space or worry about you pushing through and getting these plants down. The biggest moment right there for me, Carter, is Luke hitting that shot once we have the thermite cross in and try and get the plant down. As soon as Nade dies, all of Furia's game plans are out the window. They have to try and find some retaliation of their own. They have to try and find some of their own kills, and it just never goes their way. Fluxo, better positioning, you know, better ingredients, better pizza. That's really what it is at the end of the day. And they're able to get that big round there and keep, you know, Furia off a penultimate point.
And again, you know, talking about, you know, potential, this might not have been what Furia had in mind, but talking about damage done to players that you want to usually have go for a backstab. We saw Astro on the Nook in the final round of Fluxo's attacking side. Herds going down to 1 HP early on. He's still good to use his nades and help kill the Vigil close on the half wall, but if you want to try and get him to backstab later on, again, he's only 1 HP. The likelihood of those plans working out is just a lot smaller. So having a player that plays and fills a key role like that on Furia get put to 1 HP so early on, it limits maybe doesn't limit your options, but it certainly makes them less likely to be successful just because they're one bullet away from death.
100%. Certainly a limiting factor,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like, yeah, that's one of those things that you're always going to be concerned with, and something that a coach never really wants to see. Here we go. KZ in through trophy. I'm a little worried for Furia just because that clash is in the lineup.
Oh, so this is a classic. KZ Ash walls the trophy wall, and then Herds with the SMG-12 walks up blue stairs, and Fellapox comes in for main lobby. This is literally a play that Furia have done on Chalet, literally since Copenhagen. And yeah, we'll see KZ just walk in, likely go for the kill. Yep, on this guy right here. Astro clearly a bit ready for it. We'll tag some shots in response, but Herds able to get the first pick on blue, second on to Hashi. This is instinct that Furia are operating on at this point. Fluxo are doing a good job to keep it as close as it is, but this is literally a plan that they don't even need to communicate to execute. This is something that is an old reliable in Furia's playbook. They put Luca down below and on low HP. Raps is stuck on the site. KZ just trying to bait time to allow the other players to get into position. Easy pinch on the player in stock. Luca needs to win that fight, and it does not happen. Again, from the beginning to the end, Furia knew exactly what they wanted and didn't let up on the gas the entire time.
Yep, this is what we're talking about, folks, when we talk about let's lean into something that's a little bit more reliable, something that we're comfortable with. And Furia dusts that off immediately. Very well identified by you as well. I mean, that was a great moment there.
I remember it actually, I think it was actually Atlanta, not Copenhagen. It was genuinely one of the most insane rounds of Siege I'd ever seen. Furia, at the time, W7M, were playing Virtus Pro on Chalet. I think this was round 2 or 3. And literally, like, KZ just opens up Ashwall, and everyone walks into sight and basically won every single fight, and the round was over in about 5 to 10 seconds. It was genuinely, those first 3 rounds of Chalet against Virtus Pro during the Swiss stage of Atlanta was probably the closest I've ever seen Perfect Siege be played.
Yeah, understandably so as well. Not to take anything away from Furia and their current iteration, this current timing, but that run from W7M there, dude, it felt like they were literally just gods in the server. Like, it was absolutely crazy. But you can still see some flashes of that here today, and especially inside of that last round. The comfortability that Furia had with that previous round in round 9 was just something to work wonders around, and that's exactly what they get. I especially love the timing of that play, Carter, because just the activation of that, the layers to it, right? You have the player come up blue, he starts fighting things, you have that other player kind of working over towards games, and then you have Felipox work at the very tail end of that, just trying to catch any of the Fluxo members hopping off of Terrace or anything like that. It's all so very well put, and Furia catch a pretty easy round there because of that. Now, Fluxo, a lot to do, 3 rounds to get us to overtime.
And those 3 rounds looking very, very wide. You did have a very strong performance when Furia just tried to do normal execute plant-based siege, but they're going to be able to likely hit one of those rushes at another point, and that's a moment where you just need to be ready for it and react in time and in the moment. But at least right now, Furia aren't doing that. They are setting up on the solar side. They're going to look to clear out Astro and who is that? The Solus close on the office wall. Hell of an angle by Herds right there, and saying the rappel is a bit too dangerous for me when kitchen dining is the site. So I'll hold the long angle entirely outside the building. But this will be a slower round from Furia, as they will use their utility to set up a little bit more to take the top 4.
And they really want this. In comparison to what they did in the last round, if you really think about what they wanted to accomplish, they wanted to try and bully the site setup from Fluxo as they were extended up top, because they know that that game's defensive site begs you to hold on to library. This time around, a very similar instance. When you're in kitchen, the site is begging you to hold on to master, hold on to office. All of this verticality is extremely important. The only difference is now is that Furia want to try and deal with this top floor. It's a little bit more difficult to try and go direct when it comes to this bomb site, just, given the circumstances of what we see on the other side. A lot more entry points, a lot more space for Furia to position themselves. This time around, though, the defense can play things out a lot closer. That frag grenade, wow, it's going to go off like a nuke in Astro's back pocket. Still that white indicator, but almost all of his HP drained. They have that vertical angle down low as well. He's just got to try and keep his life here, man.
He's threading the needle, though. I mean, dodging that nade was massive. He's evaded both firebolts and the nade on the bottom of the stairs. He might have lost most of his HP, but Furia lost that clear. Astro's able to hold this position, and everybody's got to rotate off in response with only 40 seconds remaining. Now, of course, the problem is Furia just have to backstab, which is something that they are one of the best in the world at. JV92 has walked up West Main, and it doesn't matter that Astro is solar. He's right outside the double door. He's found his way close to the site. KZ has walked up short as well, and the Grim can push in just at the same time. Everyone from Fluxo is so focused up top, they've hollowed out the interior. The vertical angles will still be a problem, and it's something that Fluxo could win the round on if Furia aren't careful watching. But they need to take it. They need to take it now, and Furia are just more than ready for it. 5-2, 5-1, and in all likelihood, 5-0. 7-3 victory for Furia on their opponent's pick, but let's be honest, this was a Furia map through and through nonetheless.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I mean, Lynx, I really hope you like round 9 because round 10 is going to go the exact same damn way. And what a great identification from them as well, Lynx, right? Things don't work out on the Solarium side. They have some solid position on the map, and Felipox especially, I mean, hey, big brain IGL right here, makes that adjustment. He goes, okay, we're going to take the player up West Main. We're going to get the positioning for the hatch, and then we're going to go for this kitchen plant. We're going to make them try and use this verticality. We're going to make them try and rotate back to site. They still have all of that man advantage. They still have everything at their full disposal, and they get the round to go a very similar way to round 9. They just come up from the depths, they take the site, they get the plant down, and they kill everybody trying to make it back to site to try and help.
Yeah, and of course, you know, there's people who are going to say, oh, you know, Fluxo's a weak team, blah, 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 blah. But the way Furia won this game looked like the Furia we should be seeing on a game-to-game basis. Not only did they have clear strategies on that attacking side, but everyone was performing where they should. Their defenses on Chalet understandably looked weaker, as this tends to be a bit difficult to work with, and I think Fluxo should be given some credit for how they were able to work that Monty on different rounds. Sure, Furia still got that 4-2 half, but it needed a nade 3v5. It needed them to entirely rotate down to the basement to catch Fluxo off guard with their clear. Fluxo were very good at forcing Furia to change, and it was individual performances that saved this defensive half. But once we got to that side swap, Sam, it did become clear who the better team was.
Yeah, 100%. And this is the thing that we touched on at the very beginning of this game, just how good Furia are as a whole, especially in a map like this where they're able to abuse the full advantage of the offensive side. I mean, time and time again, we're seeing them be able to set up that kind of pseudo kill box in the map, get those players on the rappels to hold those solid angles, and then have that active play going on inside of that area. That's something that Furia has been so very good at. Past that, just being able to exploit a lot of the different angles that they discover. That's one thing about this roster that has always stood tall for me, as just their ability to not only recognize a play, but to be able to capture it in that moment. And not only that, but very quickly too, like what we just saw. I mean, that adjustment took them all of 15-20 seconds, and they were already flying into the mid floor and taking fights with those site players. Job well done to Furia, but not job over, as this is a best of 3.
No, and we've got Furia's pick up next, Cafe, which, again, you know, if just based on, without even looking at any of the information of the teams, if you're just like, Lynx, based off the maps that you have seen played, who do you think's pick is Chalet? I would have said Furia, and I would have assumed Cafe was Fluxo, just because Furia do have a weaker record on Cafe objectively than they do Chalet. They've only won it once in the past 4 times they played it. One was a 7-2 loss to Black Dragons in Stage 1, to be fair, when Black Dragons were better than they are right now. But this is not the greatest map for Furia historically, but they played it very little in Stage 2, and with how strong they're looking on Chalet, Sam, I think when we come back from the break, Furia will probably look even better. But don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Harry vai chegando, sorrateiro, na moralzinha, tá preso no rotate, ele vai passar com o seu Oryx, vem a bala, não, ele espera, não viu o pé. Marcou, espera, na calma. O Harry tem que jogar na boa agora. Vamos ver se ele consegue mais um clutch. O jogador vai tentando estreifar para buscar a informação dele. Harry consegue dar bala. Derruba o Lukid. Agora falta o Raps. Vamos ver o Harry. Subiu. Pra caçada. Meu Deus. O Raps tá de costas. Não é possível. O Harry espera. Ele estreifa. O Raps ouviu. Que isso? Olha o nome dele! Que Uma performance memorável do Hari! Joga demais! Um monstro! Uma lenda! Ele é demais! Ele é o Hari, é o capitão!
É muita C4 para pouco espaço aí do ataque, Retalha. Vai ficar ruim. Esk gasta só a última colmeia. Vem pro plant, tá difícil. Esk cai, Muzi consegue eliminar. O Loira também do outro lado. Pino. É uma eliminação para cada time, mas ainda assim a vantagem numérica aí do tempo é da Ninja e Pijamas. O plant tá acontecendo. Eu acho que eles realmente não ouviram. Retalha, pegou na C4 no ar. Belíssimo trabalho. Condes volta. Pega aí a proteção para tentar fazer rotação. Tem marcação ainda por cima da área aberta. O Guto fica quietinho, escondido para tentar surpreender, Retalha. Numa subida dos jogadores. O Muzi não sabe da posição. Espera na maldade o Guto. Nas costas. Rolou a eliminação com sucesso. Ainda assim o Nusga por trás da área aberta. Surpreendendo todo mundo, Retalha. 15 segundos, Flório com mais uma que
Well, whatever confidence Fluxo would have had on Chalet has gone out the window in a hurry. There was every opportunity for them to come back in that matchup, but Furia were just too good at the end of the day. I think, and am I crazy, or did this almost seem like it was over as soon as Furia banned the Blitz? I think at that moment, I'm like, okay, the complexity of that entire map shifted before the map itself even started, and then, yeah, current world champ showing exactly why they're still at the top.
Yeah, Jacob, it's quite nice to get something right when you were talking about it pre-desk, right? Seeing as how Fluxo was going off of this kind of blitz, what really worked for them in their previous game, and then, oh, you know, the simple thing to do would be to just ban the blitz. But it wasn't that Furia did, because what we saw on their defense as well was the constant Oryx, the constant Legion. Those are great shield counters, and we saw them being brought out constantly. What we also saw was that they were just trying to get rid of the players that were around the Monty as well, just to make sure that the Monty couldn't be thriving as much, because the rounds that we did see Fluxo do well on their attacks with that Monty was when there were actual players around him to back him up as well. What I saw as well is that Furia had to start off of a 4v5 in quite some rounds, but then their coordination seemed pretty good to be able to come back from that to get the reflex going. That was a trend that continued on attack. Not so necessarily losing the opening engagement, but having that kind of coordination to force the direct takes, to make sure they have all the angles covered. That was something that we definitely saw here from Furia.
Yeah, Hashi won 3 straight entries, which did set Fluxo up pretty decently in that first half, and then got no entries at all in the second half. Only won one round in spite of that, but still wasn't able to string anything together. And I think everything for Chalet, when we get from... Well, I mean, you can move out of the shield meta only so much on a map like Chalet, and what Fluxo were trying with the Monty, if they had been able to move quicker behind it, if it had been a blitz, I think this would have been a much different story. But now we find ourselves going to a map that, I mean, Fluxo had a bit of a win streak going on Chalet. Furia have their own win streak heading into Cafe. And suddenly everything feels like it's now flipped on its head. If there was any advantage that Fluxo had, it felt like that had to come out in map 1. Now that it didn't, what are they going to be able to do to come back in the series at all, Anne?
It's really going to be difficult. What we're looking at is that these players still show up individually. I mean, they've created these openings for themselves, which is great. But then if you can't capitalize off of that and actually convert the round, then that really seems like a difficult thing to have happen against you. One player that really stepped up on the side of Furia, though, which they might have to look into shutting down, is a player like Nate. He was active in quite a few clutch situations. Didn't get the first one that he was put into, but then 2 rounds in a row, he was the one to end the round with either a really important player just winning out a gunfight that was necessary for Furia to win the round. So be able to shut a player down like him could be a huge factor for Fluxo to show more success. But we're seeing here as well, you said Hashi 3-0 straight on the entry. You need to be able to convert those rounds, especially on the attacker Chalet. When you get the opening, make sure that you keep on systematically working down, work off your checklist, just to make sure that you're eliminating players by players by players. But they should know that Furia was going to pit Cafe, or they could have an idea considering their 5-game win streak. So I hope that Fluxo has done their homework.
Yeah, if you can't beat Furia on a small map, then I wonder what your chances are when you try beating Furia on a big map, especially one that they are obviously very comfortable with. And even if Fluxo were to get some defensive advantages when they start on the first half, again, just remember they only won 1 defense on Chalet, and that came off the backs of Raps dying early, and you really want that sort of support in your back line, but still can't get it. So there's every opportunity now for Fluxo to come back into this matchup, but they really need a strong Cafe if they want to force us all the way to Clubhouse. Gentlemen, is this where Fluxo's series ends, or is this where we see them come back a little bit? I don't know what the answer is. I want to know what Stokes and Lynx think. If they'll tell me.
Guys, I don't think it's looking good. I think it's looking real bad, actually. I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, listen. Yeah, I got nothing. I'm gonna be super honest. Like, the one thing I've got is, at least like in my mind, stylistically, maybe it's not the most aggressive map, so Furia might struggle there. And we also saw when Fluxo played Bank against MIBR that more strategic, coordinated, plant-focused maps are not exactly great for them on the attacking side.
No. And I mean, the key thing here is that Furia is going to be starting with the lesser half, right? They're going to be starting off on offense. This is their map choice, so Fluxo obviously going to take defense on Cafe, because why wouldn't you at the end of the day? Ying and Monty going to be banned out. I really like this out of Furia. Monty, just great to build off of. We've discussed this. We discussed it in the last map, and Cafe is going to be no different. This is something that he's really good at. So Valkyrie's going to get removed, but I'm really worried for Fluxo in this regard. Although it is Cafe, and there's a lot of limiting factors to how aggressive you can get on this map, mostly because to gain access to the top floors, you're either going through a hatch, a skylight, or you're flying in through a window. Furia is one of these teams that if there is a way to exploit a map, they will do it to its fullest potential. They are the seam splitters that we've known across the last 2 years. A lot of tropes that we've seen in maps. It's not that they don't exist; it's that Furia doesn't give a damn that they do, and they will be able to pull off really whatever they want to at the end of the day. So that's what we're going to be looking into here. Does Fluxo have the potential to put Furia in a box on this offensive side? And if they are they capable of pulling off something great when it comes to their offensive half? We'll have those answers here in about 6 rounds. Fluxo is going to be starting us off on the mid floor here. And honestly, not a hater of that. Not a hater of that at all, Lynx. I really like this bomb site.
No, I'm not going to complain about anybody going reading room first. I mean, you put a couple players down below, hold a couple players on the top floor. You're chilling. Also, I did not know, actually. I have not put in the Super Copa do Brazil stats, so I did not know that Furia were on a 5-game win streak going into this. So I hear Ann say that, and I'm like, oh, this is even worse than I thought? You're telling me that this map that I already thought was not going to be good for Fluxo is actually way worse than I initially thought it was going to be. Well, that's not ideal. So, yeah. We'll hear him out, because listen, it is also defense on Chalet, right? And you mentioned that you like this site, and what are we probably going to have, especially with the Yokais on the board? If Furia try to take the top floor, maybe you send a Yokai upstairs and the defense retakes later in the round. We could see Fluxo play this quite fluidly.
Yeah, we most definitely could. And that's what we're really looking for at the end of the day. We want to see solid team play built up off of this utility they've brought to the board, because you have these Dreadnought mines in, you have the Legion mines in, and all of these are really good signs for Fluxo, especially if they can catch Furia at a proper moment, maybe delay them on the swing, or maybe just mess up a swing in general and get a nice little pick off of that. But we'll just have to see. Furia are going to be working the Deimos in. This is actually the very first time inside of this series. I really like it here for Cafe, especially given just the map in general. There's a lot of soft destruction. There's a lot of different ways that you can abuse the Deimos on a map like this, and they are going to try and do that post haste. They already have a nice little read here on the Echo. They are going to see a bulletproof here that they'll end up getting rid of in the hallway, as they already have control of train. And there's really nobody in the area, nobody in this neck of the woods to try and deal with this issue. In fact, Furia have a little bit of ghost pressure on that top level as well, so I highly doubt Fluxo even wants to try and step into Christmas.
I feel like this is an old strategy when you try to take reading room, is you just go for quick control of train instead of the full clear of the top floor, but it's one that really suits Furia's playstyle and makes a lot of sense, especially as you have her just holding there very early on, can wait to see if Mitrix or Raps or anybody tries to take a gunfight, and he's just able to hopefully get an early pick, and in this case, as you can see, very clearly successful. Luca now has to rotate down and take up the white stairs position instead. That puts him in a bit of a difficult spot, because Hashi's probably lacking a bit of support now, which is likely why he's getting aggressive and thinking about taking a hop out of that window. Furia, with a minute remaining, pushing even further into the site. Nade just going in, and Raps doesn't have a great angle on it. C4 will go out, forces Nade off, and now gives the Sentry an angle onto where Furia are trying to put this diffuser down. Luke has died in the process, and while Astro finds one, the bigger threat might not be that MP5 SD, but might be the Yokais he's got to deny this plant even further. JV92 with a great backstab. Not even the player he was hunting. The Echo is his primary target, and now his final one. Though Astro with a nice set of kills will pepper a few more shots into Nade, put him to half HP, but given that he's only a couple bullets away from death and Fellapox is cutting off his rotation, pretty easy to see how that round ends for Furia.
That was great. That was so well done from Furia. They figure out the bomb site, get that ghost pressure going on the top level. And it's not even really ghost pressure at the end of the day. They did have a body repellent over there that could end up abusing the windows if Fluxo wanted to rotate in for the hatch, but they didn't really need that. What they ended up doing is wrapping things off, making sure that they have some potential built up around the bomb site. And what breaks first, Carter? It's Herds over on white stairs. Once again, finding a moment to where they get an ISO'd one-on-one. The other player doesn't really know what the heck's going on. Herds gets that big big kill, and it completely shifts gears for Fluxo. They don't have nearly the amount of bodies to hold the crossfires downstairs, and really the most benefiting position for Furia was the fact that they really only had that cross coming in from reading. They try and get things going with that, try and get the Nitro cell out there, but Furia read that out as well. And from that moment in time onward, I mean, it's just all bad news bears for Fluxo. There's not really much that they're going to be able to do. Can't really hold a candle to the flame of Furia inside of that round, especially as they start to get the ball rolling. So Fluxo feels as though an adjustment is necessary. They're going to bring things upstairs. I do as well, Carter. I just really do not like how we ended up seeing that go down. It feels like Fluxo is time and time again getting caught off guard by Furia showing up at their doorstep at inopportune times.
It really is starting to feel like as well. I mean, not to jinx it, we'll see how it goes in this map, but it really is starting to feel like Herds in particular, these last 2 to 3 maps, the first one against Fluxo and maps, I suppose 1, 2, and 3, but certainly 1 to 2 on the Elevate Academy game, like Herds is starting to hit his stride again. He has been in a slump for the first half of the year that has really bottomed out in Stage 2, but much more consistently in the LCQ, he has been able to recapture some of that success, and last round being able to work himself into a position to find that early pick. It's where we've been seeing Herds have a very, very little success so far this stage. This time, though, he's got the 5.52, something very normal for Herds, but he's actually on the Grim this time. Bit of a curious change in the lineup because, Sam, normally we see this guy on utility you use immediately then don't care about, or utility you really don't need to use at all. And Grim as an operator, you got to keep alive for most of the round.
Yeah, most definitely. He's one of those operators you really want to base off of good info. A way you can try and dislodge a player or maybe just box them out. There's really 2 different ways you can have those bees. And once again, here we are. Herds. I said 1 versus 1. It's up against Raps. I don't know if they have solid info on this player. He might just be holding the rotation to see if he tries to make a dash for white. I think that's exactly what we're about to get. Freebie?
Question
maybe.
mark? Wallbang?
Really difficult now. You'd expect him to hit that shot, and oh, Mitrix does not even turn around, or rather Raps, and that's going to be under Raps for Furia. It's a 4 versus 2. 4 versus 1.
Yeah,
4 versus none.
I mean, this is looking like we have not missed a beat from Chalet, which is, you know, not only because that they've won 2 attacks in a row, and that is what? Let me... You know, it's important enough. I don't want to mess it up. This is now, what, 4 attacks in a row between Chalet and Cafe? Yeah? They won the final 2 on Chalet, the first 2 here. But it's also the exact same pace is being set by Furia. They are not getting stalled out on a map that I feel like Eve is notorious for teams stalling out. Whether you're in pro play or in ranked, seeing a team sit on top of the roof or a hatch for a minute and a half, just not knowing what to do. It's a meme that's been made about Cafe for like 5, 6, 7 years since the game has been out.
Yeah.
And Furia are just doing the exact same thing they did on Chalet, which is they're finding a way to get Herds in a gap early. He gets an opening pick. Then they try to go for a plant. If that's struggling to work out, they have JV92 go for a backstab, which is exactly how they ended up winning the game on Kitchen and Dining on Chalet. And that's what happened in round 1. Didn't even need to happen this time because Furia shot everybody in the first, 45 seconds that they actually got into the building.
Yeah.
It's the exact same team, and it's 2 different maps.
The craziest thing as well is, you know, what did I talk about when we came into this map, Carter? It was the fact that the key difference between Chalet and Cafe is that it's really difficult in comparison to get positioning on Cafe because there's just a lot of limiting factors, a lot of window play for the top 2 levels, really only the stairwells to try and traverse things past that, and that makes things very difficult, especially the defense wants to hold on to those. But time and time again, Furia has found their way into the building, unbeknownst to Fluxo. They just have not been capable of playing Cafe to its fullest advantage. And Furia have time and time again found these gaps, worked their way in, got their pick, and made life difficult. I mean, how in the hell, guys, are we losing our smoke in the first 30 seconds of the round? What is going on?
I mean, it's Mitrix, too, who we talked about was one of the standout performers for Fluxo in their best of 3 2 days ago, but so far 0-3 at the moment. Bit of a different side than where he was having that impact in the game against MIBR, but just nothing from Mitrix so far this series. And most of the same can be said for Fluxo. Even the people with 2 kills, the fight that they are putting up is just not sufficient. Not even at the necessary levels against Furia at the moment, as Herds, who 4-0, looking to now start working his way down brown stairs. The player playing white, a necessary position to hold when you're defending kitchen. He might have support from Hashi, but he's been spotted by the Demos.
Yeah. Stuck in VIP. And they know about this as well. You can see the supporting angle working its way in from Whiskey. That's going to be Hashi trying to hold this down. But now it's just a delay factor here for Fluxo. Big issue is that Furia, whenever it does go quiet like this just means that they're building up for something great. This just means that they're building up to try and tear up that mid floor and make life all that more difficult for these site players. It's really not about you two right now. It's about what's going on in this mid floor and what Furia is trying to produce. Back on drones here as well, just to make sure that they are aware of Lukid rotating.
Nice.
Nade's going to go down. That is a huge nitro cell here, bringing us into the last minute.
And now that you're in this 4v4, obviously Fluxo need to be worried about white, but really everybody needs to be focused on one of the 3 staircases. If I'm playing against Herds, I have got to at least be cognizant of the fact that if I say, hey, who's watching what? I've got brown, I've got white, and nobody says red, odds are Herds might be there. And Lukid is doing exactly that.
There
he
you go.
rotates, gets a long angle onto brown, and Herds is caught as he tries to move down. Finally, some good reactions for Fluxo that might net them their first defensive win. Last Dokkaebi call goes out. JV92 with 1 Deathmark tracker remaining, but he's spotted on red stairs, and there's a crossfire on his position. Furia have made some crazy late-round rotations work, but I think Fluxo have the better of them here. DMR can easily find the second, but Fellapox might land the shots. It takes all of his HP. Finally, a bit of a comeback from Fluxo, not necessarily in terms of how the half might end, but just a far more active and good round from them.
Yeah, we'll just let that round stand as a testament to how Cafe is supposed to go, right? They lock down the stairwells, they lock down the rotation options, and let alone that, they lock down Furia's verticality. They kill the buck, and they make, life very difficult for the remainder of the round for Furia. They're just not really capable of trying to get things going their way. Just no real fire starter for them. Now, Fluxo, gonna call the timeout here, and honestly, I don't hate this. They have a successful round downstairs, but it's really not about that, folks. They're locked out of the kitchen site for the foreseeable future. That'll be only capable of being played again in round 6. Now they have to figure out some way, somehow, Carter, to get a successful round inside of these other bomb sites, because they did not look good. They did not look good at all.
It's just surprising both times Fluxo have been forced to use their tactical timeout in the first half. Obviously, on Chalet, they used it to try and set up and execute or a plan for how they would take that final attacking round on Chalet. It did not get a round win, and I don't know if they really would have had much time to use a tactical timeout in the second half, but certainly would have been nice, but did not have it as an option when Furia were steamrolling them on the attacking side. It is fair to use here. I mean, we're 1-2 in, but as you said, Reading and Cocktail looked really, really good for Furia and really, really bad for Fluxo. So kitchen is locked. You know, and Furia know as well that Fluxo are going to go back to one of the sites they probably previously defended, but maybe mining as well. So they hit the pause button, try to reset, because if you're losing your defensive half on Chalet and Fluxo, this is their better side, you're in for a really rough spot if you're not able to get a 4-2, probably a 4-2 in all honesty on this defense.
Yeah. And honestly, they might be looking for that right now. They might be a little worried with how the potential future of this goes. They're able to get one more. That might be a count your lucky stars moment with how Fury have been playing. We'll just have to see. Back on the board they are, speaking of Furia. And not very many changes. I mean, they're going to bring the Capitao in. They'll shift the Grim on over to KZ here instead. And I really like this, especially because we are assaulting the top floor, or rather mid-floor here with a extension up top. But either way, I like it because of the displacement. You have a lot of different pieces of utility to lock up Fluxo and make their life that is presumably already going to be difficult because of the way that Furia has been able to get away with a lot of different things here and just make it all that much worse. Stun in, looking to get rid of... Oh, you shot it a little bit too fast there, Nade. Sometimes it even gets the pros, guys. You got to be patient when it comes to especially those laser barricades.
And that's actually not an unimportant moment, to be honest, because even though you have the Rotero drones as backup, now you need to dedicate it to that castle barricade when you could have used it to maybe try and open up something below the mirror window or destroy some barbed wire. Or destroy that BP. We do not have a Brava on the board. So leaving that castle barricade up, maybe you destroy it later on. But that probably means a piece of utility that you would have otherwise liked to be destroyed. And again, I'm really looking at that bulletproof. is going to be on the board. JV92 very close on this cocktail window. Will send a flash in as firebolts go in response. Uses the sound to allow himself to repel in. Will take that very close angle. Astro with the first one on to Nade, and nobody's giving a gunfight to JV92. Finally, he does, but it's only a trade. 3v3 as Fluxo have been able to keep this close. Started off with an opening pick. As KZ strikes, JV92 holds that angle. Furia finish it off as quickly as it began. Tactical timeout ineffective 2 times now. 3-1 Furia.
That's what you always got to be worried about, man. When Furia activate, you know that there's some other inner workings going on. Yeah, it gets down to a 3 versus 3, Carter, but these things are not built the same. Furia have such solid positioning on these crosses, and they know exactly where Fluxo want to try and fall back from, and they punish them at every single turn. Every single angle goes the way of Furia, and so does the round. It's 3-1, and that's even post Fluxo timeout. I think they did a solid job of being able to at least get some kills under wraps, but so far their strategy is not standing the test of time up against what Furia want to deliver. I mean, even the delay that we saw was really up to Furia, and specifically up to Nade just not being patient enough around a laser barricade as he was waiting for that animation to finish up. If they would have, had that as instead, that round would have went even faster and probably still had the same result.
I said this before, but it's important to reiterate. Just because people might be thinking that Fluxo is a weaker opponent, the way Furia are playing right now is the exact form that people need to be scared about. I have not exactly made it a secret over the past couple stages that I've been a bit of a Furia, maybe not a Furia hater, because I do love this team, but a Furia truther. I was pessimistic going into Manchester about their performances. And I have some hot takes that I don't want to say here, but
you'll say them on your alt Twitter account.
Yeah, exactly.
Furia Truther 999.
Yeah, my Reddit burner Arcanic Truth. I mean, what? No, I'm just kidding. But the way this team is playing right now is very scary, and of course we'll need to see them do it against better competition. But that we have a game like this where it just feels like the enemy team literally cannot do anything is very, very worrisome. Really big fan of this overhead right now, I guess.
Yeah,
Not sure what happened,
honestly, hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, y'all at home might hate it. I love it. If we had this for like half the round, that would make me so happy.
But the funny thing is, given how Furia play and how they specifically attacked Cocktail before, this actually probably will be pretty illustrative and show a lot of how Furia could end up taking this round. Because look, we got JV92 on one side, we got Nade on the other rappel. And I assume we have the other players on the roof at the moment, aside from Herds, who's in the reading room. Like, we've got a good idea for what this attack is going to be because of this. I don't know how KZ got put to like 2 HP, but probably 100%. C4 right? No, C4. I have no idea how he got put to 2 HP then.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in my mind, Carter, we do a little bit of a disservice to the fans at home because we don't use that all that often, but also to the fans at home, it's your fault. If you'd stop tweeting about the third-person camera and how you can't see things in first person, we would be able to use that more. But no, we can't have nice things because you guys complain. So we'll have to see if there is anything cool that happens in first person. But that's the thing. That's why I like the third person cam. Do you see how much time is remaining? We get to see where this entire push is coming in from now. We know that Fury is working their way over into red, and we know there's going to be a low time execute. They really need some big kills here up against the mirror setup inside of Freezer. But as it usually goes with Furia, this isn't a one-trick pony. This is not a one-front assault. They still have that lurker downstairs, and it's going to be Herds once again. Gets a big pick on White and also tracks another player the top stairwell. That is a crazy angle there from Astro. KZ got caught completely off guard because who the hell is going to be crouch walking across bar at a time like this? Apparently him. It gets down to a 2 versus 2. A 1 versus 2.
Actually. Nade stuck outside of the building as Raps on a long angle cuts down Herds. This is not unwinnable, but it really depends on what damage has been done to those mirror windows and how close somebody is playing underneath this new hatch. You can probably drop safely unless... No, nobody's on the balcony, so yeah, you are safe to drop and likely even recover the diffuser as well. See one player playing on that mirror window, but there's a council barricade in the way, so they can wrap around Brown. But Nade actually has time. Nade actually has time to push deeper into the site as he's doing right now. He'll come off as he hears one, the C4 go out. But Raps makes the smart call, plays it safe, and the council rotates. Good round for Fluxo as Furia spend a lot of time setting up, and then aside from Herds' backstab down below, Fluxo get aggressive and take the fight to them.
I love the Stanley cam here from Raps. Just has that water bottle right in front of the webcam. You know, this man's hydrated. Fluxo gonna be happy with that one after they're finally able to shut down Furia. They fight fire with fire, able to get it down to the 2v2. But this time around, Furia not in the same neck of the woods. These two players separated by a zip code and just not really able to work with each other. Yeah, Nate gets it down to a pseudo one versus one, but Fluxo play off of each other extremely well. They're able to take him out in that clutch moment. Very well done to them. Now we go down to that bomb site that I touched on earlier, the successful one that we saw in round 3 that Furia never were really capable of getting a handle on. And it really came down to the fact that they lost their buck pretty early on as he was breaking up verticality. And that Nitro Cell ended up claiming his life. Now Fluxo will work their way back into a very similar position, although a much different lineup here for Furia. No buck this time around. They're feeling the Ram here instead. They've also got Glass coming into the party too. This is building up to be quite interesting here, Carter.
I mean, whenever you see the Glass enter the lineup, it's always like, all right, what do we have planned? What are we doing? And on a first floor defense, I mean, think probably something around the bakery area would be my guess, but there aren't exactly a lot of easy places I could think to implement the Glass. The thing I'm more thinking about is the presence of the Nook and the Dokkaebi. I was about to say, somebody's probably getting close to a staircase very early on in the round. KZ has just walked into bottom white early on, likely evaded that default camera entirely, and he is not in safe and comfortable territory. Luke had about to open that impact grenade, and KZ will leave the area, so any impact he was hoping to have will not be the case. Some shots fired on the way out. Luke Kid with the second one will open up that window and put KZ to a bit of reduced HP, but the lurk is ineffective, but you don't get punished for it. That's a win in my book.
Yeah. You can tell Fluxo getting a little bit more comfortable on the server right now, too. Furia.
Oh.
We know how fast they like to act. Remember, guys, it's all about when they want to try and swing through, and that is going to make so much noise. That was a beautiful setup here from Furia. The boogie drone up top just tears up the flooring, makes life so difficult for them. The frag grenade in. This is going to put Hashi all the way back on his heels, and this is not looking hot for Fluxo. This is not looking hot at all. Is it a perfect round? It is! Furia! Oh my!
The moment we cut to JV92 at the window, it's just like everything fell into place for what they were going to do. I was like, oh my god, I see it entirely. This is going to go flawlessly.
Yeah.
Because as you said, you throw in the boogie window, it destroys the barricade initially, and it gives sound to cover JV92 walking down red. And of course, when you're walking down red, what are two of the main things you have to worry about? The head holes. And, well, I guess technically 3 things. The head holes, the guy in red or in coat check, and anybody watching the long angle. Yep. But if you just hit a crazy Glass execute front, guess what a lot of the people who would normally be watching the head holes are probably watching? Probably the front push. So JV92 has the opportunity to go down and actually watch people not looking at him, moving inside of the site. And then if those fights go their way, he's then emboldened to take the fight long bar or close in coat check. Just a really well thought out rush from Furia right there. And capping off what overall was a stellar attacking half, not breaking stride at all from their Chalet performance. I think Fluxo obviously had a good showing in that kitchen defense, and then in bar cocktail, just, you know, a good one as well. But overall, just like Chalet, it's been Furia, the better team on these attacks than Fluxo have been on their defenses.
Yeah, I mean, life is just insanely difficult when it comes to playing against Furia when they're looking like this. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, it's pretty fundamental siege, Carter. I mean, they identify the positioning of the defenders, they get set up for their exi, and they all, you know, hit the starting line at the exact same time. And that's really the key thing there for Furia. The fact that they have so much active play going on that benefits each other. That's where things really, really hit the rails. And, I mean, Furia is just so very good at finding, you know, opportunities like that and finding the way that they want to try and go about bullying these site setups. And you see it there once again in a flawless fashion. I mean, you know, Fluxo had every single body readily available to them to try and stop that take, yet Furia still beat them over the head with a hammer. It's absolutely ridiculous. But that's the thing. There has been team after team, it doesn't matter the skill level, that have fallen victim to this exact same thing out of Furia. It's just because they're so darn gifted when it comes to these kind of clears, when it comes to these kind of pushes. And we see it yet again. Now into round 7, Furia have the reins of the defense. They're going to be starting off in the basement level.
And to highlight those individual performances so far, I mean, Felipox 8-2. I didn't even know Felipox was killing people. Like, that's just how strong these games have been. The fact that he's 8-2 is crazy. Herd's 5-3 as well. And what is really going to likely make these defenses is what usually makes them for Furia, which is these individual performances. On Cafe, it's a bit harder to play the loose roam like you can on a map like Chalet, so what you'll see a lot more of is holding these power positions that Furia are going for. Plus, against Fluxo, Sam, said it a couple times already, but they really struggle with these full clears. They really struggle with acquiring this control, but then using it in a timely manner. So not giving them an opening pick is probably the best strategy for Furia.
100%. Keep everybody alive into the last minute. Make them take space, Carter. You hear me say this all the time because you have to sit here and hear me dribble on about Siege. and that's the thing. That is of the utmost importance when it comes to playing against a team like Fluxo. You want to sit on your hands, folks. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, maybe you show face a little bit, but if you die, you're doing something critically wrong when you're playing up against a team like this. You want to force them into their execute because you know it's not going to go their way. You know that they're going to have to eventually take a fight with you, and you're probably going to come out on top. Either that or you're going to have enough utility if they delay long enough to just box them out of the site entirely. And so far, that's exactly what we're seeing. Look, Fluxo do not want to get on the gas pedal. If this was Furia, this round would have already been settled 45 seconds ago.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, this is the first time I feel like we've even been close to 20 seconds remaining with more than 2 people alive.
Oh, no.
KZ, that is ridiculous. I mean, you're supposed to hold bottom white, and he's like, I'm getting bored. I'm going to fight this guy. But it's actually not working out so far. It's only a 3v3 as Fluxo briefly held the man advantage. But everyone else is holding their power positions. Herd's on for 3 as Hashi moves into the freezer, and the round ends on time. Player holding the vertical will not end up having any impact, and Furia might have been on the back foot for about 0.5 seconds. But aside from KZ, everyone just sat, held their positions, played their role, and shut their mouth.
Well, Furia's giving me an easy job here today, Carter, because I don't feel like it, takes a rocket scientist to break this one down. Fluxo are just not able to operate in the same capacity, and Furia knows exactly what is making Fluxo tick, especially on these offensive sides. I mean, they're not really able to work off of themselves in an effective manner. That entire situation that we see over on White is all due to the fact that we have nobody else to try and support on any other angle. If that's Furia, we've got somebody over on Brown. We've got somebody operating over on the booth's window. We have something that is there to try and assist with that situation, and Fluxo have nothing. Instead, what they have is 3 people around the dining hatch just waiting to drop in and die to the person in coffee. I mean, it's just a poor look, especially if that is the version of an offense that we're going to get when you've had 2 minutes and 30 seconds to process what's going on downstairs. You're not going to win around like that. You're not going to win around like that, especially up against a roster like Furia.
And this is the problem with, I mean, I don't know, it's kind of hard to say. It's like, this is the problem when you're not great on either side. Is Fluxo used that tactical timeout, they didn't get anything from it, and now when you maybe want to rethink your attacks as Furia go up 5-2, you're just forced to figure it out in round, which Fluxo do not have a good track record of doing effectively. They did it on Consulate, but their adaptation was put Mitrix on Blitz and play into the meta. Sure, Blitz is unbanned right now. Monty might be gone, but that's not something Fluxo want to go for. They have Mitrix on Flores, which, is a good operator to bring, but the one salient, operator that Fluxo had that succeeded, that Blitz, has not been a factor. Now we'll see a rush into the site. This is a good call. That is completely shut down as everyone stacks on top of each other, running into the reading room door. Raps will find Nade wrapping around the new balcony to get a kill. But Fluxo have walked into the building and immediately into the line of fire. Have not come away the victors. 39 HP for Lukid. Raps shut down. The map seems like it might just be over at this point. Astro making a good fight of it, though. Just traded out. What can you do at this point? You even just wait, try to have a tactical timeout. KZ will feed himself to, I don't even say the beast, but feed himself to Astro. It's a 1v2, Sam.
Oh man, Carter. Yeah. Just to exemplify what you and I have been talking about, and the fact that these rosters are just not built the same with what they're able to pull off in a map. That rush from Fluxo, it's so half-baked, man. It's so half-baked. They just do not have other, resources in other bags. All their eggs are in this one basket, and they're just trying to fly in through Hell Door.
You know what you could have done? You had Hashi on the IQ. if you want to go for that rush, Blitz is unbanned. Sure, there's a Legion on the board, but use your Rotero drones. Let's say there's a goo mine on reading door. Use your Rotero drone to destroy that goo mine or any barbed wire, and then send the Blitz in afterwards. You can still do that rush with almost all the same operators, but you're playing more to the strengths that we saw Fluxo win a map or win 2 maps against MIBR, but specifically Consulate on. And sure, that Legion is in the way, but there's not many other direct counters to what Furia are doing. Maybe you have to worry about vertical angles, but you always have to worry about that when you're rushing on reading room. I just don't see why Fluxo go for that rush, but then you don't use one of the most meta operators. You don't use the operator that brought attacks on such a defender-sided map against MIBR. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's even further solutions to that. I mean, the thing that was the biggest gripe for me was the fact that we didn't see anybody try and operate around 90. Think about it this way. If they have that man play things out the way that he did, he hits those nice shots, and you have that player that swings in through 90 at the same time for Fluxo, they get that trade and they still have reading control, right? There's these realms of reality where Fluxo just aren't operating at the level at which we are really asking them to, let alone the operator choices. I mean, they could have went for a Doke as well and had very similar results. Hit that call, you don't have to worry about cameras. You guys can all get aggressive on the different portions of the map that you want to try and play into. But instead, what we get is, once again, a very half-baked offense flying in through this hell door we're looking at right here and just dying to JV92 as soon as they make contact. I mean, the first guy hits the tale as old as time clip, Carter. Why are you sprinting? Why are you sprinting in a target-rich environment like that? You know somebody is going to swing you, but you have your gun down. You can't have that.
We'll see some utility go out. 4 of the canisters from Grim. Expended within the first minute. Will anything be gained of it? Does seem to set up Hashi at least briefly, but JV92, 2 rounds in a row, catches 2 Fluxo members in the same spray.
Wow.
That's a good heads-up fight by Raps. It seemed Nate had that one lined up. But Herds will go for the retake. Doesn't seem that Grim is aware of this. Drone will go out, so he'll push even further up Whitehall to try and dodge that bit of intel, but it will turn around. And now Herds does find himself in a bit of a difficult spot. The Velopox will go up, but Raps still loses the fight. Final canister expended as well, all for naught. Shotgun swapped, Pixel dead, Mitrix 1v3. Can you do it?
Stop it.
No,
Stop
you
it.
can't. Furia will move to our grand finals of the Brazil LCQ, and I don't think we can use any other word to describe that but dominance from Furia.
Yeah. You know, Carter, there's a reason that they have weight classes in MMA, all right? It's for moments like this. Furia just bullies Fluxo in every sense of the term. Strategically, mechanically, all the different ways that you would want to beat an opponent, they did that. They basically reduced Fluxo to atoms. These guys, they didn't know what to do, Lynx. I mean, you could see them trying to adapt in the moment, but again, all of it was just very half-keeled. We never really saw them get into their actual bag, really find something of value, of merit. And you know, for Fluxo, I feel really bad because they looked at least decent yesterday, especially with Mitrix and what, you know, he was able to pull off with the shield play. But today, it just wasn't there.
No, and I think, you know, a trend line that we saw on that map, of course, 7-2 victory for Furia over Fluxo, is the fact that, sure, Furia got 7 of the 9 opening picks, but Fluxo got 2. But the 2 times they got those opening picks were in rounds that Furia won. In round 4, Astro killed Nade, but that was the round JV92 repelled into Cocktail and got that 3K. Then we just saw Hashi kill KZ early on. Furia win the round anyway. None of that game, none of that series really after the first half of Chalet felt like it was really in Fluxo's control. They might win rounds, they might get the better of Furia, but it was Furia setting the pace. It was Furia putting forth an argument, and it was always incumbent upon Fluxo to respond. And in most rounds, they did not have a good one. But to be fair, even when it seemed that Fluxo were reacting well on these defenses, when Furia on the attack, or when they're on Chalet and they're attacking basement from Wineside, what happened? Nade 4K, JV92 3K, Herds 2 3Ks on that defensive side. It felt like Fluxo weren't playing very good strategically, but to be honest, even if they were, the Furia we saw today probably would have beat them anyway. because they were playing at about a 9 out of 10, maybe not a 10 out of 10, just because that's a very high bar, Sam. But they were playing close to their ceiling in this matchup. And I don't know in the form we were showing that even if Fluxo performed a lot better, if they could beat this Furia, because they seemed indomitable.
Yeah, I'm in total agreement with you. And I think that that's the thing to really touch on here, because you and I talked about it in our previous Furia bout, and the fact that Furia is a team that throughout this stage and throughout, this year post-Hammer, they've had a really tough time dealing with their opponents because everybody knows so much about the squad. A lot of research, a lot of analytics, and a lot of time has went into teams breaking down Furia. And that's the thing. Heavy is the head that wears the crown, Lynx. There's a reason that is a phrase, and it's that right there. Everybody cares about what you're doing, what you're creating, and I mean, hey, pressure makes diamonds, though, man. And when you're able to truly find yourself, that's when Furia is at their best, and that's what we're seeing right here, folks. We're seeing an evolution to their top level right here, and I think that that's the thing, Lynx. When it comes down to it, we talked about this inside of that last bout as well. They're a team that perform at a crazy upper echelon when it comes to having their back against the wall. They will not go quietly into the night. They will not allow themselves to be snuffed out, especially of going to an entire major. You think this roster is going to let that happen? I highly doubt it.
I doubt it too. And let's talk to, of course, one of the big brains behind Furia. Jacob and Ann have Fellapox on the line to discuss that victory.
Yeah, of course. There was really nobody else that we really wanted to talk to other than Fellapox about how this matchup went. Overall, congratulations to Furia doing exactly what they were supposed to do back during the regular stage, and also what they did last time they played Fluxo, which, to be fair, was weeks and weeks ago. But everything that they did led into this matchup pretty darn perfectly. So let's put Fellapox back in the interviewer's chair and talk about how this matchup went. Dude, again, congratulations. Wonderful to see you again. It's like we talk to you all the time, so it's good to do it again. Shield play was the big critique that you had for yourselves in your game against Elevate Academy, was also the big reason why Fluxo were able to beat MIBR. They loved the shield play, but in this game, it wasn't a problem and you guys saw right through it. Why was it so ineffective against you guys today?
First of all, thank you. And I think the shield, like in defense, we play great against shields. And we banned Blitz. Like, they play really well Blitz, not so much Montaigne on the first map. So we banned Blitz, and they used Montaigne a lot of rounds. I think 4 rounds they used Montaigne. But we brought Lesion to the lineup. We brought a lot of operators to counter the Montaigne. And it was good, because we knew they were going to do that. So it became easier.
It worked out very well for you. And normally when we sit here, we ask like, hey, what did you think you can improve on? But I think today's game was great. So my question is, what were you most proud of today from you and the guys?
I'm really proud of the communication we brought. It was really on point. We are talking about everything they were doing. We knew everything we had to do against them. So I'm really proud of the matchup today. And I hope tomorrow we can play the same siege as we played today.
We know historically you guys love Cafe as a map. Chalet, perhaps not so much, but you also haven't lost it very much over the course of the past 2 years. Was the mindset going into this matchup, so long as we win Cafe, we're fine, and Chalet is kind of a bonus, or were you playing specifically to make sure that you could win this series 2-0?
No, we were really sure that we could beat them on Chalet. I don't know why they picked that, to be honest, because we lost some chalets, but to really good chalets like Liquid, like to BDS, and our chalet is pretty good, and their chalet is not so good. So I don't know why they picked that. And Cafe is a map they never played. Like, their lineup, Fluxo, never played Cafe. So the moment they let it open, we picked it, and we knew it was going to be easy.
Well, it certainly looked easy, at least from where we sat comfortably in our chairs over here. Again, congratulations on the victory, and we'll see you in the final tomorrow.
Sure.
Black Dragons or Keat Stars, do you care who you play?
No. Anyone.
Nope, that's it. I can't trick you with these questions, dude. That's exactly the right answer. All right, we'll see you tomorrow, dude. Take care.
Thank you. See you guys.
I think both BD and VKS at this particular moment in time are shaking in their boots, knowing they have to get through one another first and then go up against a team that just knocked off one of the teams that got the upset victories back in the quarterfinals. It's not looking great for whoever comes out in the other semifinal, but for Furia, they're like, yep, this is a normal day at the office.
I love the little shoo move when he was asking, when you were asking what team he would like to play against, because I don't think it simply matters regarding, regardless of who it is. If Furia shows up again, how they do today, it's going to be a very, very tough matchup for whoever they might play against, because they simply just were better on all kind of fronts today. And what Fellowpuck said about the communication as well, you can definitely see that that is what they thrived in today. It already started showing on Shelly. We talked about the good communication, how they had all of their cross fires covered, all of their angles covered. It continued here on Cafe. What we saw is the flawless round 6 taken to finish a 4-2 attacking split. That's not common on a map like Cafe. Just shows that if you work together, if you do communicate together, if you bring out these operators that you know work well against Fluxo, then it will actually help you. JV92, Fleepox, all on the double digits for that matchup as well. We talked about Nate having a great first map, but those two were definitely the ones that showed up here. And when we're looking at it, and it's only 5 kills separating these players, that to me says there isn't necessarily, sorry, 6 in total, there isn't necessarily one player that showed up more today than others did. And that's a quite balanced win condition, just so you don't have to rely on one person. Whereas if we look at the side of Fluxo, the people we talked about as being their main characters, Hashi on the entry, didn't necessarily go crazy on that today. Astro wasn't popping off. Matrix couldn't play his blitz. That certainly made it very difficult for these players.
Yeah, absolutely no concerns about a slow start for Furia, and when you only get 2 entry kills for Fluxo on map 2, that was kind of the moment that everything really fell apart. Also, just give me the Herds MVP graphic right now, production. I know it exists. I know it's there. There it is. Herds absolutely slaughtered in this one. 20 kills over a series that combined only had about 19 rounds, which isn't very much considering like how close that Fluxo series was, thinking that maybe we were going to get a couple of close maps. Herds woke up early, said, nah, don't worry about it, took the series into his own hands, and only died 7 times through the course of 2 maps. When you die 7 times, that's normal for 1 map for that to happen. Yeah. For 2 maps and only 7 deaths, homie really woke up today.
That is impressive in so many different ways. Only 7 deaths, like there's so many things you can do for your team then. In that case, we're seeing a relatively high cost as well. Survival, of course, too, just to add up to that. He's also planting, he's just doing everything in this matchup here today. And it's quite common that we see a Hertz MVP, especially like going back about a year. It's always Hertz, it's always KZ. There are players around them now that are stepping up as well. We mentioned Felipox, we mentioned Nade, JV92, of course, as well, going crazy here and there. But to see Hertz back as the MVP, it's like perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Yep, so Fluxo are now going to have to go through an LCQ to have another shot at LAN, again, like the situation here, but in that case, it'll be for Boston going to the 6th Invitational, but for Furia, they're very, very close. All they need now is one more best-of-3 victory, and they're going to another event, which, to be fair, given the way that events have gone over the past couple of years, it simply wouldn't be a Siege LAN event if Herds wasn't there, and that's been especially true ever since Charlotte. They'll have only one more game left to go through, but we have one more game we still have to go through today. Semifinal number 2, Black Dragons and VKS after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Pérez vem no avanço. Lobin já consegue a primeira pra cima do Imps. Você tá acompanhando aqui a caçada pra cima do Lobin. Ele tá spotado pelo Deimos. Mas quem levou a melhor foi ele. C4 lançada, Pérez espera. Vem pra cima, tentando a busca. Ai, não! No afã de caçar o inimigo, o Pérez comete um crime capital, mas garante a eliminação na sequência.
Meu nome é Felicia. E eu não sei direito quem sou. Minha avó contou que a mamãe me deixou quando eu era bem pequena. E eu ainda não sei porquê. Na real, eu não sei o porquê de muitas coisas. Mas eu sempre fui curiosa. Me tranquei no meu quarto e aqui a minha vida aconteceu. Eu cresci buscando quem eu sou em frente à tela. Até que meu passado me encontrou. Meu pai era simplesmente uma lenda hacker. Encontrei uma inteligência virtual chamada Fluxo, uma simulação dos trejeitos e conhecimentos do meu pai. Como se a mente dele ainda estivesse viva, sabe? A interação com Fluxo foi uma revelação pra mim. A inteligência me convenceu de que eu também podia aprender a hackear e usar isso pro bem. Hoje, o Fluxo, ou deveria chamar de pai, é a voz que me faz companhia por onde eu vou. E juntos, a gente opera nas sombras fazendo justiça por todos aqueles que precisam. E assim, continuei minha jornada, carregando o desejo de encontrar minha mãe e os ensinamentos do meu pai. Meu nome é Felicia, e eu não sei direito quem sou, mas quer saber? Eu sei por quem eu luto. E hoje, meus seguidores honram o meu legado.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitte et je fais la magie des chiffres, la somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche droite esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
A NiP também tá adulta, não tá dando a cara, tá esperando no bombe essa movimentação e a decisão da BD por onde avançar. Pode ver, ó, os jogadores nem aparecem ali. E a BD acha que tem alguém que vai sair e forçar a troca.
Exatamente. 20 segundos. Olha o Condes. Flash dos dois lados. Flash dos dois lados, o Flório consegue pegar a primeira, ainda tem trocação, o Psycho cai também, 2x1 agora, Retalha. Olha o Condes, perigoso, tentou trocar, Black Dragons! Garantiu mais um round, Retalha!
One end of the bracket has been absolutely dominated by a team that everybody expected to win the LCQ when this weekend began, but the other one has been thrown into absolute chaos from the outset. Both of the teams that were expected to meet in the semifinal have lost their games within the last 48 hours, now meaning that we have a scenario where a team that has never been to an international land before and a team that is trying to make it back to an international land for the first time in 2 years collide for a chance to face the world champions Dragons for a shot at land. It's VKS and BD in our second semifinal. And again, based on the way Furia played, you just hope that one of these teams has something special in the bag that they don't have to use today. And ultimately, if they can save something in this game, yet still win and use that secret weapon in the grand final, that's going to be their best case scenario to make it to Montreal. But they still have to get through one another first.
Yeah, and that kind of creates that never-ending debate, right? Until when do you save those final cards that you keep up your sleeve? Talking maps, talking strategies. Do you save them for important do-or-die games here, like in the semifinals, to make sure that you at least survive your opponent here? Or do you bank on it and make sure you stay or save them until the grand final and then hopefully pull up an upset against the current world champions? It's just never an easy decision to do, but we hope that these two teams are playing full out today, because like we said, it is a do or die. You lose here today and gone are your chances of appearing at the Montreal Major.
They both played their quarterfinals yesterday, and it was a tale of two completely different matchups. Black Dragons went very quick. Keat Stars was a 40-round banger that ended up, I think, giving us completely different opinions on the way the Keat Stars play to begin with. But let's talk more in depth about Black Dragons first. Again, a squad that in stage one was within the middle of the pack, hovering around 4th, 5th, 6th for a big majority of stage one. Making the transition to stage two, did not win a single contest, and now find themselves with a bit of a win streak at this point, because they had to go through the open or through the qualifier playoffs in the last chance qualifier to even make it here in the first place. So now they at least remember what it's like to get a couple wins under their belt. But you got to go up against a Keat Stars team that was considerably better in the regular stage, even if it wasn't by very much. So I still think they enter this matchup as the underdog, but Keat Stars definitely showed some weaknesses that NIP tried jumping on, but ultimately were unable to do so. So Black Dragons at least have some tape about the way that VKS played yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sure a Black Dragons player or fan would just try to avoid the subject if we talk about their transition from stage 1 into stage 2, because they ended 10th, like you said, only one overtime in group stage, and that was it. 3 of the players were in the bottom 5 lowest rated players, which is definitely not a position that you want to be in. All players are rated negatively in stage 2 as well. Now, it is just Furia who is rated negatively. Ask is the highest rated player of the entirety of the LCQ as well. So we're seeing a more balanced performance. All players positive yesterday as well in regards of the kills. And the one player that Keat Stars need to keep their eyes on is Hornet, because if there's anything that he does is go flawless on the entries, what we saw in their quarterfinal.
I think the big thing for them is it wasn't even necessarily that E1 were playing poorly. It was that Black Dragons were playing like they were hooked up to a car battery, just unlimited energy coursing through their veins to win that series in 2-0 fashion. But for Keat Stars, complete opposite. Again, 40 rounds they had to survive against NIP. A map 1 win on Nighthaven was great, then let 6 straight rounds on Cafe slip, then won 7 straight rounds when NIP were on match point on map 3 to get them into this position now. They looked simultaneously like the best and worst quarterfinal winner yesterday. They showed a lot of durability, but also a lot of inflexibility. Very, very interesting story as they come into this semifinal.
Yeah, that car battery you mentioned that Black Dragons was attached to, I think Stemp also had one wire from him going towards that car battery, because he had an absolute live game yesterday. 45 kills in the best of 3 series. Very impressive. That is definitely something to write home about. And as you mentioned, we can pretty much say that NIP let that slip, and they definitely shouldn't have. But 7 rounds in a row for Keat Stars. Really good. Also that they had to come off of the loss of the opening engagement 11 rounds in a row. That is such a difficult task to do, but they were able to do it consistently in a row as well. And I think for them, they should just be really happy with what they did, because they got their revenge against NIP, right? In the group stage, they lost to NIP in regards of the round difference. That's what knocked them into having to go through the LCQ or the open qualifier playoffs. And now they beat NIP. So I guess the vibes in that team must be on an all-time high.
Both teams played Labs in their quarterfinals over the past, or sorry, they both played yesterday. So Labs was on the table for both of them. And last time they played on Playday 9 was also on Labs. So my big question is, do we see that come back up in this series? Yep, right at the very, very end. If we need it, then we'll have the opportunity for BD to get revenge, because VKS did beat them 7-4, but that was in Play Day 9. It can be argued that VKS were trying to play for a better spot in playoffs, but ultimately couldn't reach it, so it may have been a bit of a throwaway game, but instead, we get 3 defensive bastions back to back to back. We start with Consulate, into Lair, and then Labs if we need it.
That's the big thing, right? I mean, the difference between that game and this one, the importance is just on a whole different level. That was essentially maybe a seeding game. This is a do or die to see if you make it to the major or not, and whether we see Nighthaven Labs or not. But first we go to Consort, which is Black Dragon's pick. It is not the greatest map. I'd say it's somewhere in the middle. Keystars have only won 1 game out of 5 on this map, so though I'd assume Black Dragons are trying to pick into Consulate here, that's the first map that we're going to, so we'll see if Black Dragons commit it as well.
The other thing about that is they're not picking defense first, or they don't have defense. So Black Dragons is attacking to start things off. They need to have a really fast start in this series, because ultimately that was a big reason why they were able to knock off E1 in the first place. It felt like they drained E1's energy over the course of that game, because it was an even first half, but BD were on defense first and then slaughtered on attack on Labs. So very clearly they're showcasing that their improvements from the regular stage can make themselves manifest in best of 3s, but then that Chalet transition was what ultimately ended E1's chances. Meanwhile, for Keystars, not playing Consulate for a long time definitely means it's going to be one that they need to make sure they have in their back pocket somewhere, because they didn't have that for Cafe. I think it's pretty clear that if you don't play a map in any of those best of 1s, you're going to come into the LCQs at a pretty big disadvantage, because NIP didn't win Nighthaven back when that was Keystars' best map, and then Border was a map that Keystars didn't play over the best of 1s, and they barely lost that sucker. So again, make sure that you've got some secrets saved, but don't use everything, because somebody still has to beat Furia in that final tomorrow.
100%, yeah. The one thing I guess for Keystars is that they got their overtime loss against FaZe on Lair. So once we get to that second map, they can't win out the first map here. That kind of at least maybe that copium for them to do well on this map, because they took the Brazil Stage 2 champions to an overtime on that map. So there's surely a possibility there. I would just really like to see Nighthaven Labs for this one, because I feel the game might be played out completely different if it is a do or die situation in comparison to whether it was just the group stage final game.
Well, this entire side of the bracket is nothing but underdog city. Someone's got to go play Furia for a shot at Montreal. Is it going to be a team that hasn't been back in international competition in 2 years, or is it going to be a team that has never had those sorts of stakes before? It's Carter Annefeld and Sam Stewart to take us all the way through this series.
You want my personal hot take on this? Beep, 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 beep. Black Dragons are winning. I think Black Dragons are going to be prepped and ready for this series. Sam, my good friend, I hate to say this, but draw attention back to it. But yesterday, we saw both teams, Vivokeed and NIP, drop 6-2 leads on separate maps. But more importantly, neither team could attack if you put a gun to their heads.
Yeah.
And right now we have Consulate. I don't like Vivokeed's chances.
No. And I think that a lot of people share the same sentiment as you as well, just because this map, as well as a lot of the maps in this map pool, I mean, we have Lair to follow up this, just to remind you, do not really favor the offense in their current iteration. So definitely some worrisome tales that we will be telling about Vivokeed stars for the foreseeable future, unless they prove us wrong. That's really it. That's the only way to get us to shut up, Carter, is to get some offenses under your belt in a convincing way.
And you know what, to be fair, I will say, they did get a positive attacking half on Cafe. They did win 4 rounds and then 2 rounds on defense. And then they, of course, let slip 7, 8, I don't know how many rounds in a row. I think it was 7 rounds in a row. It was Border, though, where the attacking woes were there for both NIP and Vivokeed, which is somehow crazier. Like, Border could kind of flip depending on, who's getting the opening picks, but the attack was consistently, I don't know. It was a weird map 3 yesterday. But if Vivokeed have those same problems on attack today, where you have far less opportunities to, say, cut off people or get opening picks as you do on Border, or much less opportunities on Consulate as you do compared to Border, I don't know. Kid really need to run up the scoreboard early on the defense. And also, we saw from Black Dragons yesterday, with everybody aside from Florio being a plus 100 EPS, it seems to be a team that has bounced back and is looking stronger than even Fluxo did, who finished above them in the regular season.
Yeah, and just to remind y'all as well, Florio is the hard support for Black Dragons. He's usually the one playing hard breach, usually the one, you know, playing some pretty heavy supportive operators for this roster. So you can expect probably a little bit of the same from him. This time around, he'll be flexing over to the Capitao, but don't really need breaching when it comes to this top floor. So it makes a lot of sense here for BD to try and work that in.
An angle held by Hornet early on. Clear Black Dragons are looking to start on the admin side of things. So, of course, we'd be remiss if we did not point out what is likely going to be the deciding factor on who wins or loses this round. Who is able to control Vending Machine? If it's Vivo Keyed and they hold out, odds are Black Dragons aren't winning. If Black Dragons take control of it, that'll help a lot, but even then, attacking this top floor site from admin can be very, very difficult, especially when you have a Fenrir on the board, with F-Nauts likely at all of the doorways out of admin and maybe even over by yellow. Black Dragons have their work cut out for them on this attacking side, and with obviously Ying being banned, but with very little execute ops more broadly, that sure, the Cavita and the Grim are nice, but not really great for immediately clearing out the shield, save for the Fire Bolts. Black Dragons might have a very narrow margin of victory in winning this.
Now, we'll say this, though, at least for BD. The operational lineup that we see from Vivo Keyed Stars does bode a little well for them when it comes to clearing out this position. Don't have that deployable shield being brought. Don't really have all that much utility to worry about, minus those F-Nauts that could be potentially sitting above these doors. We at least see one here above the manager door. Our first swing, I do believe, coming through here in a moment's notice.
Hello.
And it's going to be Hornetau just quickly sweeping across that door frame. Up spiral we go, and it's going to be Nuxka to get the very first kill.
Well, that was the vending guy down, so a whole lot easier than I was setting it up to be. You've still got 50 seconds to go. Solid 5v4. Only damage done is because Nux stepped on a goo mine. You're totally fine with that. So flashbangs go in. Stemp has dodged them, so he can hold this tight angle on spiral. The crosshair slightly too high, misses the headshot, and Black Dragons take an aggressive stance outside of the A site. Daffodil sitting in the cubby position, C4 over top, but a fireball anticipating. He's running deeper. Daffodil, you gotta be better than that. Runs straight even further into the fire. C4 gone. Miracle's only option is to throw that toxic canister. It's in a bit of an off spot, but I think Florio has dodged it. Yeah, he has. No lost HP on that smoke canister. Now Black Dragons will back off to their post-plant positions. Neskin cut short. Miracle on 40 HP. Shotgun might be nice, taking a fight with either of the players in the spiral position, but he can't even get a shot off before Gudo shuts him down. Black Dragons have won one round. That round was on attack, and we're this early into the game. Bad omen.
Yeah. And we're not talking about the band.
No.
That's the thing here, man. You know, what's also hilarious, but also just a positive thing for you and your analysis of the round there early on. It really did rest on the precipice of what happened with Checkers there. Like, what are we gonna see? Are they actually gonna be able to hold on to it or anything? And the answer is absolutely not. Vivo Key doesn't even try.
I also I was really focused on the attacking side. I was like, we don't have a whole lot of operators. We got some nades, we got some fire bolts, but if the nades don't bank properly, if the fire bolts are, if they go there, but then they're not available for the execute, is that utility soak going to be good enough? And then the guy playing vending machine just sprints over towards spiral and dies. I'm like, oh, well, all right. Because think about this. If you have to use one or both of those fire bolts to clear the vending guy, Daffodil might live. Daffodil might be able to get that C4 off, but that doesn't happen. All the utility is still in hand for the attack. They're all at full HP. Black Dragon just convert a pretty easy 5v4.
Yeah, 100%. That's really all you're asking for when it comes to that admin clear as well. Vivo Keyed keep things soft over towards Checkers, and that's the whole kit and caboodle when it comes to the top floor, man. I mean, I don't know how many times we have to say it's like Casting Skyscraper. It's like, all right, we're dealing with the top floor area, and we're going to talk about this middle area.
Either we are doing a CEO rush or an admin clear. Those are like the vast majority of the options.
Exactly. And either way, we're dealing with Drum and Shrine. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Evo Keed Stars will have to look deeper into their pool of strategies and see what they could potentially pull out. This time it's going to be a basement setup here with not really an extension. I mean, they do have a player up top, but I mean, honestly, I'm a little worried for what's to come here. They already know about this verticality, some nice shots, but unfortunately enough for them, none of this actually going to land. They will end up slipping one through, but Gudo is just going to donate himself to Dafo, and it's going to be a very quick play here for Black Dragons. This will take down yet another.
Ooh, good call. Ask immediately coming down spiral stairs the moment the Blitz gets that intel. It is a 3v2, so a little bit narrow of a margin. Can confirm the kill on the two route, but that reveals how deep Ask is pushed into the site. Massive flank from Neskin. Skopos off the site early on, I believe, or maybe teleported off. I don't know. Neskin doesn't make that play. Black Dragons probably win their second attack in a row. The Blitz is peppered even lower, 24 HP. And where is Neskin going to go? Rotates over to Garage. Love this. Skopos usage now bolsters the efforts on the site while the Blitz is hunting on the backside. Nux is so concerned as he goes to recover the diffuser. Now he'll back off, and remember, there's not really enough time nor the utility to deal with that Skopos, so Neskin could easily rotate all the way back to server if he wants to, and Ask is the only player who can cover this plant. Will take some more time to reset. Lenda on yellow starting to wrap around, likely going for a rotation down spiral, maybe try to find some verticality. Will be out of commission for the time being as Black Dragons have reset. Finding their intel. Diffuser goes down, but Nux is facing the rotate. He's a lot more exposed than he should have been. Just a bit of laziness right there, a bit of sloppiness. Could have turned around, had the shield behind him, but that option, that lack of a choice, he pays the price for it, and a 4K for the Skopos. One of the most impactful Skopos usages I've seen in Stage 2.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Probably the most impactful round I've seen out of a Skopos for the entirety of her being in the game so far, at least for my own eyes. And yeah, Vivo Keedstar is going to get away with that one in a very convincing way. Very unfortunate for Black Dragons. That was a huge flank that came through and nobody really paying attention to the hatch. I just don't think any of them really had any cause or concern for a flank coming through. But this is the dangers of Skopos. The fact that she is capable of switching between those two bots makes things so very difficult when you're looking into reading a situation out like that, because she's the only operator that can operate in this capacity. I mean, you can be on site 1 second and be completely upstairs the next, just as long as that shield is still safe and nobody's really staring down the barrel of that swap. And it works with flying colors for Vivo Keedstars as they steal one away here from Black Dragons on this defense.
Was still a pretty close round for Black Dragons overall, in all fairness. I mean, you really did need that Neskin flank to make that round a lot more winnable for Vivo Keedstars, but it's a 2v2 at that point, or no, yeah, 2v2 at that point. So wasn't exactly the cleanest of rushes, but a key victory for Vivo Keed after how easy round 1 looked for Black Dragons to take on that top floor. Switching up sites now. We've gone up top, we've gone down on the bottom, and now I believe we split the difference on the middle, or is it second floor? I haven't actually seen it. I think it is second floor. No, it is first floor. I was about to say, I think it's second floor because we have 4 people up top, so that might be indicative of something. But nope, will be a first floor defense. But with the castle barricades, I mean, Sam, second floor will be likely where a lot of the action happens in the first, even like minute and a half, 2 minutes of the round.
Yeah, 100%. This is exactly where we're going to see our battleground played out, at least initially. And you can't exactly hate them for that, as it's a very important portion of this map to keep control of for the defense, and a very important portion to gather control of for the offense. So Black Dragons will look into this and see exactly what they'll be able to accomplish. Is trying to get themselves set up for this top floor. Positions over near yellow, some bodies over near admin, as well as they do believe a player that even might be Nux, just waiting to try and hop inside of the actual closet there. But no, he's actually on the roof. He's going to be the one spearheading things for yellow. It's going to be Gudo instead. That'll be rappelling up the side here for the CEO windows. And we're going to have a little duel of fates in between these two. Warden, usually a very positive character to play out up against the Blitz, but this is perfect. Gudo swings in off of CEO. Nobody is aware at all. Luckily enough for VKS, Stemp is there, and Miracle is capable of activating. It's actually going to be Neskin to take him out, and somehow, some way, Black Dragons! Oh! Nux is still alive somehow! He's running at mute, and he goes down! Stemp! You just don't get moments like that against Blitz anymore.
Florio in a very difficult spot. 2-1 creeping around to the top floor. One player still upstairs. It's the mute with that shotgun. Very disadvantageous engagement for the Mute. Or excuse me, for the Ace against the Mute. BP spotted, F not spotted, breach charge activated, but remember, there's still one guy up top. And unfortunately, the spray goes wide. Stem's position found out. This should be a fight. Florio is able to win as he slow peeks around the corner. Very easy shot to land with the AK-12. And Florio does have one drone remaining with 60 seconds left. Oh, but he just goes for the drop. No intel whatsoever. I think Florio getting a little bit ahead of himself. Had a little bit of time to figure that out, but the entire round does not fall on Florio's shoulders. That was a very solid retake on the top floor by Vivo Keed, especially that engagement outside a bathroom. Really good stuff.
Yeah, I appreciate Black Dragon and what they were trying to build up on that top floor. You have Blitz coming from yellow, the activation over near CEO windows as Gato ends up swinging in through there. But the big piece to this is the fact that Black Dragons doesn't really have anybody aware of Spiral. And things start to collapse as soon as the pressure's put on from Vivo Keed Stars. They maintain control of this top floor practically the entire time up until the, Blitz starts to get some pressure and we see this kill here from Florio. That moment right there from Florio in a 1 versus 3 is when they finally accomplish what they set out to do from the very jump, Carter, which is take control of that top level. And they just didn't really have any opportunity just because of the response, and not only that, but the timely response that we saw from Vivo Keed Stars. They saw that Black Dragons wanted that control. They were more than willing to try and duel it out on that top level, and they accomplished that in a very convincing way, especially with the flanks coming through. I just don't think that Black Dragons was prepared for Vivo Keed Stars to try and respond in that manner.
And a slow recovery from that first round loss. Let's see what Vivo Keed do here as we go back to that top floor.
Well, you hate to see it, don't you?
What happened? I actually didn't see what happened.
He was popping verticality with the M590, and although the mute jammer was like barely out of the center of his screen, the spray just went wide enough to catch it, so he ended up breaking up one.
That's unfortunate. I saw him open in the verticality. I did not see the mute jammer get shot. That is rough, though. Thankfully, no Deimos on board for Black Dragons. No Dokubi call either, so you do lose that mute jammer, which sucks. What a lot of the big players out of mute jammer can counter, even the Lion not in the cards for Black Dragons. I was curious if we'd see maybe a deployable shield enter the lineup, given how easily Black Dragons were able to take checkers last time, but aside from the introduction of the Cade, and which we did not have last time, the exclusion of the Cade, excuse me, and the introduction of the Mute, no changes from the broader lineup of Vivo Keed Stars.
I don't hate it. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. I'm a huge lover of the usual setup that we see in checkers. Deployable shields, maybe some of my discs, maybe some ADSs, although we don't see Jaeger all that often anymore. Just doesn't carry the level of potency as he once did. And yeah, Black Dragons more than likely going to be able to push themselves forward here. And Carter, we've talked about this as a halfway, mark for this top floor for a long time, and we've touched on it already quite a few times ad nauseum inside of this best of 3 already, even though we're already in round 4. But there's a reason for that, and it's because of how important it is. Usually, if you're able to gather, control of checkers, it bodes extremely well for your chances of winning the round. But Vivo Keed Stars, they know how important this area is, and although they aren't playing it with the usual setup, they are playing pretty tight-knit over in this area, shotguns and a few other things to work these angles.
I was about to say, Vivo Keed are trying to play it, just a bit more, I suppose, pulled back. They've got 3 shotguns at these close angles. Lenda with a massive flank through Spiral.
No way!
You need moments like that if you're going to make it against Furia. Somehow pulls a 3K out of nowhere and killing Neskin on that close angle. All of your strategy, holding close with that shotgun, Daffodil and Miracle are both pulled so far back. They've got important utility, but the last smoke canister goes out with 24 seconds remaining. It will force Gudo off, and now Daffodil needs to get aggressive. Hornet caught with a nade in his hand, so that's an easy fight for Daffodil to win. Next one with the shotgun. More than favored in this engagement, but he only trades. And still, somehow, despite all of that, Miracle with a key 1v1 keeps Vivo Keed alive.
Well done to them, man. Well done. That was really scary there for a second, Carter. I think both of us were kind of clutching at everything there to see if there was potentially some saving grace, and indeed there was for Vivo Keydstars. A worrisome front put on, especially after Black Dragons is not only capable of getting that nice little 2K, but also dealing with the player positioned on the single door for checkers. That timing there, man, is going to haunt that Vivo Keyd player for quite some time. I mean, it felt like he turned away for a microsecond, and he ends up getting murdered from that player swinging in off that door. And now Black Dragons down 2 rounds. And this is the big thing here, Carter. These are 2 rounds that were most definitely in some form a chance for Black Dragons to get into this game with a pretty convincing lead. One a little bit more than the other. Obviously, that last round going a lot better than the initial volley that we saw from Black Dragons inside of round 3. But still, BD have came very close, just no cigar in these last handful of rounds, and this could be something that's quite punishing to them once they end up switching sides.
And keeping a handle on that roam, I think, is going to be, when you're moving into these final couple rounds, something you really need to keep an eye on if you're Black Dragons. It's completely undone a basement attack. It almost undid your CEO attack, but that came down to a 1v1, basically, between Vivo Keyd and Black Dragons, a 2v2 overall. But a 3K from, or 2K from Lenda made that a 3v5 that you had to go crazy in to even get an advantage. Just making sure we have the proper cutoff drones, that we're keeping attention to the stairwells, the hatches, the defense could flank down is very, very important. Probably why I think we see Black Dragons, while bringing this blitz, are going for a full clear of the map to make sure that they push everybody back to site.
Well, they brought a lot more info utility right now. Black Dragons are sick and tired of Vivo Keyd being able to get rotations off and position themselves in areas that Black Dragons just aren't exactly aware of. So what have they done? Well, they've brought Blitz to try and get in these players' faces, but more importantly, they've brought the Jackal and the Deimos to try and keep track of these players. I love the mute jammers that we're seeing as well out of these guys, as this is really going to help them with those Deathmark trackers. Another one out here for the day, and it's going to be on to Dafo. As Miracle will get our very first kill. Dafo will get our second on the rotation back. Florio has a shield, folks, but he chooses to peek instead, and he goes punished for it.
I know it's only 5 rounds in. I'm starting to regret my hot take at the start of the show. I was feeling really good after round 1. I was like, oh, sweet. Really good attack on Consulate. Still a hard side, but it's beginning to look rough as Vivo Keyd and these defenses are not playing passive. They're getting aggressive in the right moments, taking out the important operators. Gudo on this lurk on Spiral Stairs has been completely found out. They'll double up on it just as Vivo Keyd will shotgun close. Castle baiting the attention. What a flick by Gudo. Traded out by the Deimos, though he almost makes the crawl back beyond the door frame. And yet it doesn't matter. Even with that trade, Vivo Keyd hold the advantage. 50 seconds remaining. Nux on the drop down the hatch. Falls completely. Stemp is ready for it. Hornet was the MVP yesterday. Spots 1 on the yellow pillar. Got 1 Deathmark tracker to make 1v1 a little bit more palatable. Send the nade out. Try to get him to rotate across the other side, but he just crouches beneath the pre-fire. Hornet has tried this so many times, and he dies to a cap can anyway. 4-1 for Vivo Keyd. They needed 1 round to get into it, but since then, this has been their game and their game only.
Yeah, domain expansion for Vivo Keydstars, and apparently that domain is Consulate, as they have been at the throats of Black Dragons. No matter the strategy, no matter the play style that Black Dragons chooses, it is always VKS that is coming up big in these rounds. Yeah, Black Dragon have 1 round to their name, but Carter, how many of these last 4 rounds have been close, where Black Dragons were actually capable of probably taking it? I mean, it's more than likely around 3 of them. I mean, 1 pretty dominant round from Vivo Keydstars, and the other ones, there was definitely a chance, an opportunity for them, but it has since passed them by. So for Black Dragons, it's going to be a timeout and a little bit of a discussion before our last round, before side swap.
I'm kind of surprised we're taking this tactical timeout right now. I think it's totally fair to take it on the attacking side of Consulate, especially since it's your pick, and when you pick this map, you know the enemy team is probably going to pick defense. But it is surprising to see Vivo Keydstars go up 3-1. Black Dragons lose a site that they had won previously, even though it came down to a very close margin. And instead of maybe taking it and setting up for the basement round, now we take it and we've only got 1 round left. And to be fair, if this tactical timeout gets a win, you're totally fine. 2-4 attacking half on Consulate, that is very, very workable. But we are in the position where every tactical timeout this series so far, which Fluxo being the only ones to take them, have always been used in these kind of like gamble positions, like in the 3-2 to try to get an attack, or 3-1 to try to get a defense, and I suppose, and it never ends up working out. There's a very bad track record for tactical timeouts so far this day. So hopefully Black Dragons will fare a little bit better, as on their final round on the attack, they will need to win this, because Consulate might be defender-sided, but a 5-1 for any team is an undeniable win and something you never want to be staring down.
Carter, I just had to double check this real quick. And yeah, this is Black Dragon's map choice.
Yeah.
So that is a little worrisome. Obviously, we'll see what they can produce on the defensive side. We know how defensive-oriented Consulate can be, especially in Brazil. Yeah. I mean, this map, and especially the previous iteration of this map, Carter, that is what taught everyone, especially with how Brazil like to play Consulate, that on these maps that, you know, have good window play or just have the capability of being played on top of the bomb site where you're able to layer things with your ops and utility. If you're able to play the full breadth of that, if you're able to keep people boxed out of the map and all that kind of stuff, it makes life really difficult. And that's kind of extended over to other maps, you know, things like Chalet, things like Border, obviously. And Vivo Keydstars, they're doing a bang-up job of keeping Black Dragons just away from the bomb site, period. Even the times where Black Dragons have had the capability to kind of lunge into the round and try and go for these more far-reaching plays and, you know, frags, they really haven't had the capacity to, A, get them under wraps, or B, when they do, really propel themselves forward in a convincing way. So we're really hoping that round 6 is something a little bit different, and it looks to be as Ace is going to fly into yellow with the case, and they're going to start trying to open things up. This has to be precise here, Carter, because they're going to try and use the far-reaching little legs of these Selmas to break open this hatch.
I should be able to get one. You can see the Pulse firing shots through the floor and trying to destroy them. Not possible, but really, I mean, for Vivo Key, that's fine, because we've got 4 C4s on the defense right now, albeit one already used. We've got Vault cameras around the site and a heartbeat scanner. Vivo Key do not care one iota about the top floor. They literally do not care. Sam, guess what? Let me tell you, does this ring a bell? You've got all of this intel, you're going to rotate down below the site and play to deny the point with C4s, right?
Yep.
Like,
yep.
That's what this is going to be. So if we take too long and we don't focus on that bottom floor from Black Dragons, that's where the problems are going to be. So it's good to see Furia right here, moving down to that bottom floor, focusing towards that garage. Ask also on these vertical angles, clearly aware of the possibility that somebody is going to be pushing that bottom floor. But with so little time remaining, the Blitz has got to be mobile. They've got to create that pressure. But most importantly, they have to dodge these C4s. They'll move down. Diffuser being planted. First one goes out. Does a lot of damage to the Ram, but not public enemy number 1. None of the C4s go where the diffuser's going. And Nux is able to back off and play behind that shield. Stemp will get the first for Vivo Keyed. 4v4 established. But Black Dragons are advantageous in this position. Hornet can stay back. Nux can stay back. Stemp might be retaking up top, but there's not even anybody barely even in the building anymore. The strategy for Vivo Keyed, if it was to deny the plant, it did not work. And Black Dragons can sit idly by and let Vivo Keyed digest and stomach the fact they have not been able to deny the 4-2 from Black Dragons.
Thank the Lord. Oh my God.
Retake barely even manifested that entire round. They were like, well, not sure what to do here, guys.
Sometimes maybe a good, sometimes maybe a shit. And we get the latter on that round there, Carter. And mostly, like, the biggest piece of this puzzle to me and the biggest downfall is most definitely going to be Lenda downstairs. And like, I hate when I have to say this, folks, but like, Lenda, what are we doing? We have our Pulse downstairs. Yeah, they probably have some cross angles and that kind of stuff, but that might not even be the biggest indictment of Lenda. That might be the biggest indictment of Vivo Keydstars in that strategy. They have no idea where that plant's going down at all. Lenda's been downstairs that entire time. They don't even know that the plant's really going on. They toss one nitro cell, I believe, to the top floor to try and assist with some of the verticality. Yeah, they get some damage off on that player, but that's really about it. Vivo Keydstars, or rather Black Dragons, get a plant off without a hitch on a bomb site where we have 4 nitro cells and you are resting everything on that strategy with that Pulse, and the guy's got no help downstairs to try and facilitate any of that. That's pretty piss poor, man. You can't have that happening, and that's why Black Dragons get that to go so easily. There's literally no stopping factor for them once that ceiling is ripped apart, because all that Black Dragons had to do, Carter, was position somebody downstairs on the garage panels, and Lenda was just completely shut down. He's too scared to take the peek, because what else are you going to do? There's nobody really there to try and trade things out. You're going to take a coin flip gunfight and more than likely lose it because you have the ump in hand in comparison to an amazing assault rifle. And then, I mean, really past that, it's just going to be the Black Dragon show if you're not able to stop it. So he's going to catch 22 because they don't really have anything downstairs to try and assist the poor guy. So they're going to end up losing out that round, and yeah.
Difficult spot for him. And Vivo Key, you know, you still get that 4-2 half, right? You do still get a winning half. Black Dragons weren't able to tie it, weren't able to get a lead on their map pick, but you really were hoping to just get a little bit more on your opponent's pick. Get that 5-1 just to put them in a really uncomfortable position, especially denying them any impact from that tactical timeout. But as now Consulate, it's probably going to be a close game given where the half ended. And we'll see how these Black Dragons defenses fare. Blitz has been a focal point of both teams so far. Almost every single round played by Black Dragons, and Lenda will bring Blitz in the very first round of Consulate. Track Stingers and EMPs going out. Looking like we're setting up for a CEO and yellow play, especially as the Track Stingers are meant to choke off the rotation inside of the site. But Daffodil, that's the guy with the diffuser, goes down immediately, shot off the rappel, and now you just have to go for the kills at this point. Nux gets a second, so Black Dragon with a dominant lead. The Blitz is alone on an island with bullets riddled in his body. Every aspect of this rush is shut down by the defense with little to no recourse from Vivo Keydstars. Miracle will find one, but again, feels like everybody that walks through yellow has been alone by themselves with no support because of how quickly the attack unraveled. We'll have a Z-ping on the player playing close on the connector position. One close with the shotgun, one right behind with the MPX. They are ready for anybody to push that spot. Even playing passive with the smokes, delaying time even further. Black Dragons have all they want and more to just wait out this attack.
Now, this is a Black Dragantron through and through. Completely stunting this, and oh, there's no way to give this up, right? There's no way.
Just back up. You don't gotta keep peeking. You don't gotta keep peeking.
There you go. We don't. Oh.
Okay, wait. I don't like this.
Ask. I'm asking you. No. I'm telling you. You don't need to do this. Okay.
Okay.
We don't need to do this. They know that you're there. This is scary. Miracle just needs to divide the seas here. He's got it. He's got it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Black Dragons, count your lucky damn stars that you are the defense, because that's the only reason you win that in a trade situation. Guys, this right here, just take this for all of you at home that are like, oh, it's a 4 versus 1. I'm just going to peek this guy. No, you're not. No, you're not. Okay. You're going to pump the brakes and you're going to make them take the site, Carter. You want to know why? Because some people are built alternatively. Okay.
Do not sanction trolling in a pro league competitive match.
Oh,
I see this smoke peek, the quick peek, the angle with the shotgun on time number 5. I'm like, please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Don't do it. Don't do it.
The anxiety is just building in your chest, and you're like, this is like a train wreck. I just can't look away.
I'm like, all right, if we haven't killed this guy on time number 3, maybe it's time we give it a rest.
Oh man.
If you just have the shotgun, pull a little further back, hold the angle. You've got the guy connector, and you've got the guy on the long angle by bathroom. If he kills the shotgun, you have this guy in a crossfire by taking that gunfight close, which he has to. Don't do that again. Good job on the defense. One of the only times I've seen somebody ace and lose. But Black Dragons get around that. They tried their best to throw.
Yeah. You know, Carter, ever since you and I became a duo, I feel like, you know, the Siege games that we cast, there's just a little fairy dust sprinkled into them. Sometimes not the greatest fairy dust, you know?
I genuinely, there's got to be like single digits games in pro play where somebody has aced and lost.
You know, I've been doing this for, what month is it? I've been doing this for almost 6 years now at this point. And that is probably the first time I've seen that, so.
Like, I can't, like, imagine your Miracle. You're just like, bro, give me a break.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah, and for Black Dragons, I mean, that's the biggest sigh of relief ever. You wipe the sweat off your brow, you just go, whew, that was close, wasn't it?
It's me having to fight that other lane, fighting the other lanes in the game I played. It's like, oh, the fruit of my teammates' labor has made this unwinnable for me.
Oh, yeah. And Carter was in a deadlock with Deadlock this morning. It was...
Oh, my God. I don't want to talk about it. Minute 30...
PTSD, man.
Yeah, minute 30 seconds in, or minute 15 seconds in, but at this point, we're effectively in the mid-round. Daffodil will hop over. I think we did just see somebody close on that connector. Oh, no, that was an attacker. All good. Defense has fully retreated off the top floors. Half the round has gone, so at this point, it's going to be pretty slow affair. We got the Ram, we got the Buck Sam. It's just going to be open up vertical. It's a basement defense, but, you know, open up the vertical on the second floor.
Yeah. I feel like if it was a party, Ram and Buck are two people that you'd want to be there, you know?
I'd agree.
If there was a tier list for partiers, I feel like these two are like A/S tier for sure. Especially Buck, dude. I mean, first of all, Canadian. You can never trust those guys. You can never trust those guys when it comes to a moment like that. They're gonna be doing some crazy antics.
Do you think the Buck is gonna they're gonna try to go for like their garage plant, and Buck's gonna try to hold it from second floor?
Yeah, you mean the dual layer setup? Yeah, I would love to see that.
I mean, I saw him opening a lot of holes on the top floor. That's the only reason I ask.
I've been a very big fan of that for a long time, and I'm really happy that they actually kept that, Carter, when they remade the map, because it's a very unique angle. You don't get to see very many of those throughout the different maps that we have in our map pool.
Well, whatever Vivo Key'd want to do, they got to start doing it quick, because it is 25 seconds remaining, and Daffodil still really wants to use that final boogie drone.
Oh my God. Lenda's still sitting outside breach. It's 15 seconds. Oh, Lord. Oh, no. This is so bad. Right. This is so bad. This is so bad. This is so bad.
Oh, God. All right. Well, let's see. Guys, let's see how this goes. Exothermic on the castle barricade. Nux holding the angle close. Is this going to be a 5v5 on time?
Jesus Christ.
No, it's a 5v4 on time.
What? Oh, dude. I'm about to...
All right, so before you say anything, let's take a deep breath.
Ooh.
Take a deep breath. Now, I thought NIP were out of the LCQ. I thought they had lost yesterday. Clearly, they have possessed Vivo Keyed stars.
Oh my God, guys. It's not the utility meta anymore, guys. You don't have to do algebra in the middle of the damn round to figure out.
Dude, that was crazy. Dude,
you know it's bad. You know it's bad when production is typing in our chat. It's just a bunch of periods. Like they no words out of our producer right now. He has nothing to say because Vivo Keyed. What the hell are we doing? What are we doing with this round right here?
That was insane.
Oh my goodness.
We almost went from. I'm actually really annoyed at Gudo. Like, I actually hate this guy. If he had not killed that guy, we'd had a 5v5 round loss on time.
Oh man.
Like, oh my God, we almost had a 5v5 round loss on. Dude, I want everyone to know. I know I've been getting a little silly sometimes, especially when Fluxo's in the game.
No, never.
I'm really gonna try. I'm really going to try for this next round. But if I do end up losing my mind, all I'm going to say is there was not a single piece of intel denial on the previous defensive lineup. There's no mute. There's no Mozzie. They fell back from the roam at a minute 45 seconds. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, that's really all that needs to be said, honestly. And, I mean... I won't even try and fluff it, guys, because y'all have listened to me for too long at this moment in time, touching on the 6 years thing from earlier. Y'all know exactly what I'm gonna say if this goes awry the same way that it just did, and it's not gonna be good. So let's just not even cross that bridge, Vivo Keyed. I would really appreciate it. I like my mental and the way that it is right now, and my Saturday's been going pretty good. So
you know what? We'll say this: we got the Deimos and the Dokkaebi. And early garage control from Vivo Keyed. This is a good foundation from which to build an attacking win, because not only do you have Neskin, who can use those Deathmark trackers to get intel and try to shoot anybody in the site through the floor. The Dokkaebi call goes out. You got somebody hopping in through the single window. He might trigger the goo mine, but more broadly, the attack is still pushing off of this. They're getting that control. Florio might be dead, but we've got an immediate trade. Lendahub, okay, Ask is now killed, but Miracle is in the site. Okay, it's not perfect, okay, but we got something. Only issue, Black Dragons have accounted for this. They're playing for the retake on the top floor. They've got these vertical angles, so getting the diffuser down is not a guarantee. Also, diffuser, it's an art right now, and there's no attacker in there at the moment. There's a lot going against Vivo Keyed at the moment. They've still got control of the site, and if they can get control of the diffuser and get beneath a spot without a vertical angle, there's a shot.
Yeah. Very messy indeed from both of these teams. Down to the 3 versus 3, but Black Dragons in the driver's seat right now. Does get that case controlled, but there's a lot of verticality working against Vivo Keyed Stars right now, and that's the thing that you need to worry about. Black Dragons have optimized the top floor, and they really just need to make sure that they're capable of shutting down this plant spot. They don't really have the easiest way of reading into this, and I believe Linda just got positioned right below where we see our Warden, so this plant could be coming in at a moment's notice. Neskin now starting to get into a fight of his own. The plant's going to start going down for Linda, as Hornetau is going to be able to get one, and they're going to find the other as well. It's all up to Miracle, but there's no miracles in the sky tonight. It's blacked out for the offense as Black Dragon soars the skies once again.
And it feels like Vivo Keyed, in the end, just played right into Black Dragon's hands.
Yep.
They have a good rush on the site. They get the 3v3, but they don't end up having any angles for that vertical control. We had the Deimos with 2 Deathmark trackers. If we wanted to try to rotate up, maybe send everybody to the top floor and try to find a couple picks, or even try and bait out the Dokkaebi with the diffuser and then send one of the Deathmark trackers on one of the guys on the top floor, so that way, as the defense is focused on finding those vertical holes, the Deimos can backstab himself up top and take the fight with somebody on that top floor. There were some options, but, you know, in a difficult position, Vivo Keyed were dogmatically focused on recovering the diffuser, and then at that point, we still have the vertical angles. We still have even defenders rotating down and flanking the attackers that are just trying to cover the Dokkaebi, who then ends up getting tap-fired through, like, the tiniest vertical hole you've ever seen. 3 rounds in a row go the way of Black Dragons. A flawless defensive rotation, and they'll try to go for the full world tour, going the split bomb site after winning every other of their defenses. Probably banking that Vivo Keyed may be anticipating a repeat of console. They'll go to the split side and likely catch them off guard.
Around the World in 80 Days. One of my favorite Jackie Chan movies, man. There you go.
I mean, that's also a pretty famous book.
Yeah, well, I don't read.
Could have gone with that. That's actually the most American thing I've ever heard. Around the World in 80 Days, my favorite Jackie Chan movie. Jesus Christ.
Oh man. Oh man.
We got no love for Jules Verne in here.
I don't even know who that is.
Your literary knowledge is 20 leagues under the sea.
It is indeed, Lynx. In fact, you know how in school they usually have you read like a certain amount of books per year and all that kind of stuff. I did that, and I would honestly double my numbers, like through all the way through high school up until like I ended up moving school districts, and they didn't do that anymore. But as soon as I got out of school, dude, my reading just like went to an all-time low, especially because it's Siege's fault, dude. I got so addicted to this game, and I was like, screw reading. Like,
your favorite Jackie Chan. I can't believe that. Anyway, split bomb site. Like we said, we have 3 C4s as would be expected. You always generally have like a majority of your operators have a C4 to throw up at the floorboards. We also have the Vigil with the Boss G. Intel spotted on one player on the opposite side, but it's not actually the Vigil, who's currently lurking on yellow stairs. Daffodil has got some early control with the Dokkaebi, but I don't think they are aware of the Vigil's prevalence. We'll find Ask early on.
Where's Daffo? Where did he get this?
Daffodil's upstairs in CEO. He's able to find the Valkyrie, but there's like a Vigil all the way on yellow stairs.
Oh, man. We still got Nux downstairs trying to hold this window. They're trying to suss out another player on this top floor. Oh? Gonna be Nux to actually strike onto Miracle here. We saw him repel over on that balcony. I don't exactly know how that one ended up going down, but either way, it ends in a dead offender. Now it's a 4 versus 4 at the halfway mark. And you can see Vivo Keeds trying to build up around this Teller's position, trying to get some other bodies up top to work across to try and deal with that verticality out of Black Dragons. But, I mean, it's just drive-bys constantly. Somebody's just getting clipped and downed, and we have yet another here as Gutto's going to go down, and he's going to get picked up by Nux. But this is just extremely worrisome, Carter.
Yeah, like, I don't even know where Black Dragon's getting shot from. Like, the Daffodil engagement I at least got, but how Miracle died, how Gudo got down, I got no idea. But the benefit Black Dragons have despite all of this is I think Vivo Kid have very much been figuring out this round in progress as it's been happening. It's been very unclear what their plan is. They've not really acquired any distinct control, really, except of that top floor. There's only 1 or 2 guys up there anyway, and one just immediately fell back down yellow stairs. When it comes to actually taking control of the bomb site, you've still got 2 of the C4s to worry about. Oh my god! Hornet, you gotta win that one. I'm sorry, my friend. He might put the ace to 4 HP. But if Neskin's able to win this fight with the Cade, Evil Key might still find a way into round 10 nonetheless. 20 seconds remaining. Dokkaebi call's gone out. You've got Gudo C4. That is it. He needs this to land. He's got no intel. Literally no idea. Doesn't get a kill. Daffo finds Florio instead. They drop down. Huge play by Neskin. Keeps the player pinched behind vending. Not much Gudo can do at this point except land a Hail Mary pre-fire. The ace shuts him down anyway. The gamble does not pay off. Vivo Keed might not have expected the split bomb site, but they win it nonetheless.
Utter calamity. Just inside of that first minute and a half. A lot of quizzical things happening. Things just make you scratch your head and you're just like, how exactly are these angles working themselves in? But either way, Vivo Keed stars are able to work it out up against BD. And that was a really, really big moment there for them. Being able to not only carve out those players on the mid floor, but keeping things locked down when it came to the basement too. Very convincing for Vivo Keed stars at the tail end of that round. Although, like we were touching on, that first minute and a half, not exactly great for either one of these squads, as it just seemed like neither one of them had a solid read on the other, and just constantly clashing with each other at different odds and ends.
I just don't, like, I don't know what happened. Like, I literally don't. Like, Ask is sprinting around the top floor. And Daffodil kills him, and Daffodil's just, like, lurking around, like, crouch walking, and, like, gets a defender who didn't know the Dokkaebi was there. All right, that makes sense. Gudo gets down. What the hell? Miracle dies. What the hell is going on? And then 40 seconds left. So much hinges on that engagement between Hornet and the Ace. I believe it was Neskin. Hornet and Neskin inside a main lobby. If that guy doesn't get the kill, odds are Vivo Key don't win the round. I suppose in this particular time, having a boss G maybe doesn't serve you completely well. But I think that engagement really encapsulates everything that was happening that round. I don't think either team knew exactly what the other was doing at any given time, and Vivo Key just happened to get the better of it, and it couldn't come at a more important moment. Coming out of the tactical timeout, you make Black Dragon's gamble meaningless, and now you actually get to implement, I imagine, a lot of the things you talked about in that tactical timeout, as Black Dragons will retry the second floor. One player, oh no. Oh, he's not drone.
Guys, there's no way.
Okay, wait, he turned.
There we go.
I was about to say, the drone turned around for the briefest of seconds there, and I think he spotted Ask. And he did, so the Goyo will retreat down. Could be cut off later as he's in the basement.
And those moments like that, if that actually would have happened, they just make my blood boil, Carter. They just, oh, man. No way you're going to miss drone on such a simple moment like that. But fortunately enough, Vivo Keyed stars, they cross their T's, dot their I's. I'll make sure that that does not go without a little bump in the road for Black Dragons. They'll have to back off before Ask gets punished. Now some solid positioning here for Stemp. I really like this. He's worked his way underneath the bomb site. He'll be able to hold this hatch as there's some potential for them to try and back off. They'll position a drone here for his bench as well. And this is really centered around what happens with the CEO window. We could have some verticality built up here from the Buck as well, Carter, just to try and worry about this swing angle that we usually see operated around when it comes to this plant.
You're gonna have the Buck down below with that vertical angle. Of course, you have the EMPs going out. We'll disable those magnets, allow the projectiles to go in. God, I can't remember. Do EMPs jam smoke canisters? I cannot remember in this very key moment. But either
they
way,
do.
They do? Okay.
Yes.
Either way,
it is an electronic.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those things where it's like, is it electronic? But yeah, it sends out the signal when you click it, so it would be electronic.
Mm-hmm.
I still got 2 EMPs.
Only one smoke left too.
Yeah, I was
Plenty
about
of
to say,
time.
Hornet's just burning through them anyway. It might be delaying time for Vivo Keyed, but they've still got 30 seconds when this next toxic canister in all likelihood will go out and detonates. Daffodil finally goes in. Will go out, so it'll force Daffodil on the hop out. But nobody's retaking the bottom floor at the moment. Everyone from
Well
Vivo
done,
Keyed.
Hornets.
Oh, but Hornet, that's such a massive cross. The Buck isn't in position. I don't know what Step's watching right now.
Yeah,
Step
I
is
don't
watching
know.
yellow stairs. That's your whole job. You gotta be watching this desk position.
Hornet knows.
Now he
Yep,
finally
well
gets
done.
in, but he's down by the shotgun. Hornet MVP, but Step is asleep at the wheel. You gotta be better than that, and now there's nothing you can do.
That's the round.
Heat has to rotate completely. They go to hop down yellow stairs. EMPs go out, and Ask is completely ready for it. Gets one. The bathroom player might find two. Beautiful play from Neska, but you don't have enough time. Even in the 2v2, it is all she wrote. Match point for Black Dragons. And it's very rare that a round comes down to one person, but Stemp, you did not understand the assignment.
Yeah, that was a huge mismanagement of his positioning downstairs. That was the key factor there. It's not the fact of somebody potentially dropping in off that hatch or just holding that angle for Stemp, folks. What it's really about is that rotation and what we've been talking about with the potentiality of, the angle that he could open through that flooring. He never opens that up. He's already preemptively set something open behind the desk there if somebody does want to lay right on top of it. But do you think that Hornetau is just going to stand on top of a hole and not really worry about it? No, he's not. Instead, he's going to get on top of the actual desk, and he plays that angle back in onto the Buck, and he immediately eviscerates him as soon as he swings. So that is just a huge thing there for Vivo Keyed, where they really need Stemp to step up to the plate and make a play around what's happening inside of the office, and it just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen at all. And in fact, that's going to be the straw that breaks the camel's back, as the smoke in that position basically sweeps that entire round under the rug for Vivo Keyed Stars, because you can't swing that window anymore, Carter.
No,
the M590 is literally a Reaper scythe in that moment. There is no way that you are going to be allowed to breathe as soon as you eclipse that window.
Yeah, Daffodil's got to hit like a nasty pre-fire, and like the odds of that happening against the shotgun just are not particularly high. And of course, we got to give credit to Hornetau for that play overall, but while Black Dragons had an exceptionally rough stage, I mean, the only non-regulation loss they had was an overtime loss. They obviously looked very good against E1, and one of the key reasons for that has been Hornetau. Easily, maybe not easily, him and Ask are both quite good, but one of the two best players on Black Dragons in that game against E1 yesterday. And with a play like that today, just after using your toxic canisters, still being active, still looking to have an impact in the round, reading that opportunity and taking that gamble. He has been such a difference maker in the LCQ so far, and finally filling the shoes of Loira, who went to G2, who was the star player for Black Dragons, finally making a difference in the moments that matter. Of course, Gudo also 11-7, and the bottom half of Black Dragons, Nux, Florio, and Gudo as a whole, have both lowered the floor of this roster as we've gotten into the LCQ compared to the regular season. 1 minute into this potentially final round, Black Dragons looking to close this in regulation on Exposition and Piano, as Vivo Keyed look to full clear the top floor.
I know this is going to sound strange, but we don't even really need a win here from Vivo Keyed Stars on this round. We just need to see them have some positivity leading into map 2. This is a very close series right here, and they just need to get something that bodes confidence. And hopefully this is the strategy that they're trying to accomplish that with here and now. They've got the Doke built in. They got Deimos as well to try and clear things out. It's all about solid timing and solid play around your teammates here. Take these angles properly, and you will not be punished. But as soon as I say that, these road bumps, they become serious obstacles as Black Dragons smashes Vivo Keyed Stars and might have another one. Shotgun, the Supernova, but it's Gutto that takes out Ask instead. That's not even going to be a kill that goes the way of Lenda.
Bro, this is actually... What do you even do now as the Hibana? You pray that flash blinds your opponent, because you're basically... This is Diffuser too, by the way. Gudo has this guy in like an unwinnable position, stuck inside of this room with Diffuser on 25 HP. Briefly spots him, but Vivo Keyed need to initiate, saving Private Lenda in the 2v4, and it seems like it's not working out. Does make it out close with a shotgun. He's his own savior. Able to get the better of Gudo in that engagement, but we're still 38 seconds left. We're still Vivo Keyed in the disadvantage. Shut out on this top floor. Got the skeleton keys to open up some vertical. Got one flashbang from Lenda, and you have taken down that Warden. But Banshees, Gumines, Gurjmods, the 3 players alive, have the most traps in this entire lineup, every trap in this entire lineup. The Stempballs, you better pray that Black Dragons are in a throwing mood, because it's looking like their map is going their way. 7-5, Lenda will take down Florio. 5 seconds left. Banshee reveals his position, and it is 7-5 for Black Dragons on their pick. Attack was rough, but it always is on Consulate. Winning almost every single round save for one on defense. Black Dragons able to close that out in regulation.
Yeah, Lynx just not looking good for the offenses at all on either side. Both of them struggling quite a bit and getting caught off guard by a lot of different antics. But I'd have to say, Vivo Keydstars looking a little worse on their offenses. Black Dragons never really doing anything too crazy, just playing the important areas actively. And that catches Vivo Keydstars off guard quite handily. You could especially see it on full display inside that last round as those angles become active and they immediately pick up 2 big kills. Vivo Keydstars then have to try and figure something out from a downward position, and it's just extremely unfortunate for them as Black Dragons can do the simple and smart thing, peel things back, force them to try and take the site, and Vivo Keydstars cannot accomplish that task.
And it's important to keep in mind as we do see that five out of 6 defensive rounds won by Black Dragons on that second half. It's important to keep in mind how that attacking half went, because it was only a 2-4, but you brought this up at the side swap. That was a very close attacking half. We needed to have a Neskin 2k flank, 3 or 4k overall in round 2 for Vivo Key to get that. Then on the next CEO attack, Lenda hits a crazy 2-piece flank, and then it's still a 1v1. There were so many Black Dragons rounds in the attack that came down to the wire that did go Vivo Key's way. And just in the 2 that mattered most, the beginning and the end, Black Dragons were able to get the win. And in this one right here, able to get the win on the Exposition and Piano. And again, a very close 2v2, 2v1. They put the diffuser down, and there was very little recourse for Vivo Keyed. And that was enough for Black Dragons, because once we get to these defenses, 5 out of 6 rounds, they get the opening pick. That one, to be fair, that one was unnecessarily close, but even then, Sam, that was almost a Black Dragons throw on the top floor.
Yeah, I think the big piece here for me, Carter, especially because we're on Consulate here again, right? No real blitz play out of either one of these teams, especially when they really needed something that could create space for them on offense for both squads respectively. And we just never really saw it brought. Yeah, Monty's banned out, and Monty is fantastic on Consulate as well. But when you need an operator to spearhead in up against a bunch of different angles and, you know, really just make a nuisance of the situation, nobody really broke glass and brought blitz along for the ride.
Well, and it's funny, like, we did see it from Vivo Keyed in that first round, and they lost it. We did see it a couple times from Black Dragons, but they lost almost every round they brought the blitz too. So not only was it not brought that much out of the 12 rounds, I think like 3 to 4 times overall, the blitz lost the majority of the time. I think that really was just an indictment of the attacks overall. Of course, from both teams, as both teams did get a losing attacking half, but specifically Vivo Keyed brought the blitz once, didn't work, try to go for more normal styles of play, and I don't think it's a shock the moment they drop that blitz, we have a round where it's a 5v4 round lost on time immediately afterwards. But that is Black Dragon's pick. That is the one we expect them to win. But if you thought the attacks were a little lackluster here, Lair is the next map we have between Black Dragons and Vivo Keyed. So might just be about the same affair. But we'll see if that actually holds true, as we have all that and more after this break.
BKS. Passou um drone. Dá fodil no air jab para evitar a rotação. 45 segundinhos, Retalha.
Será a zica do OT, meu amigo?
Não sei. Será que a VKS acordou agora? Vem pra cima. A gente vai vendo granadinha de impacto. Tava desconfiado provavelmente ali de um drone. O Lenda sofre dano, trocou de novo, caiu. O Raps consegue uma bela eliminação. Do outro lado pelo air jab, acaba caindo, surpreendido, foi na armadilha. Ainda assim, olha o Fluxo acordando pro jogo mais uma vez, Retalha. No 2x1 agora. Vamos ver quem leva. Fluxo conseguiu manter a vantagem numérica. Tá difícil, esse ponto cego pode ser ruim. Vem pela sua esquerda também mais um jogador para tentar enganar. Direita, agora trocou. Luke vem para uma triple kill. O Fluxo consegue levar finalmente um mapa, um jogo.
Did you like it? Then buy it.
Por cima do Hash tem ele. Caiu agora um jogador. Stamp cai e Mitrix também. Hash vai tentando surpreender pelas costas. Raps tem a proteção do escudo, são 3 jogadores na frente dele. Olha o perigo. Hash ainda na frente. Surpreende o Lenda. São 2 agora. Vai puxar shotgun. Puxar shotgun para tentar pegar de surpresa. Pega o primeiro. Vai pro segundo. Belíssimo trabalho do Red.
Well, Black Dragon's quest to go from zero to hero, it's a narrative that I think a lot of people are on board for, and we just etched another chapter in that legacy. They are so close to going from not winning a single game over the course of the regular stage to getting a grand final appearance in an LCQ. And I mean, let's be clear, that console game wasn't dirty, but it certainly was effective, and now VKS are on the back foot.
Yeah, that's 100% true, and it's looking very good for Black Dragons here. What a time to come alive for them, starting, of course, in the quarterfinals of the LCQ, and now here continuing that with their own map pick as well. I think the casters were completely right on it being a defensive favored map. It's not a surprise when we talk about a map like Consulate and kind of the other maps that we got going into this series potentially as well. So I'm not surprised to see it go very close with both teams winning more of their defense. I think a round 7 was a really good attempt from Miracle as well to at least try and win around there. Unfortunately, it strayed in the end. But what I did like from Black Dragons on their defenses, specifically on their strong side, was that they understood what was happening on the side of Vivo Key. We saw Vivo Key take out a very direct take, for example, around 11. I think that was really important. They're able to shut it down quite consistently. They weren't able to execute on that side whatsoever. And it showed that they were able to hold out on these defenses with players just making up impressive performance like Guto as well.
Black Dragons were playing Consulate very smart. They took it knowing that their attacks probably weren't going to be that good, and then called a timeout after round 5. Most people would say that that's probably a waste of a timeout, but they were down 1-4. They knew they needed a 2-4 half. That way they could go on defense and dominate. And at the outset, it looked like a really bad call, but then they came back and won, and Vivo only had one more round they could muster when they were attacking that entire second half. So for Black Dragons, very well played. But for Furia, who are looking on at this game, if Black Dragons were to win, they're probably looking at the fact that, rightly, as the casters pointed out, almost no really good space-making shield play in that entire map. They didn't have the opportunity to, or they didn't pull Blitz out at any point, meaning there's probably not much that Furia have to be worried about if Black Dragons were to go on to win this series outright. So some parts of it for BD worked well. And also, I guess, winning rounds without shield play is also impressive in the meta, but it's not job done for BD at this point. There's still one more of these to go, and now we go to VKS's map pick.
Yeah, and you're 100% right about that shield play, and I think the casters were right as well. There was just a little bit of blitz play that we saw, but the ones that we did see, they just weren't effective. I saw, for example, a blitz walking up to a warden and then trying to flash him when the warden's got his blue glasses on. So it just wasn't really effective indeed, as you were saying, to initiate these attacks, to kind of create that space. But the map also doesn't really lead towards it either. We're then looking at a lair as well as our next map. We briefly mentioned in the pre-game that it's Vivo Key Stars' pick. They got an overtime loss versus FaZe on it, so it's shown that they can actually play competitive good teams on this map. It was also supposed to be the decider for the Black Dragons game. I went back and looked at the maps that they've already played. I have not seen it from Black Dragons in either the group stage or in the qualifier playoffs or in the LCQ so far. But given their game from yesterday, it showed that they were willing to play it. It just didn't come out.
I'm not saying the map in this case necessarily matters, but I think attacks ultimately do, and when only 3 combined attack rounds were won all of map 1, it almost doesn't matter what battleground you try playing on, even if it's one that VKS themselves are hopeful that they can catch a dub on. If you can't attack on Consulate, then who's to say that you can attack on a map that's bigger than Consulate? So I think both teams understand that very well, but can they make some sort of flash improvement in this case? Is it a matter of trying to shield out? Is it trying to move much more? Is it rapid play time? Is it time to break out some sort of rush strike, go for some pocket ideas, maybe some things that don't take nearly as long to set up? It's more difficult to do on a map the size of Lair, but it is possible, and this may very well come down to he who wins more than 2 attacks per half could very well win this series.
Yeah, even though the defensive win rates are worse, or sorry, the attacking win rates on Lair are worse than they are on Consulate. So in stage 2, Consulate is a 52% overall defensive win rate, and they're a 60% 1%. So that might make it even more difficult. But what I like about layer attacks is that there is a lot of verticality. There is an opportunity to go direct as well on a few sides. But specifically that verticality, you don't necessarily need a shield for that, but an operator like Deimos fits that very well, or a Buck, just to try and make sure that you get that control from above, where maybe the area is less contested than the actual site itself. That's what I'm trying to see. I think the difference will really lie on the attacks here. The one who's going to win more of these attacks here can really make a difference and get a better start going in their defensive half.
Looks like we're just waiting for Lenda to get back from washing his hands. We could see him in the very background of his player cam, just waiting for him to jump into his chair. But I think the problem if you're VKS, you're going into your own map pick, but you understand where your attacking deficiencies are. You have to start attack on a map that, regardless of whether you've picked it, is still going to be a battleground where Black Dragons hold the initial advantage until proven otherwise. So you need to make sure that you shake off that initial loss. It was close, you know, having a 7-5 loss is not the end of the world. It very clearly shows that there were some things going right, but it's all down to how this first half goes for VKS. If they want to have a chance to come back into this thing and force a map 3, it needs to be a very strong attacking side, or at the very least, I'm saying 2 rounds. I don't know about you, Anna. If they were to only get 1 round on a layer attack, that's one thing, but if it's 2 rounds, then they're definitely going to be looking a lot better.
I love how you're seeing all these players like go into the gamer position like, I think the game's starting, let's just go sit forward and lean forward. Time to lock in, but that's what I want to see as well, because I feel like even though the game was close, there was a bit of frustration visible on the faces of the Vivo Key players.
All right, Stokes and Lynx are about to do layer. Is it, are we going to map 3, or is this where Black Dragons lock out a finals appearance?
Me personally, I mean, with the struggles we saw Vivo Key have on attack, and, you know, obviously the ways Consulate is difficult to attack are a little bit different than the reasons Lair is difficult to attack, but there's certainly some parallel in that you have to get into the building to get control for both of them. You can't, it's not like Chalet Sam, where you can set outside like 3 windows and control half the map as a result, but you need to do that on Lair, and Vivo Key really struggled with that consistently on their Consulate attacks.
Yeah, and you can see both of these teams trying to limit each other when it comes to their offensive clearance as well. You take the Dokkaebi away, you take away the training wheel shield operator as well with Monty, right? And you're going to force him back onto the Blitz, which, I mean, we've all touched on now on the fact of we haven't really seen it in the capacity in which we've really wanted to. We have seen it in a couple of rounds, but those rounds were all very poor. And we're going to need to see better play operating around that operator in the future here, because this offensive side for both sides respectively is going to mean a lot to their future here on Layer. We're going to have the usual cast of characters banned out, but at the very tail end, in the 11th hour of the ban phase, Black Dragons is going to throw a spanner in the works. The smoke is going to be removed, and that's not something that we see all that often, but it's something that, honestly, I really like, especially on a map like Layer Carter. You're taking away one of those operators that is so very good at denying space, and it could be something that comes back to bite both of these squads on that side of the coin.
And I wanted to bring... Well, I was going to bring up this point anyway, but seeing that smoke ban come out from Black Dragons in particular, I especially want to bring this up. I am a bit concerned that Vivo Key have walked into a trap with this map pick, because Black Dragons have not played Lair the entire stage, but they have also only ever banned Lair twice in a ban phase, from the open qualifier playoffs to the main stage to now. They have only banned Lair twice, if my calculations are correct. And typically, when you see that combination, ban rate that is a very obvious indicator that a team is very comfortable with that trap. And now that we see a smoke ban come out, you're like, oh, this team. And in the smoke.
Yep.
Again, they could still lose. This is Vivo Key's pick, but I was concerned going into that they might have had a lot of stuff on this, and now I'm really feeling like that might be correct.
Or just at a bare minimum, very knowledgeable in the fact that if Vivo Key stars on their defenses don't have a smoke, there's not really a way for them to slow up the blitz in a creative way. They can still have the Legion Mines and the usual cast of operational characters that you would see to try and get that done. But the main one that we usually see built into a lineup, not so much. So Rotero drone out. It's going to dislodge Goyo here on the mid floor. But this mid floor is going to be a hot commodity for Vivo Key to try and clear out, as a lot of this verticality is going to work hand in hand with this push. If they want to try and go about it that way. They might try and go more direct as well, though, as they do have the track stingers to try and hold things down for their flank, as they will continue to try and push themselves through missile. A big moment here for our ace, as he'll get rid of that proximity sensor, and a big fight. Nux ready for the gunfight, though, as he'll take down Lenda. The smoke through, and another big moment here. Across being held, shotgun out, and they'll be able to trade things out. That's exactly what you want. This is going so badly for Vivo Key. They don't even have the help properly for the blitz in that situation.
Gudo is able, with that final spray, to detonate the Vulcan pack. He can be finished off, but he'll at least stall that side of the attack for a little bit longer. Miracle takes a slug shot to the shoulder that puts him to 22 HP. Very small moments in this 3v3 that are very, very impactful. Ask, you do not need to do this. Ask, you have a shotgun, a long-range one at that, with a minute 10 seconds remaining. Don't overplay things like that. Neskin will push a bit further. Deathmark Tracker will finish, so the brief intel that Black Dragons had onto that Deimos is now gone, and they will be able to back off after putting the diffuser down. Black Dragons might have prep here, but if Vivo Key are able to get an attack right out of the gate, the remainder of this half is going to feel a lot more comfortable. Deathmark goes out. Huge win for Ask. Huge win for Hornet, as suddenly the fortune shift. Step in the 1v2 will wrap around full HP, and how much do Black Dragons know? They've both got their back to him. They're both going for the defuse. He's able to transfer onto both. Black Dragons mount a convincing resistance, but it's a compelling flank from Vivo Key to get the first round on the board.
And that was rough. That was rough for both of these teams in different ways, but it was definitely rough. Vivo Keedstar's not really able to get the space that they really wanted off the back of that blitz play. They eventually work it out and are able to negotiate some frags as well as some area on the actual bomb site to work with. But that's where things start to get bad for Black Dragons. They still have control of the verticality, Carter. They just don't have any verticality to stop the plant that's going for Vivo Keed. We still have that player on the mid floor for the entirety of that plant, a little bit of the post as well, and not a single darn thing is done with it. They're not able to get a kill. They're not able to stop the plant. They're not really able to do anything, but at a bare minimum, at least Black Dragons are able to work themselves back in and get it down to the 2 versus 1, but they don't have any info on that last remaining Vivo Keedstars player. So, hey, Snap able to do what he, is necessary in that moment and get those 2 big frags to be able to, bring that round back to bear for them. The first offense will go off. I would say without a hitch, but we all got to see how that opener went there with that blitz.
Black Dragons going with the second floor defense, and we saw a defense similar to this from the Sonics, I believe. I believe it was on Lair. We saw them bring both Tachanka and Smoke. I think that was a Sonics game, if my memory is correct. I want to say it was. Oh yeah, because I remember Grixer clutching like a 1v3 or 1v4 after that. So a variation of a strat from the Sonics I've seen, but I imagine this Tachanka strat, even if the Sonics maybe came up with it, it's probably something that a lot of people are going to figure out and have anticipated, because on this particular site, you talked about the importance, Sam, of getting rid of that denial from the toxic canisters. Well, if you get a lineup with the Shumika grenades, you can land it on both of the reinforcements by operation, where you see Gudo playing right now, which has seemed to become the default plant spot when you're attacking that side of the map.
Yeah, and a natural line here with Tachanka as well, right? The smokes are moved. Tachanka is more than likely going to be that next operator that comes to mind when it comes to not only plant denial in that same capacity, but also just spatial denial and the way that you can use that Shminka launcher. And it's a really big deal as well, just because he has so many of those fire grenades, and he can do double duty a lot of the times, holding down 2 different areas all at the same time. So we'll see if Black Dragons can put that to good use, as they will continue to add to their plethora of utility across the board, as Gudo will continue to apply these kunai, able to get these Kiba barriers built up. Evo Keydstars potentially looking for some more aggressive plays as they will firebolt out the main terrace stairs.
Now, 3 Candelas go out, but Stem just face-checking the angle, dies to ask. That's your operation lurk dead, so everybody can fully focus on this clear from the opposite side and the main rocket stairs as well. Miracle will find one, but that gives away his position. In the 3v4, you might get that kill, but in the disadvantage, Black Dragon's going to be ready for this now. Shotgun on the opposite side of the hallway. We see him actually for just a second on Miracle's screen. He's so focused on the players directly in front of them. He's just not even aware. 1 pump, 2 pump, make it 3, make it 4. Swap to the secondary. It's instead the flank by the 9x19 that gets the better of Daffodil. And all those Candelas were all for naught. Neskin stuck outside of a window. Black Dragons have liked to get a little antsy in the 1vx's in the past. That very narrowly has given Vivo Keyed rounds. But it seems we have learned our lessons here, and everyone from the defense is playing patient and holding their angles because there is not much Neskin can do in this position.
This is kind of a pseudo timeout moment. Just try and think into the future, think about what Black Dragons will want to do with their next bomb site, even what the next bomb site could potentially be. All things that are more than likely rummaging around in the skulls of Vivo Keydstars right now. Neskin's just going to go to the roof and use this extra time to kind of cool off and just see what he can do. They all know that this is more than likely just going to be semantics at the end of the day. Teal is trying to take his shots. Through the fire and flames he goes. He'll get one. He will not get the second, though, as Florio will finally shut things down for Black Dragons on their first successful defense of the entire map of Lair.
I feel like I've seen a lot of those, I've not watched every layer that's happened in the scene, but I feel like I've watched a lot of those rushes on R6 room from the bathroom side, and they never really seem to work out. It always seems like teams get stuck on those windows, get stuck at bathroom, and especially if the guy coming operation dies, which that was the first player to fall for the Vivo Keyed attack, it really feels difficult to win. Like, defense is already usually set up in that position. A lot of the defenders, like anchor positions holding the site, are already right by there anyway, so they can just turn around and train their guns on that. It feels like that rush, while seeming like a very natural play, I haven't seen it really work out a lot for the attacking side, and Black Dragon's clearly ready for it. Win the round as a result, getting that 4v3 and just converting the round afterwards. Do not try a second site, though. They will instead go back down to the basement, the one we saw defended first. And to be fair, Sam, they started out with an advantage, and it was a round that Vivo Keyed in the mid-game had to actually bring back from Black Dragons.
Yeah, exactly that. Now, Vivo Keyed looking into what they will do with this basement setup. They're not going to bring the Blitz this time around, and honestly, I don't hate that. We just haven't had any potent enough play from either side, respectively, that's made it to where I have confidence for these rosters in applying that operator. It's not the fact that Blitz isn't good. He's one of the best operators in the entire game right now, but he is just not capable in any of these players' hands.
Damn, bro, your cat is going crazy. Literally. I literally just hear the meows just rip roaring in the background. It is kind of a bad omen, though, I will say that. If we keep seeing both these teams, but specifically Vivo Keyed in this case, since they're on the attack, bring the Blitz and have very little success with it, very little ability to play with it. It does seem like Brazil as a whole isn't really a shield team. EU very much the same as well. They've got like 1, maybe 2, but not a whole lot of teams really like to or even good at necessarily bringing the Monty or bringing the Blitz. And so Vivo Keyed will just try to use some of the other options, the Deimos in particular, one of the meta operators right now,
yeah,
to try to push deeper into the actual site. Did you go deal with the cat?
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Yes, I figured you guys could all hear my cat Echo. I named him appropriately for how much he just screams. Loves to hear himself talk. But yeah, I was also just giggling a little bit because this thought just creeped in my head. I bet all of these teams are really gonna hate when we get to LAN and they have to play against North American squads that just love Shield so much.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how that goes. But nice little pick there.
Yeah, nice little pick there. Florio. Obviously, Nade lands at his feet and he tries to get aggressive and dies as a result. So Vivo Keyed toning the pace down this second attempt on basement. It's working out so far. Gudo will find one, and I always get nervous when we see the Bailiff whipped out in close quarters. Ask, you do not have to do that. He gets the intel, but loses a lot of HP in the process. And remember, flashbangs and nades, so he will back off. Is he out of MP7 ammo? Just put the Bailiff away, man. I don't like it. Yeah. Still a 4v4.
Even in those closer engagements, still a worrisome thing if you end up whipping out that Bailiff. I'll say this, Black Dragons have done a bang-up job of keeping things delayed and making life difficult for Vivo Keedstars, although they did end up getting that pick. A shot not going to go the way of Nux. It's not able to hit it on that tight crossfire there. Now, Vivo Keedstars have got to start pushing themselves forward here, and that's where it all goes so very wrong. The first person in a bomb site is the person with the case. It's dead in the water, and this is looking like a Black Dragons round unless these last two players have something to say about it.
This is going to be really difficult. Nux is a known quantity. Hornet will be the X factor. Can he catch the defense off guard? The Deathmark tracker will spot the castle, but that does leave Hornet with a bit of room to work with. He's holding that hatch. Maybe he can drop down, get an angle. Super Shorty 2 downs the Demos. Such a big pickup for Black Dragons. Nux, the MVP of round 3 with UMP and Super Shorty, just somehow winning out with his back against the wall.
And this is what we're talking about, Carter, and what we were really harping on in between games here, on the importance of map control and being able to create space for your team from the offensive perspective. Vivo Keedstars have not been capable of that throughout the majority of this game thus far. I mean, really, even on that downstairs round that they ended up winning, the initial volley that they had completely went awry. I mean, it just went off into La La Land as to really what was going to happen in between these two. And both of them really just trying to count their lucky stars and see whoever comes out on the other side. And fortunately enough for Vivo Keed, it was them inside of that first round. But past that, Black Dragons, I think they've got their finger on the pulse of what really makes Vivo Keed tick on this offensive side. And that was a great display of that in that moment right there, Carter. The fact that they were able to keep things delayed, keep things real slow and grueling for Vivo Keedstars, the angst built for them, and eventually when they end up swinging in onto the site, they go punished practically immediately, and Black Dragons are happy to take that all the way to the front of the store and make a nice little purchase.
Able to win the site they lost previously as well. Only round Vivo Keed have won so far, so just a good momentum booster for the rest of this half, as you still have sites to try and things that Vivo Keed need to react to in the moment. Will be a first floor defense, as both second floor and bottom floor have been won by Black Dragons. So we'll see a bit of a defense on the top floor, whether it's armory maintenance or the briefing room. You always generally want to have a bit of presence upstairs, and in this case, your briefing, it is no different. Nux and Ask both downstairs, but 3 players on the top floor.
A little damage already dealt to Hornet. I don't know if that was via reconstructive surgery, somebody just accidentally pelted him while they were breaking a wall down or what, but we'll be operating with a little less HP than you normally would on mute, and just enough to actually matter as well. I mean, he basically went from a 3 armor down to a 1.
That's 40 damage.
Yeah, quite a bit. So, see if Black Dragons are capable of getting away with a very similar level of patience. The Vivo Keed are going to be asked to swing in and try and make something happen here. It looks like Neskin's going to be the one to try and do so.
Ooh, will give away his position, though, with that spray. Definitely caught the defense off guard, but firing a couple shots over towards Nux. They do know that somebody has moved down to bottom green. This is very, very scary. They know he's there, too, with this 4-ping. Real shame that the Deimos has already used both of his nades. That could be perfect. Oh, miracle.
Oh, no.
I mean, sure, he dies to Ask, but just completely avails himself of that defender. And, of course, maybe land some shots onto Nusk, but the castle's very much ready for it. Still some intel on defenders as they move inside of the site. Ascot rotating over to this reinforcement. Still active intel on a lot of these different players, but
no way.
How many times are we going to see Ask get away with it? Crossfire and now Unread still again with intel on this Ella, and he has evaded all of it. Nux finally will die inside of the site. Daffodil dodging a C4 on the top floor, but all of the action has happened around the first. All 3 roamers up top still very much alive, and Vivo Keed still want to try and clear this with all Candelas gone to no impact.
It seems like Vivo Keed thought that they could try and just slip through the cracks, Carter, but most definitely not as of right now. But Gudo's going to immediately put it back into the same situation as it was. They know that Daffo's around here as well and that he needs to take these fights. They're going to play things patiently. They're going to play it close to the chest. M590 in the hands of Florio, and Florio is just patience here, man. We don't have to overcook it. We don't have to oversell. They're both in this area, and this is more than likely your oyster, and there it is. You just got to play off of Gudo's contact. Very well done. And Black Dragons are going to get another defensive round. Now, as for my indictment of Vivo Keydstars, Carter, we have to talk about the fact that we have our eggs pretty spread across all of these different baskets, right? We try and get this push in down low. We have our Deimos off on an island trying to accomplish things by himself, but we're able to get the breach open, okay? Now, this is where things really start to fall apart. These two different things that are going on, yeah, they're both, you know, going into the good boy pile for Vivo Keydstars. They're getting the things done that they're supposed to, but they don't have enough players in the area to really make it worthwhile. If Black Dragon shows up to the party in an appropriate manner, man, they're the guys bringing the drinks, they're the guys bringing the music, they're bringing the fun, right? Vivo Keydstars, they're left out in the cold, dude. You guys really didn't bring anything. Yeah, you brought one bottle. It was for yourself, all right? And that was really it. Vivo Keydstars did not have the proper resources implemented to deal with Black Dragons in the capacity in which they were playing that area. And that's where things really start to fall apart. Then Vivo Keyd just really had to try and do what they were doing in, you know, the remaining moments of that, which was those players up top trying to deal with that verticality. And they can't even accomplish that in a proper way.
It just seemed like, yeah, they wanted to try so many different styles of attack. They wanted to open the breach and go direct, then have the Deimos maybe go for a backstab, but they didn't have enough intel to let the Deimos get in safely. It kind of seemed like Neskin was just flying by instinct instead of saying, hey, there's a gap here.
Yeah, and here's the other thing as well, real quick. Here's the other thing, speaking on the info thing. They even had the info there for a split second, and then they mismanaged that too. They step up over that little, little piece outside, and they end up getting gunned down there. And so Vivo Keyd, all the resources they put downstairs, they just get burned up in the fire.
Yeah, it definitely not the best attack, and now Black Dragons have won 3 rounds in a row. Got to go back to R6 room where they begun this streak on in the first place, running back the exact same strategy. Not a single change in the operator lineup. Still have the Tachanka for those long angles. Remember, the strategy here last time for Vivo Keyd, it was a Ying rush over by Bathroom instead of a blitz. It seems they are reallocating their resources to the opposite side, at least when it comes to Snep and Miracle's position, taking green early and not just going all the way over by Bathroom with one guy by operation.
Just let it breathe.
Yeah, don't need to go yet.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, it's for everything, man. Sometimes it's for casting, sometimes it's for play. This case, it's both. We're waiting for Vivo Keydstars to try and activate this play, but you can see they're trying to worry about this player here inside of Armory. The Warden doesn't have his glasses on in time. That's what you need. That is what you need if you're Black Dragons. Hornet does enough. He lives long enough, Carter, to make life complicated for the Blitz. It's a muddy play, and it doesn't work out. It's all down to just step here inside of Armory, and Black Dragons have so many bodies. Just toss him at the goddamn problem, man. They'll gun him down too, and that's a BD round if I've ever seen one.
Certainly feels like we're starting to hit critical mass for Black Dragons. And are Vivo Keyd, we're going to take the tactical timeout? I'm curious.
There's almost I mean, honestly, the only reason I think they do this is because there's some potential, you know, there's a world out there, and honestly, we're probably living in it, where it's a 5-1 half for Black Dragons, right? That's why you take it right now, but honestly, I really don't like it because I don't know what you guys are going to adjust. You guys have tried different paces, you've tried a bunch of different things, and the only round that was successful is when Black Dragons kind of overcooked things and didn't really have things implemented to stop you from getting a plant down over on the, like, locker side downstairs. So, you know, for lack of a better term, Vivo Keyd are just not looking hot to trot on this offensive side.
Let me say this. The tactical timeout might be a good option, but what conclusion they come to might not matter in the long run. It might be an effective tactical timeout and that they reset and they come up with a plan. But you are right in that I don't really know what they could rotate to. They've tried slow clears, they've tried fast clears, they've tried with the shield, they've tried without the shield, bringing the Ying, bringing the Grim. They haven't brought both the Ying and the Grim together. Maybe you just fully lean into those execute ops, you know, bring Capitao, Grim, Ying, try to really lean into getting that diffuser down. Or go for the full roam clear. I mean, sure, Dokubi's banned, but you get the Deimos. Maybe use the Candelas to clear out the roam, especially since it's basement. If you see anybody on that top floor, maybe you go for that. But this is now the third time we've seen Black Dragons go to the bottom floor. They won it the second time around. As you said, only lost it the first time, which was the first round of the entire game. And I think they're recognizing that One adjustment Vivo Kid might make is bringing that shield, and now we see the cap can get introduced into the lineup. Vivo Kid have also been very slow on these attacks when it's come to Consulate especially, less so for Lair, so just having the EDDs will punish that even more.
And, well, Vivo Keyed, at least from the lineup, they want to deal with this mid-floor setup that we see from Black Dragons. You have the Ram, you have the Buck, Damos to try and assist with this clear, and then Twitch just with some solid utility. But at the end of the day, just a good dueling operator, right, Carter? This is somebody that you want to see in a gunfight. She's got that 417 DMR. This is all positive things for Vivo Keyed Stars, all green lights across the board, but is Black Dragons going to be able to snuff those out?
It's got to be what they do with it. The shock drones, look to those obviously to see if they have the most impact.
Stop it right now.
Oh, Hornet gets ever so close, but Miracle playing it very safe on that drone is able to react in time. But look towards those shock drones from Daffodil. Is he able to find the EDDs? Is he able to detonate the Vulcan packs? Or get the prox alarms, the bulletproof cameras, because there's a lot of utility that could be destroyed by that Twitch drone if they both get shot early, which I think both are already out. Not necessarily destroyed, but both are out on the field.
Oh, man.
Could be in a big problem. Neskin spots one, but we know there's another. Hornet's been so aggressive, so good on this roster. Nothing really Neskin can do with this right now. He knows it's a mute, knows that it's probably a shotgun close on that staircase, so he thinks better of it. Doesn't even push.
They're delaying so much right now, Carter. This is what you don't want to see for Vivo Keyed Stars. We're halfway through this, and yeah, you got top floor control, but that's because Black Dragons let you have it.
Sam, everyone is on the middle floor. Every defender is on the middle floor right now. There's not a single player on the actual site, and they are utterly fighting Vivo Keyed Stars at every single entrance. We are still worried about this mute by the stairs.
Yep. They know he's got that shotgun, and that's the thing, Carter. This is what frustrates me with any team in a situation like this. Okay, we've identified that we can't push this stairwell. Okay, so how are we going to adapt around this? It's taken us almost a solid minute to make a change, and we have to do it with a trade. You're still in a downward spiral right now. Case is off in Egypt. Like, well, Vivo Keyed Stars, they're just not doing something that is conducive to success for them. And now Black Dragons have the capability to try and peel things back. They've done their due diligence. They've played this mid-floor, and yeah, you're going to lose two bodies, but you're most definitely in the driver's seat in this position.
Black Dragons have clearly just thrown far more of Vivo Keyed Stars than they anticipated. Remember, this is Vivo Keyed Stars' pick. This is the map they wanted to try to stake this best of 3 on. Even if they lost Consulate, they had Lair coming up, a map that they thought they were comfortable on. And Black Dragons have completely stunned them with these defenses so far. Almost 5 rounds in a row in 20 seconds. Will we get lucky number 5 for Black Dragons? Diffuser recovered. Marching down onto that bottom floor. Default not activated, but will be shot. Remember these Vulcan packs, not shot early on by the Twitch. Instead, burning, incinerating Vivo Keyed's chances at round number 6. Stuck outside, there's nothing they can do.
Oh my.
Through fire and shrapnel, Black Dragons eviscerate Vivo Keyed Stars with a 5-1 defensive start.
Black Dragons reduce Vivo Keyed to ashes. And hate to break it to him, man. No mythical beast here. No Phoenix play. Not springing back to life anytime soon. It's a 5-1 half for Black Dragons in a very convincing defensive setup from themselves across the entire board. I especially like their adjustments that we saw for that last round, Carter. You pointed it out perfectly in the mid-round there. The fact that they identified that all of Vivo Keyed Stars is upstairs and not a single soul is trying to deal with the basement, not even poking and prodding, no info game, no nothing as to what is going on in the actual heart of this site. They're all upstairs, and Black Dragons have came to play. It's very similar to what we see out of Furia. Furia are one of those teams where if you choose a portion of the map, doesn't matter, nighttime, daytime, anytime is a good time for Furia, as they will show up and take a gunfight with the entire squad in an area of the map that you would never really assume that would happen. That's exactly what we see here. Black Dragons get away with it.
And it's a good read from Black Dragons, because aside from the first floor round, every other time every other time Vivo Keyed started somewhere, that's where they wanted to end. Bunks, obviously, we had a bit of divided attention between the middle floor and the top floor, but on the top floor, they were always doing direct takes. They never went below. So Black Dragons just fought up top, didn't need to go below. On basement, in the first 2 times, they were always attacking directly on the site, so Black Dragons all sat on the site. And then once we see them fighting for top floor, Black Dragons say, okay, well, if they're going top floor, they're trying to get vertical control. They're going to try and brute force that without rotating at any point in the round, so we'll just completely fight it. It was a really good read of Vivo Keed's stubbornness throughout all of those attacking rounds, and it really goes to show that this might end up being a trap. We'll see how these attacks are, as that could be a whole different beast for any team, especially on a new map. But if Black Dragons are able to win this round in convincing fashion, you're going to be feeling silly if you're Vivo Keedstars bringing this out against them. It is a second floor defense, as is often, not always, but often the first site we will see teams go to on layer. And with no smoke, no Tachanka, barely any denial to stall out this plant, Lenda's going to need to do a lot of work on this operation side. This is a must-win fight at the moment as the drone is shot. Hornet moves in, spots some, but that R4C kicks a lot with the ACOG. He's able to get a kill on the Ash's backup. And Vivo Keedstar is able to get the 5v4.
Oh, man. Hornetal's going to want that one back so badly, dude. That R4C, that's the big thing about the recoil with this gun. It's really inside of those first 5 rounds, Carter. There's a lot of kick, especially on that first bullet, and sometimes it can just get away from you. That's another moment right there that ends up happening. So unfortunate for Black Dragons, and they're not going to be able to get that kill back just yet. VKS looking a lot more solid on these defenses. They're starting to get these big kills. Asa's going to find one through the verticality up top into Terrace, but it's immediately traded out by Stemp as he's operating around this mid floor at a high level. He'll gun down Nux too. It's a 1 versus 4. And really for Black Dragons, this is going to be going back to the playbook to see if they can find some semblance of success in the rounds that come past this.
Yeah, definitely Hornetal finally will redeem himself, though not onto the ward, and it's the Fenrir that falls. Stemp's impact has already been had in round 7. Too little too late, spotted on the BP, but already known. Not really mattering all that much. Vivo Keedstars win their first round since round 1. They'll finally put their second on the board. And a bit of a sloppy attack from Black Dragons overall. Obviously, you have that initial play into operations. I like it from Hornet, but then, of course, missing the shots onto the Warden. Then you get punished for it because Florio, your hard breach, dies just afterwards. Really unfortunate stuff right there. But that's not where most of the action happens. Most of it happens down below, and it doesn't look that great. Ask seems to just be kind of like by himself, hanging out, lurking. Loses a 1v1 to Stemp. Florio does the same thing. Or, excuse me, I think Nux does the same thing. Loses a 1v1 to Stemp, and it like 3 people all lose 1v1s to Stemp, who, to be fair, played very well, and Vivo Keed as a whole played a very good roam that round, but definitely seemed like Black Dragons were all operating on different pages, and nobody on that middle floor was necessarily talking to each other.
Yeah, I think things just got pretty poor communication-wise as soon as things did not go the way that they wanted them to in operational. That seemed like a pretty foregone conclusion as soon as he forces that Warden to back off. But, I mean, the kill not going their way, and then let alone that fact, but the Warden also just having the balls to step back up to the plate and take that fight with the other player, right, Carter? That's really what started to throw things into a tailspin for Black Dragons. Fortunately enough, they have so much runway to land this damn plane, man. Like, there is a lot of space for them to work with inside of this round count. So it's going to take a while for Vivo Keedstars to convince me that A, they're going to win this in regulation, or B, we're going to overtime.
It's always the danger with a 5-1 half. It's always something you got to be worried about. Black Dragons will try an Osa play. We're on a middle floor defense. Curious where that Talon Shield is going to land. You do have the Capital, of course, to make that execute a little more possible, and also the Brava drones to, of course, destroy the Electric Claws, but also take down any of those Banshees to maybe allow Ask to lurk later in the round, as he likes to do so often. There are some options, but once you bring that Osa, you're basically telegraphing to us, at least, that you're going for an execute. You want to go for that plant. And inside of the briefing room, Cade will move around down below. We'll hear some shots over by that main doorway as the breaches go out. And I do believe with the gunshots we heard earlier, also some presence on the second floor from Black Dragons.
All right, VKS will know where the main breach is coming in from. They'll keep Nux around here for now, and he'll continue to work these drones around Florio. The rest of Black Dragons, as Carter said, are up top, and this is really where the full breadth of this lineup should be taking place, and trying to take control of this map. We'll burn out that player. We'll free things up for Ops here, and probably a little bit of a flashback there for Hornet as he takes that fight via the door, but nobody around Terrace this time around. Black Dragons still with a decent amount of time to continue to try and work this. This drone will work in here from Florio too, just to get a solid read of the situation.
Ooh.
Nice shots.
Wanted downed and finished off by that TCSG. You get a good player with that. It is very difficult to fight against. Black Dragons wanted to go for a very minimal execute when they get control of operation and then move in the site down below, knowing the vertical is taken care of. There's also very little denial on the site aside from those C4s, so if you're able to bait them out, you should be
Nitro.
okay. Yeah, I was about to say, oh, and it gets stuck and
No
shot.
way.
But the Osa, we'll say hi to the Cade. Again, behind that shield, now Daffodil needs to get into position. Miracle can call it out. He knows what they're doing.
Oh, man.
But Black Dragons have the control they need. They've got it. Now Daffodil needs to land this. Daffodil running up.
Just stick it.
He just runs in front of it. You don't need to fall off, but he does anyway. Gets the kill. Remember, this is all. There's no more explosives coming up after this. No impacts. No C4s. As long as the vertical control is intact, as long as Gudo does his job on the vertical and Nux on the horizontal can get this diffuser and move us into the post. Legion moving for the retake on the left side. One moving bottom rocket as well. Likely contemplating an engagement with the Thatcher up top. But the options are not looking great for Vivo Keydstars. No matter where they dedicate their efforts, there are 2 Talon shields in their way with no explosives to destroy it. Really not much you can do. Important fight for Lenda to win, but that's just the first layer. There's a second shell all the way outside of the site that's put you to 1 HP. A crossfire on the top and on the middle. Match and series point for Black Dragons. With control of 2 rooms, they get the diffuser down and their first attack.
Well done to them, man. They got everything that was necessary for that offense to go off without a hitch. Yeah, it's a little dirty at times, but hey, that's okay. They get the Osa shields down, and they're able to get that plant down. I was a little worried once we canceled that after that cross, but I mean, hey, at the end of the day, you know, Osa ended up getting that kill and making the most out of the situation. So beggars can't be choosers. And that's the key thing here. Black Dragons will happily take this round, especially after they're able to not only get those Osa shields set up like I was talking about, but also get that Thatcher up top to where he's able to oversee the entire situation with practically no fear of losing that round past getting the case down. Black Dragons now sit at the precipice of being able to take this entire series in 2-0 fashion with a pretty convincing layer to boot.
Very, very good so far. And this is, of course, the downside of the 5-1. Maybe Black Dragons have, like, really bad attacks, but they've been able to win one. A very, very stubborn direct take that does pan out. And now they just need to win one more. Could be a gimmick. Could be a fluke. Doesn't really matter. If you're able to just win one more attack, you close this out in regulation sometime in the next 4 rounds. Basement defense from Vivo Keyd will not try armory and weapon maintenance a second time. Obviously, second floor still locked, and they don't want to go to bunks and briefing. We saw a lot of different attacks from Vivo Keydstars, Sam. We saw multiple direct takes, trying to get control of that bottom floor, and then the final time they went for a full clear of the entire map. It seems the first time we're seeing it from Black Dragons, it'll be a closer parallel to that final round from Vivo Keyd. We already got somebody on the roof.
Yep. Black Dragons have got to be happy with how this match has went so far. Yeah, Consulate, a little weird at times, especially for our 2 offensive squads. But as for Lair, this has been an entire thing for Black Dragons. They have been able to constantly come out on the top and just be the buttery cream at the end of the day. And that's really what you want. If you're capable of just bubbling to the surface and making the most out of the situation, it's really what you want. And like I said earlier, a lot of runway to deal with this. They'll look to do so here in our 9th round, actually. Be a pretty convincing win if they're able to close it out here. You can see they're taking their time. Just making sure that there's nothing that's going to slip through the cracks and end up punishing them in a serious manner. As Arselmus will go down on the exterior wall here. Start breaking things down for Black Dragons so they can start building things up for a successful offense.
We'll start with those boogie drones. Of course, you always got to be careful, especially with only the Grim. If you burn too much time, that small amount of execute operator, that execute utility, will not serve you well. No Ying being brought, no Capital being brought. You've got the flashbangs, but all this is around the breaches in the vertical. Very meat and potato siege lineup we're seeing from Black Dragons right now, and they'll just continue taking this mid round to open up control. I mean, I gotta say, Sam, my big concern right here with the Banshees, with the C4, is they might be walking right into what Vivo Key'd want.
Yeah, there is definitely a realm where this ends up going down in a pretty poor way for Black Dragons, not only because of the Nitro Cells, Carter, but because of the time. I mean, it's okay if your first plant attempt ends up going down, and even if the planter dies, as long as you're able to trade things out and try again. But when things get down to such a low time execute, that's where things really start to fall off the wagon. That was the curse of Wolves for the very, the longest time with that roster, right? Just constantly playing that 15-second meta and trying to get things go in the dying 15. And we might see another iteration of this same story here. Nux trying to make that a non-starter, but VKS, they're looking too darn good.
They are. Nux 1v4. Nothing you can really do at this point. They'll be able to find one, but the F now reveals his position anyway. Double whammy right there. The TCSG around the corner. Not much you can do. So much utility stacked up for the site. So little presence on the middle floor. It only serves for Black Dragons to stall them out and push into the full force of the defensive setup on the bottom floor. Still have 3 more opportunities to close this out, of course. You'll be thinking about hoping to go back to that one of those first floor sites eventually, but the second floor site is unlocked for Vivo Keyed Stars now, and they will go back to it. Want to see what Black Dragons are able to adapt with here, because before, saw the initial play by Operation, but then we cut down to the middle floor, and it's like Ask doing his own thing, Florio doing his own thing, and all losing 1v1s to the same guy running around with an MP7.
Yep.
We don't need to necessarily lean into the meta, don't need the Deimos or the Blitz or anything like that, but I want to see a bit more coordinated of a plan, even if you're going on that bottom floor. Maybe bring the Buck, get some verticality from below. The Deimos would be good for that as well. But as long as we're able to acquire solid control and not lose individual fights, I'd like to see that from Black Dragons.
Honestly, I think the only thing I really would like to see in addition to these ops is the Blitz, actually. And it's strictly just because of what we saw in ops. That's something to work off of that's very convincing for the play around Terrace. And it would definitely help them with the situation that's being built up. Because really the only things that they have on defense to try and stop a situation like this is the Goo Mines and is the Banshees of Malusi to just try and slow them down in general. So for Black Dragons, this lineup that we've seen previously is going to be locked in. We are going to have the striker as well. We've seen this operator a whole heck of a lot when it comes to Brazil, and a lot of different instances as well. The majority of them, Carter, have been the EMP secondary hard breach duo, but a lot of the times just bringing extra solid utility like we have here. Extra hard breach, as well as the frag grenades, all good pieces to try and break up not only walls, but also utility that Vivo Keyed Stars have applied around the map.
And if you want to take that operation fight too, you throw a grenade on maybe the opposite side of the doorway, force him left, throw it through the head holes, force him right. Could just allow Hornet, who's clearly trying to set himself up for good 1v1s, could just allow him an opportunity to do that. Daffodil.
The toe. Oh.
sees it for the briefest of seconds. Even tries to land the pre-fire afterwards, but not much you can do at that point. Sledge being the primary solution for all of these external castle barricades. Got to be careful about that bathroom push, as we did see a Malusi Banshee placed there on Daffodil's screen. We don't have a Brava on the board. We do have the Rotero drones, but there's just so much utility you got to worry about. Kiva barricades, castle barricades, deployable shields, bulletproofs, Banshees. I mean, you could bring all the explosives on the planet, and really, Black Dragons have tried to with 6 nades and 4 Rotero drones, and it still might not be enough.
A lot of time still for both of these squads respectively as we sit pretty even keeled at 1:30 remaining. Black Dragons trying to do their due diligence, trying to collect this active intel that could lead to the demise of Vivo Keyed Stars. You can see these drones collecting that data right now in the moment. Another Rotero drone will end up going off. Moves a little bit of utility over here on the terrace side. Vivo Keyed Stars doing their best to try and stay in front of this offense, keeping these lineups, trying to keep these angles active as Black Dragons will start to push themselves into the map.
It's still very slow from Black Dragons. Very, very slow, and at this point, I think the play is pretty readily telegraphed by the attacking team. They hear the Selma's going off, though only 45 seconds left, as Vivo Keyed Stars know. As long as you keep an eye on the backline for a backstab, this execute is going down by the operations side, by the office side. So how are you going to set up for it? How are you going to be ready? Daffodil on this long angle will cut down Nux. A nice trade from Black Dragons. Florio going huge on the entry into the site. needed to win that fight, and now Black Dragons have a shot. They've got the operations covered. They've got to play close, but nobody's watching. You got to be a little more cautious than that. In the 2v2, Hornet backs off a little too early, and nobody's watching the man with the diffuser. Gudo on that backstab, has to take out the goo mine, stop him from killing Stemp, but Lenda with a massive pickup. That's diffuser again, and there is no time to recover. Hornet kicking himself after that one as he leaves the most important player alone when he needs him most.
Oh, man. Rainbow Six Siege is a game of inches, folks. It's a game of seconds. And it comes down to a moment in time for Vivo Keyed Stars, as that round was all but won for Black Dragons. It was literally a split second that was necessary for Florio. When we go to this replay, look at how close this plan is. Look at this. Microseconds away. Not even a full second necessary to get that case on the ground. But Vivo Keyed Stars are able to knock that guy and make life a little bit easier for them. Make the round palatable. And Black Dragons not able to pull it back across the line, as VKS still have that lone soul just waiting the timer out there inside of Terrace. Attack timeout will be taken by Black Dragons. And I ask you, Vivo Keyed Stars fans at home, do you believe in this squad, as they only need 2 defensive rounds to bring us to overtime?
They were able to come back from a 6-2 deficit yesterday on border against NIP. So there's very recent precedent for Vivo Keyed Stars being capable of that. Lair might be a bit more difficult, but they were able to do it yesterday. By the same token, they also let a 6-2 lead slip against NIP on the map prior. So, like, don't know exactly what you want to take from that. Good with leads, bad with leads. Wasn't a great best of 3 for either team yesterday, but as we're holding out, as Black Dragons are trying to hold on, they will take that tactical timeout and look to set up an attack for a mid-floor site. Will be bunks and briefing. We saw armory and weapon maintenance earlier, I believe, if I recall. Feels like sometimes it's hard to tell with these 2 sites. Feels like they're right next to each other.
All I'm going to say is if this is the most successful blitz round we see all day, like, you and I are both oracles. That's all I'm getting at. Like, I mean, we need both of our heads photoshopped over Saints. That's what we need.
Not really an insane call for us. Oh, the strongest operator in the game. I mean, wow, crazy.
You can't give me anything, can you?
Was he meleeing that box for good luck? What was that?
That's what I do. I always melee the box for good luck.
Fair enough.
Shout out the box. Castle barricade. I thought he was going to blow it up, I'll be so honest, but apparently not. Apparently they just want to melee that thing down. No Rotero necessary. They'll just use their hands. And Black Dragons, I think this is going to take a little while to build up, guys. We are just starting the water for the pasta, so give it 5 or 6 minutes here. Make sure you salt that heavily.
You want to make sure you clear the way for the blitz. I mean, with the deployable shields, obviously we got barbed wire from the Sentry, from Neskin. Goo mines as well are likely going to be priority number 1 for, I mean, I would say there were Terror drones, but you've already used all 4, and we don't really have a lot more options to deal with them. You're just going to have to be really, really careful as you send the blitz actually into the building. Nux is with the diffuser as well. I'm curious where the case is actually going to go down.
Honestly, with the lineup they have and the castle barricades that they chose, I'm pretty sure things are going to build up from the op side, and they're just going to try and bring this in as kind of a back burner play. Just have this come through and be more of a distracting factor. Obviously, get some kills in the process, but that's really going to be it. We're going to swing in off the bridge window over here, and yep, the case is going to start building up over on the op side here, Carter.
Yep. Nux joining with Hornet outside of the single window. Miracle blinded and spotted by the Grim. Should be an easy pickup. Hornet will take down Nux, though, but Black Dragon still winning a lot of the engagements that matter. The 3v3 very possible, but Gudo so clean in that moment when he needed to most. Daffodil cut short. You only need 2 attacks when you go up 5-1. And when you reset, you take that timeout. Black Dragons have the cleanest attack when we needed it most. Full HP for Lenda. Down below, he's got both Goo Mines and Black Dragons are resetting, so there is time to reset. Time to find this intel. Will spot him over at the bottom of Green Stairs, and now as Lenda crosses to the left side, He's got his recovery crossed. He'll be flashed as Ask starts putting the diffuser down. Now he goes for the retake. Might be able to catch Florio, but Gudo's watching through the floor. From last place to the finals, it is Black Dragons versus Furia to decide who will go to the Montreal Major in our grand final tomorrow.
And it's just a great day for Black Dragons, man. A great day for Ask as well. The strategies that were implemented looked very clean. Some of the offenses, not exactly as much, but hey, you'll take it at the end of the day. Vivo Keystar had some very solid defenses and had a lot of things implemented to make life difficult for them, make life difficult to process, right, Carter? And that's really what we saw from both sides, respectively, when it came to those defenses, just trying to make life complicated. But hey, Black Dragons able to work through the thick of it much better than their opponents, and that's why we see them as the victors here on Lair, especially after their stellar defensive half.
And that is our match set for tomorrow. It will be Sam and I casting, of course, Furia versus Black Dragons. And let me say, obviously, Furia looking really good, especially after that Fluxo game today, but Black Dragons looking especially so tomorrow. But we're already get you over to Jacob and Ann, as there are a lot of stuff to break down going into the game tomorrow.
At least just from my angle, and I really like zero to hero stories, but I don't think anybody would have assumed the team that won 0 games over the course of a regular season would then come back and be one match away rather, from qualifying for an international. How in the hell did we get to this part of the timeline? I didn't see this happening.
No, it is one hell of a story to finish the group stage as 10th, get 1 overtime, and then not even win a round in that overtime either. That's the only point in that way that you get. But then to go here and, like you said, go to the grand final of the LCQ, and in what way as well? Beating E1, who finished 3rd with a 2-0. Beating Vivo Keystars, who finished 7th with a 2-0. All of a sudden, something has clicked for this team. They came alive during this LCQ, and it is showing. Prior to the map, we said that the key could be within the attacks in this map, because once again, it was a defender-favored map. The one who would win more attacks eventually would win the game, and Black Dragons clearly understood the assignment with that here. When it came down to attacks, I think it was round 8 that I specifically really liked. Jacob, we talk so much about the shields being effective in Siege. We talk about the Monty, we talk about the Blitz, a fuse every now and then, but the Asa was really what was key for Black Dragons in that specific attack. They had the vertical control working well for them. They could go for the plant cover was there as well, and where we saw, for example, Vivo Keat attempt things with the Blitz, it just wasn't working for them. Black Dragons had their attacks working better for them due to the vertical control they had and the better strategies.
Yeah, so shields were picked a grand total of twice in this game. Once was round 5, and once was that was an actual shield. That was Blitz.
Yeah.
And then the Osa gets picked on round 8, and that's ultimately the thing that helps Black Dragons win their first attack. This entire game was predicated on just who could win 2 attacks. That's all that one team had to do. BD ends up doing it, but it's because of that 5-1 half that as soon as you get into that scenario, no matter how close you think it still might be because of how strong defense is, that's going to chuck the mental. It's going to instill doubts in your mind about how far you're going to be able to push things. And Vivo Keystars don't have that 6th gear that they can tap into. I mean, we thought maybe they could have some sort of repeat from their performance against NIP, but it was not to be here because of how difficult those sorts of defenses were to penetrate. And Black Dragons played it really well. They weren't over aggressive. They only moved offsite as far as they needed to, just far enough to get 1 frag or 2, move back in, play their lives, and then hold out until Vivo Keystars had absolutely no plans left. But all BD had to do was win 2 attacks. They did, and now they've got a grand final appearance and are 1 best of 3 away for qualifying for a major.
Yeah, I feel like this round could have already been the deciding one, but the plan cover just wasn't as good as it was 2 rounds prior to that. It felt like they were really close to still winning this round out, but similar to what happened to a few of the attacks of Vivo Keat, they just didn't have enough time anymore. That was definitely the key for the Vivo Keat attacks. What we saw, there were rounds where they tried to go for a direct take, that didn't work, call a timeout, and then ended up not having enough time in the round that followed right after. So yeah, the 5-1 split also is something we kind of expected and sort of demanded almost from Black Dragons as well. Make it easier for themselves on attack, because a 4-2 split on Consulate, sure, salvageable, good, but a 5-1 on Lair is even better here.
Right. Both teams on both maps, if you were down 1-4, took that timeout after round 5 to see if they couldn't make it a 4-2 half before the side swap. Black Dragons did that, and that's ultimately the reason that they won console when they were down really early on. But VKS did the exact same thing, was not to be for them. So now we enter a scenario where a team that was absolutely abysmal. The idea of losing every single game in a best of one stage doesn't come around very often. It happened to Fluxo, it's happened to Mirage and Beast Coast teams of the past. It almost happened to OXG this stage. But OXG themselves were also only one best of 3 away for qualifying for a major, and the exact same thing is now the case for BD. The only difference is Oxygen faced a tier 2 team, and BD are now walking into the Lion's Den against the current world champions for a shot at a major. Much different scenario, but still, wouldn't mind seeing the underdog story actually ring true in this case.
No, we were having a bit of a conversation, I guess, as the game was going on, where I asked, like, would you consider this an upset, I guess, if Black Dragons were to come out victorious here? And you said, oh yeah, I mean, I think you said every game that they would win in this playoffs bracket, or the be considered an upset. So I mean, the ultimate upset is still left for them to eventually claim out tomorrow. However, that's going to be a very difficult one though.
Yep, we got the penultimate upset in this case, and just to showcase how dominant it was, Gudo 23-12. Again, 12 deaths over just 2 maps. Kind of nutty, not nearly as impressive as Herds, but still absolutely deserving of MVP honors. But guys like Lenda still had decent performances, but everyone else around VKS had the responsibility of stepping up and were unfortunately not able to get there. Stemp had an off day. Neskin didn't really feel like he ever super woke up in the series. When you're dying almost 20 times, that's just usually how it goes. So yeah, BD, if you just look at the stat sheet, it would make perfect sense why this happened, but specifically about how they came back on Consulate, used their timeout effectively, and then locked VKS out on defense on map 2, that's ultimately what really tells the story.
Ask might be a bit sad now, given that he was the best rated player coming into this game for the Last Chance qualifiers. That's just measured by 1 game, so he's probably lost that by now. But one player I'm specifically happy for with a good performance is Florio. He was the only negative rated player on this roster with their former game or their previous game in the LCQ. He's definitely shown up a lot better today, but I wouldn't be surprised if the MVP for today goes in the way of Gudo. Like you said, the 23-12 over 2 maps. Very impressive. The cost also being there to be able to consistently show up to his team, and then also doing entries right next to it as well. It's just, he's doing everything at once, and that's kind of what we wanted to see from at least one player on the side of Black Dragons, but it is a very well-deserved MVP.
The difficulty now is Gudo keeping this performance going from today into tomorrow, because ultimately that's going to be what Black Dragons rely heavily upon. Florio having a great series is one thing. Ask having a bit of an off performance is more concerning, and that's why Gudo is in this position. He was able to step up where Ask wasn't capable of doing it himself, but both of those players need to be hooked up to as many energy drinks as possible. They need to be in the zone, locked in for what will be one of the most important games in their lifetime, especially for guys like Gudo and Florio and Nux, who haven't been in positions this strenuous before. Ask has been to international stages, and Hornetau has certainly come close, but this is where you need the guys who have never faced pressure like this to really step up heading into that final tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there, right? I was going to say maybe they lean towards the direction of Ask to kind of ask him for a bit of guidance in what these major qualification games are like and how you deal with that pressure, because for a lot of players on this roster, that is a completely new territory, whereas Furia are so used to that. They have seen this film many, many times before, but I don't think they've ever seen it from the scenario where they currently find themselves in. It was always like, oh, you know, if it's not this chance, there will be a second chance for us to qualify through the major. If we don't win the first, like the big game that puts us in the grand final of Brazil and qualifies us in the major, it'll be the 3rd place game. Now they have to go through the LCQ, and it really is that all or nothing game for them. So I wonder what that's going to do with their mental mindset as well.
Yeah, they better not choke this one because this is the closest that they've come for some of these guys literally ever in their career. So yeah, the bracket is set. We'll just take a look at this one more time just to burrow it into your brain in case it wasn't immediately obvious. Furia over the past couple of years have said it's not a LAN event in Rainbow Six if Fellapox, Herds, JV, K's, and Nade are not there to partake in it, but Black Dragons are trying to snap what would be a 9 LAN attendance streak for Furia should they lose that grand final. The stakes are as high as it's ever been for BD. For Furia, it's probably just going to be another day at the office, especially given the way that Fellapox talked about the way that they prepared for their matchup today and how easily they defeated Fluxo. So that will be a concern for BD. But, Ann, I don't know about you, the fact that Black Dragons have come through here, not losing a single map to get to a grand final, certainly should give people at least a little bit more confidence that they may be able to take the series.
It should give hope or copium, maybe, potentially. Especially
they're one and the same here.
Yeah, but especially with Black Dragons having beaten only tier 1 teams and also taking out E1 Sports, right, the team that already made it to an international event this year and has finished third in the group stage. Whereas we have to keep talking about it. Furia did lose that one map to the Academy team, where halfway through the series, it genuinely looked like there was an opportunity that Furia would have had an exit in the quarterfinals. Luckily for them, though, today was looking a lot better with a 7-3 and a 7-2 that we saw against Fluxo. So it is kind of coming alive a little bit more for this roster, but I guess it just has to come down to the day, because if we get a Furia like we saw on the 17th, where they struggle against the Elevate Academy roster, or do we get a Furia like we saw them today, where they excel against Fluxo?
Well, the stage is set. This weekend is going to be a very fun one overall in South America, because not only do we send one team through to Brazil, but there's also a qualification for the one team from the LATAM League that will get inserted into the Montreal picture tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be a day full of nothing but qualifications. We'll get Latin America all sorted at the very end of the day, but before that, the 19th team that is being sent to Montreal is either Black Dragons or Furia. Same time, same place. We'll get to all of the action again for only one more best of 3 starting tomorrow. So for all of us here, be sure to tune back in tomorrow, but also stick around a little bit later because LATAM League starts up very, very shortly. Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow.